Welcome to an enthralling journey through the radiant corridors of the human mind. In this text, we will plunge into the depths of thought, exploring the vast horizons of consciousness and uncovering the secrets hidden within the folds of the mental universe. Imagine a realm where dreams merge with reality, where the power of thought can shape destiny, and where every idea holds the potential for transformation. Guided by the visionary Ernest Holmes, we are invited to push the boundaries of the known and embrace the possibilities of the infinite. From ancient mysteries to the latest discoveries in neuroscience, the science of mind reveals how our minds are seeds of creation, capable of weaving the very fabric of the universe. Through its pages, we will uncover how thoughts manifest into realities, how emotions shape our existence, and how we can become conscious architects of our own destiny. Prepare to be captivated by concepts that defy conventional understanding, by theories that ignite curiosity, and by practices that transform life itself. Dive into this text and let the wisdom of Ernest Holmes illuminate your path to a deeper understanding of who we are and the limitless potential within each of us. Welcome to the science of mind. You are about to embark on a journey that could forever change your perception of the world. Peace be with you, stranger, and for you, foreigner, enter and do not be afraid. I have left the door open, and you are welcome in my home. In my home, there is room for all. I have cleaned the house and kindled the fire. The room is welcoming and joyful, and you will find comfort and rest there. The table is set, and the fruits of life are spread before you. The wine is here too, shining with its own light. I have prepared a chair for you where the sun's rays play through the shadow. Sit, rest, and rejuvenate your spirit. Eat the fruits and drink the wine. Everything, absolutely everything is yours, and you are welcome. In introducing these courses on mental science, I do not claim to have discovered a new truth. Truth has been known throughout the ages by some, but the majority of people have never imagined that we live in a mental and spiritual world. Today, however, there is an intense quest for the deepest meaning of life, as humanity has reached a level of evolution that allows for a broader understanding. These courses seek to express in words and writing some of those great truths that sages of all times have known. To think that the creative intelligence of the world created humankind to be subdued and left in chains would be to disrespect that creative power we call God. On the other hand, to believe that God made humankind as an individual without giving them the opportunity to discover themselves would be to think the impossible. Individuality must arise naturally and cannot be forced. The seed of freedom must be hidden in the core of the human being. But just like the prodigal son of old, the person must make this great discovery by themselves, even if sometimes the path seems difficult and the burden very heavy. The human being continues to feel within them a subtle sense, a mystical presence, a divine reality. Thus, their nature always seeks to express itself in terms of freedom. It is wise to listen to this inner voice, for it speaks of a wonderful life in its breadth, of a love beyond our deepest dreams, of a freedom that the soul desires. But the great love of the universe must be united with the great law of its own existence, and we must approach love through the law, hence the teaching, love and law. As God's love is perfect, so is God's law. We must understand these two aspects. Let him who has ears to hear, hear. I wish to express my gratitude to the authors whose names appear below from the various classes of this course, as well as to many others whose names are not mentioned. Truth comes to us from all sides, and our understanding of it is the result of time, reflection, and the efforts of thousands of people who have devoted their lives to its study. I especially thank Miss Anne Shipman of Boston, Massachusetts, whose tireless efforts made the publication of these manuscripts possible, and to my mother, whose deep faith in these teachings has inspired in me the hope and conviction that they will be useful to those who study them. Ernest S. Holmes, you yourself, O weary heart, burdened by the trials and concerns of the earth, O feet that stumble on the path, bleeding and bare, O outstretched arms and hands raised in prayer, O back that has borne the lash and toil so many times, O you who fervently implore the living God. O life that struggles to free itself from worries, you must know that no external power exists. You must face all fear and doubt with a divine power, rooted in your own being, which you will pour into yourself to give, receive, and receive, giving to this life that you will live yourself. A part of the evolution of human thought, the instinctive man. If we trace back through human history to very ancient times, we would reach a point where the human being was not yet consciously aware of themselves. We would reach a moment when only the instinctive man existed, as self-aware man had not yet evolved. It is undeniable that the human being as we know it today is the product of growth and development. However, to develop, there had to be something from which to evolve, and since man is intelligent, he must have evolved from an intelligent cause. The instinctive man, in this sense, represents something profound, a vital force that is not visible but is undeniably present. One might say that instinctive life is God within the human being, or the idea of God acting through the human being. But if we consider the instinctive man as an idea of God, why is he not perfect? The answer is that he is, but at the point where individuality develops, it is necessary to let it be free to discover itself. Even God could not create an individuality mechanically. If the human being has been endowed with the capacity to choose and free will, then they must be left free to make this great discovery by themselves. Nature awaits the self-revelation of man. We observe that from the moment instinctive life brought man to the point of self-determination, it left him alone. And since then, instinctive life has monitored man's development. Although it is true that, during this time, it continued to perform the automatic functions of the body, and even whispered to man what he should be in all other aspects, it left him to his own fate. Instinctive life may and must regard man as a perfect being, but it must also require him to discover this truth by himself. Throughout this period, however, instinctive life or God, the first great discovery, the first great finding that the human being made, was that he could think. It was the day he rose from the ground and said, "I exist." This marked the beginning of a great personal accomplishment. From that day on, the human being became an individual and had to achieve all further progress by himself. Any forced evolution ceased when the human being became an individual, and from that moment he had to consciously cooperate with nature and its forces. However, he did not have to work alone, for instinctive life has always been by his side and will never abandon him. Instinctive life desires that the human being increasingly express his own limitless possibilities. The human being evolves from an infinite base. Behind him lies the unknown, but not the unknowable, for the unknown becomes known through the human being, and all that instinctive life must do for him must be done through him. Nature must operate through the human being to work within him. This applies to all areas of life and effort. The human being's first great discovery was that he could think, plan, and perform actions. As a result of this discovery, he built a great civilization and everything it entails. He harnessed electricity for his inventions, mastered the energy of steam and put it to use. He felled forests, built cities, transformed deserts into fertile lands, and extended his trade networks across the globe. In fact, he came to see himself as the master of the earth. The inner sense awakens. Despite all his powers, the human being felt a vague sense of something more, something greater, something transcendent. A kind of mystical inner perception of things, an instinctive impulse, a hesitation in search of a higher light. Despite his apparent power, the human being continued to feel unhappy, ill, alone, and fearful. The cities he built fell into decay. The nations he forged suffered ruin again and again, and only history remains to recount most of his efforts. Despite his apparent power, the human being faced many adversities, and death cloaked his life and work in a shroud of darkness and uncertainty. The great question why has always been on his lips. Few have been able to answer this question, and those who did were ignored in the struggle for survival. The human being fought throughout his weary path with a heavy heart and bloody feet, only to eventually face the grave. The absence of a sense of accomplishment haunted his path, and in his blind quest, he raised his hands in silent anguish and his broken cries tore through the air with pleas to a seemingly indifferent deity. Why suffering, pain, sin, disease, and a lifetime of difficulties, only to finally face the dark and grim grave? Why? The human being sought the sages, only to discover their lack of wisdom. He sought answers, only to find more unanswered questions. Why? His cry seemed to get lost in the void, but be attentive, for somehow a vague response emerged, a subtle inner sense of things. An unknown presence provided him with an answer, and a still faint voice whispered to him, "Man, know thyself." The instinctive man began to speak again and directed him to look deeper into his own nature, to seek within himself the answer to life. The time has come in the evolution of the human being to understand this voice and obey its commands. The greatest discovery of all time, the mind. The human being's response to this inner instinctive voice led him to undertake the greatest of his adventures, the discovery of the mind. The first glimpse of the human being's ability to think was dismissed as too obvious to merit attention. He could think, but so what? Certainly it was evidence of his existence, but that was all. He had always had the ability to think. It merely gave him the ability to recognize his needs and attempt to satisfy them as he had always done. The ability to think seemed like something automatic, present within him, and it would undoubtedly cease upon his death. The brain seemed to be the organ of thought, and of course when death extinguished the brain it would no longer function. It was obvious the brain does not think. However, the day came when a sage asserted that it is not the brain that thinks by itself, for if the brain could think by itself, then we could extract it and continue to think. No, the brain by itself cannot think. However, the human being needs a brain while he is here, which simply means that the human being requires a brain to think, but the brain itself is not the thinker. The brain does not think, and yet the human being thinks. Therefore, behind the brain there must be a thinker, but where is this thinker? We do not see it. Do we have the right to assert that a thinker exists when no one has ever seen it? Yes, for can we name a force of nature that we can see? Have we ever seen electricity or any of the other forces of nature? No. The only evidence we have of their existence is that we observe the effects they produce. We have light and electrical energy, so we have reason to assume that there is a force we call electricity. This is true in all respects, for we perceive the effects and not the causes. We do not see the thinker, but we perceive the effects of the thinker, even though we do not see it. The proof of its existence lies in the evidence of its actions. We know that legs do not walk by themselves. If they are severed from the body, they cannot carry anyone very far. Cut off the hand and see if it can still grasp anything. Remove the eye, and it cannot see. The same is true for all the organs of the body. There is a thinker and an actor behind the organism that uses it for a conscious purpose. The body is unconscious without the thinker. This is a significant discovery because it implies that the body without the thinker could neither fall ill nor suffer, for without the thinker there could be no movement of the body. So why are we ill? This question will not be answered until all forms of disease are eradicated from the surface of the earth and counted among things that were once considered necessary. This is due to the fact that the human being has discovered that the body itself is devoid of life and the capacity to act. Let us follow the course of human thought, since he made this first discovery about the body and began to apply his knowledge. First, he realized that the instinctive man had built the body through evolution, and after creating and evolving a perfect body, he left it in the hands of the human being to do with it as he wished. Initially, the human being was unaware of this, thinking that the body functioned autonomously. But once he discovered that this was not the case, he began to formulate new theories about himself. He discovered that, although he could think and make conscious decisions, something happened with his thoughts after he conceived them. They went somewhere, for they soon returned as memories. The human being understood that he could think consciously and that his thoughts returned to him. This led him to the conclusion that memory was something active, an internal mental operation. He said, "Memory is the reservoir of all my conscious thoughts, and it is active. My body is not conscious of life, but my thought is conscious of my body. My body is controlled by my thought and must also be controlled by my memory, for memory is active. But since memory is merely the result of conscious thought, memory itself is an unconscious operation of what was once conscious thought. Conscious and unconscious thought. Given that human beings have always had the habit of naming things, they referred to their memory as unconscious thought, and their conscious thought as objective mind. They concluded that they had two minds, a conscious one and an unconscious or subconscious one. The conscious mind was the one constantly used in a state of self-awareness, while the subconscious mind stored all conscious thoughts and served as the seat of memory. They deduced that just as the conscious mind functions, the unconscious mind also functions. This conclusion led to the discovery that the subconscious mind is responsible for building and maintaining the body. It did not create the body initially, as that was the work of the instinctive man. But the subconscious mind is the one that keeps the body functioning and is always influenced by the thoughts of the conscious mind. After carefully observing this process, the human being discovered that they could think consciously and, by doing so, create an impression in the unconscious mind to guide it in achieving what was indicated. From these observations, they deduced that the law of suggestion is a law of action and reaction. Thus, they discovered how habits are formed. These are conscious ideas that root themselves in inner thought and develop into logical conclusions, a new basis for thought. Consequently, they began to reason as follows. The instinctive man within me is perfect, yet I seem imperfect. My apparent imperfection must be the result of imperfect thinking. In reality, I am and have always been perfect. Now I will begin to think differently about myself and see what happens. And as they began to think from this new perspective, they noticed that their body responded and healed. They concluded that God made me perfect, but also made me an individual, which means I can make of myself what I want. In reality, I cannot destroy my body, but I can make it uncomfortable. Since God created me and made me perfect, every organ in my body represents a perfect idea. Realizing that this was true, they began to think on this basis, and the organs of their body responded. They discovered that thoughts of peace generated a peaceful condition, while thoughts of fear generated a disturbed condition. That confidence made them strong, while fear weakened them. In fact, they were able to identify each mental attitude with its corresponding physical manifestation. They discovered that whether asleep or awake, their inner mind was always active. They also realized that by analyzing their thoughts, they could uncover the cause of their problems. They called this psychoanalysis, the law of the mind. Then another idea arose in their mind. Everything followed an order. They had discovered a law of the mind, just as they had discovered the law of electricity. If it was a law, they could always use it, and would always get a response. From there, they gradually developed a defined technique for the practice of right thinking. They discovered that if they always saw themselves as perfect, they would always feel better. But what should they do when their body seemed sick? How should they think about themselves when they were ill? Could they deny their sickness? When suffering, they understood that their illness was the result of their thinking, and that by changing their thoughts, they could change the effect. They learned to detach from their body when they were ill, and to return to their mind by thinking of their body as if it were perfect, for their thinking operated independently of their body. They shifted from the image of illness to the idea of health and affirmed, "I am perfect no matter how things appear." The unconscious mind in action. However, there were certain types of illness they had never contemplated in their mind, meaning they had never thought about them consciously. How could they reconcile this fact with their new theory? For a while, this was a difficult problem to solve, but through even more careful study of his inner self, he discovered that what he called the subjective mind took all his thoughts and gave them form. He found that there were certain combinations of thoughts which, when they reached their logical conclusions, produced specific types of illness. He didn't need to consciously think about a specific illness to suffer from it. Instead, if he cultivated certain types of thoughts, they would generate their logical outcomes. For example, if he remained constantly excited, he might become nervous. If he became angry, his body might secrete toxins, and so on through the full range of human afflictions. These had a basis somewhere in the mind. He might not always be able to pinpoint exactly where, but knowing that his body was perfect, he could heal himself. He knew that with time and increasing knowledge, he would discover more about himself and thus be able to heal himself better. He rejoiced at having taken the right path. He believed that in time he would come to know everything and would never be ill again. Another great discovery: thought. Then he made a new discovery. He could think of others and heal them. No matter where they were, he could think of them and heal them. This was truly surprising, because it implied that there was a shared mind through which his thought operated. He could not reach others unless there was a means between him and the other person. This seemed strange because what he had learned to consider his individual subjective mind was, in reality, merely his personal use of something present in everyone. He began to think for others and found that the mind responded to his thoughts for them, causing action in their bodies. He called this means the universal mind, or the law of God. It seemed as omnipresent as the law of electricity or any other force of nature, the discovery of racial thought. In this way, he discovered how it was possible for all humanity to share certain types of thoughts and how these could influence anyone who was receptive to them. That is, if someone felt discouraged, other thoughts of discouragement could also enter and worsen their state of mind. He called this racial suggestion, but how could he protect himself from this? He knew it could not affect him since he was a perfect idea and could not be influenced by suggestion. After all, he was merely a thought. He learned to build a mental barrier around himself into which no one could enter unless he allowed it. He called this divine protection. A universal means that all must believe in. The human being had discovered that he could help and heal himself and others using what he called a universal law of the mind. He understood that, just like other forces of nature, it was a great impersonal law that could be consciously used at any time through proper thought. He realized that there would come a time when humanity would heal itself by knowing the truth about its own nature. However, since this law was mental in nature, it could only work for those who believed in it, and since many did not, he needed to heal himself and heal others who wished to be healed, while waiting for the rest of the world to become aware of it. Another question arose: why are people poor? Another thought crossed his mind. If he could think of a universal means of the mind and heal himself and others, and if this mind could produce such a physical effect on the body, why could it not also produce the same type of effect on circumstances and life in general? Why were some people rich and others poor? Was it fate, or was it because there was not enough for everyone? If the unique mind had created the bodies, why had it not also created the circumstances? And if it had created them, why had it not distributed them equitably? Why were some people happy and prosperous, while others were unhappy, weak and poor? Could the answer also be found in the mind? Could it be that just as a person had thought themselves ill and thus created the illness, they had thought of poverty and made that condition possible in their experience? Questions like these and many others came to the human mind and prompted him to delve deeper into the nature of things. Observing around him, he noticed that some people succeeded while others failed, even though everything was happening in the same world and under similar conditions. He realized that there had to be something inside the human being, rather than outside, that made all these things possible. He understood that circumstances did not create themselves. Everything in the human being's life was directed by himself. Man begins to realize that his conditions are controlled by thought. Thus, the human being realized that even his affairs were influenced by himself, operating through the universal mind. He discovered that by changing his thought he could transform his circumstances, and by thinking correctly he could bring new conditions into his life. But would there be enough for everyone if all were prosperous? Yes, because instinctive life is unlimited. He realized that he needed to think correctly. Thus, the human being discovered that he could control his affairs through proper thought. He could attract to his experience the things he desired to enjoy if he thought correctly. And since everything was in accordance with the law, he could do so consciously. He understood that a time would come when everyone would think correctly. Poverty, misfortune, and everything resulting from it would be eradicated from the surface of the earth. It was not supposed to be this way from the beginning, but humanity had abused its power. Now that he understood, he would completely change his way of thinking, and as a result, be happy and prosper. However, not everyone believed this. Many thought it was a silly idea, while others considered it too good to be true. Yet it would soon be demonstrated that those who wished to believe and obey the law could verify its truth in their own lives. If some refused to believe, it did not matter. There would be many others who would believe, and over time, the evident proof in their lives would convince others. Thus, with time, all would be freed from unbearable conditions. The task was to teach the law to those who believed in it, and the lessons that follow have this purpose: to teach those who believe in the law how to use it. The race is composed of individuals, and the starting point is the person who believes in the greatest possibility. Each individual must develop the law of their own being by themselves. It is within the power of every human being to completely change their environment and fully heal their body. Whether they do so or not depends entirely on their own conviction and determination. Nature accompanies them on their path and is always ready to serve them, but each individual is unique, and nothing will be imposed upon them. Anyone who follows the law acts according to their own nature and continually strives to think and live correctly will prove to themselves that life contains everything, and even more than they ever imagined. Part 2, the lessons. Lesson 1, Introduction. In presenting these mental science lessons to the public, my goal is to ensure that anyone who takes the time to study them can demonstrate the truths that will be discussed. It can be challenging to convey a complete teaching of mental science in writing without it seeming complicated, but this could apply to any science, and the science of the mind is no exception to this general rule. Science. Science involves the knowledge of facts based on proven principles. In all sciences, we understand that certain things happen under specific conditions. For example, take electricity. We know it exists, even though we have never seen it, because we use it. We know how it works and how it operates. From this knowledge, we derive facts about electricity, and by applying them to a general principle, we obtain concrete results. No one has directly observed the power or energy we call electricity. The only evidence we have of its existence is that we experience its effects, such as light, heat, and driving force. Similarly, no one has observed the fundamental causes underlying the manifestations of life, and it is possible that we may never observe them. However, we know that these principles exist because of their practical application. How laws are discovered. The discovery of a law usually occurs by accident or through the reflection and careful observation of someone who comes to the conclusion that a certain principle must exist. Once a law is discovered, experiments are conducted to demonstrate that certain facts are true, and thus a science begins to develop. Science consists of a series of known facts related to a specific principle. As more facts are gathered and tested, the science expands and eventually becomes an accepted part of knowledge, used by those who understand it. All our sciences have evolved in this manner over time, allowing us today to use invisible powers and forces that our ancestors could not even imagine. The proof of the mind is the same as that of mental science. Although no one has seen the mind or soul, its existence is undeniable. Life is an evident fact, and since we live, we must possess life. However, no one has ever directly observed this life. The only proof of life is the fact that we are alive, and the only proof of the mind is that we are capable of thinking. Thus, we have good reasons to believe in the existence of the mind and life. Where do our thoughts go? When we observe the processes of thought, we realize that we think consciously, and that something happens to our thoughts after we have thought them. For example, they become memories. This demonstrates that we have a deeper aspect of the mind called the subconscious, which is just below the threshold of consciousness. This subconscious is where our thoughts go, and from where they eventually return to us in the form of memory. Observation shows that this is true because it always happens this way. Observation has shown that the subconscious is the seat of memory, and contains mental images or impressions of everything that has happened to the individual. When these mental impressions rise to the surface of the conscious mind, they become memories. Furthermore, observation has demonstrated that the subconscious is the creator of the body. It has been proven that it is not only the seat of memory, but also the means by which human instinct operates. We understand by human instinct that part of the individual that was with them at birth, something internal that makes them what they are. For example, we do not have to think consciously to make our bodies function, which is why we say that the inner or instinctive being does it for us. This is true for most bodily functions, which seem automatic and were given to us at birth. They are the way nature works through us. Thus, we say that there is in the unconscious the subconscious or the subjective. From this, it has been deduced that the subjective mind is the creator of the body and plays a fundamental creative role in the human being. It has also been demonstrated that certain types of thoughts produce specific results, which shows that the subjective mind takes our suggestions and tends to act in accordance with them, regardless of the suggestion. Although the instinctive or natural man should be perfect, it is known that the conscious human thoughts can hinder instinctive action due to negative suggestions. In other words, conscious thought, acting as memory, can create a false illness in the body. However, conscious thought can also erase this memory and thus heal the illness. Through such observations, a science of mental subject has gradually developed. Many facts have been gathered, and today these facts constitute what we call the science of subjective life in its relation to mental healing. It has also been proven that thought operates in a way that allows the transmission of mental impressions from one person to another, indicating the existence of a mental medium between all individuals. If we think about how we could communicate with each other if such a medium did not exist, we would not be able to do so, which is why we actually know that this medium exists. While our bodies have defined limits in terms of their form, there seems to be no limit to where our thought ends. In fact, observations and collected facts suggest that the medium between human minds is omnipresent. That is, it seems to be present everywhere, as demonstrated by radio, where messages are transmitted through a type of universal medium, and all we can say about it is that we know it is there. The same is true for the mind. All we can affirm is that everything happens as if this medium were present. Therefore, we are entirely justified in asserting that such a medium exists. This posits a theory of considerable scope, as it leads to the conclusion that we are surrounded by a universal thought that serves as a means of communication for our thoughts. Perhaps it is the mind of God. Who can know for certain? What we cannot question is its presence. Further observations have revealed even more astonishing possibilities. It has been found that some people can read our thoughts, even when we are not aware of it, demonstrating that thought operates through a medium that is universal or always present. This also shows that this medium is subjective, as it retains our thoughts and communicates them to others. This leads us to the conclusion that what we call our subjective mind is actually the way we, as individuals, use something universal. Perhaps just as radio messages are transmitted through a universal medium, our thoughts are transmitted through a universal mind. In fact, some of the deepest thinkers have supported this belief for thousands of years. In terms of the law, we should consider the mental medium similarly to how we think about the radio transmission medium, in terms of the law, for there must be a law of mental action. While we might conceive of it as the mind of God, we certainly cannot consider it as the mind of God, since the mental medium is automatic, whereas the mind must be self-conscious. In the same way that we cannot call the air God, it is simply one of the many attributes of God or the universe. Life is the way God operates as law, God's word as law. Given that human beings have a conscious mind, a subconscious mind, and a body, we know that their nature is threefold. First, there is the conscious mind or spirit. Then there is the subconscious mind or mental law. And finally, the body. The conscious mind has control over the subconscious, and in turn, the subconscious controls the body. It is evident that man comes from God, from life or from nature, as we might prefer to call it. It is also evident that we can only obtain from life what already exists in it. Man must participate in the divine nature if he comes from it or is made of it, For what is true for the whole must also be true for each of its parts. Nothing can arise from nothing. Something must arise from something. Nothing comes from nothing, and nothing is the result of nothing. Man is something commendable. He could not assert himself, and since he is something, he must be made of something or originate from something, and that something must be what we call God, God's triple nature. If we study the true nature of man, we will have explored the true nature of God, or the first cause from which man emanates. As we have found that man is triple in nature, we can also deduce that God is triple in nature. That is, God is spirit or self-knowledge, God is law and action, and God is result or body. This is what the teaching of the Trinity means internally, but let us elaborate. God as spirit is the servant of spirit. God as body implies the manifestation of spirit. We could express it differently and say that there is cause, means, and effect, or simply cause, means, and result, the Trinity of Being. A Trinity of Being seems to be present throughout nature and all life. For example, there is electricity, its operation, and its result, which is light or driving force. There is the seed, the means by which the plant creates itself on earth. In any case, we are faced with the necessity of a Trinity of Being. There must always be the thing itself, what it does and how it operates. A Trinity pervades life and everything that composes it. However, in the Trinity of God and man, there flows a self-conscious spirit, and this is what differentiates man from the beast or a purely mechanical creation. It is precisely this aspect that could transform God into a self-conscious power, the conscious mind into God and man. In both God and man, there is a power that, although not above the law, uses it consciously for specific purposes. In the case of God, this knowledge must be complete, but in man. Certainly Jesus, the wisest man who ever existed, affirmed that God and man are one in their true nature, and undoubtedly this understanding is what endowed him with his wonderful power. Unity is important to recall, as throughout history enlightened individuals and thinkers from all eras have taught that there is an invisible cause behind all things. By studying the teachings of these great thinkers, we find a common thread running through their teachings, the thread of unity. No profound thinker has ever taught duality at any time. One of Moses' great teachings was, "Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord," and the declaration, "I am that I am," existed long before Moses' birth, inscribed for generations on the doors of temples. If we go even further back in time, we find this same teaching in the literature and sayings of the wise across all eras. Jesus also taught this unity when he said, "I and the Father are one," and when he spoke of the Father dwelling in him. The teaching of unity is the foundation of the sacred scriptures of the East, as well as our own sacred scriptures today, and constitutes the main source of modern philosophical teachings such as Christian Science, divine science, the teachings of the New Thought movement, occult, esoteric or internal teachings, and even much of what is taught under the name of psychology. Science has found nothing that contradicts this teaching, and will never do so, for this teaching is self-evident. The worship of God, the existence of a God or a first cause, is something that no one can question. It is evident that the being we call God exists from eternity to eternity. Throughout all ages, people have worshipped some form of divinity. It is true that as human evolution has progressed, the idea of God has expanded, and as people have gained a greater understanding of life, nature, and its laws, their concept of divinity has become clearer. This is the logical result of a developing mind. In the early stages of human thought, many gods were imagined. This idea naturally arose from the many tragedies and difficulties experienced in life. Similarly, as there were many gods, there was also belief in many demons or malevolent powers. However, as human understanding evolved, people began to realize that there could not be so many powers, as the cause behind everything must be a unity for the universe to exist. The existence of multiple powers would imply a universe divided against itself, which would be unsustainable. Nevertheless, this conclusion took a long time to develop, and in the intermediate stages, many strange ideas were formulated and believed. Initially, there were multiple gods and demons, but as thought progressed, this transformed into a single god and a single demon, or malevolent power. Despite this, belief in duality persisted for a long time, and in fact, many people still maintain it. Duality refers to the belief in the existence of multiple powers behind all things. This belief in duality has weakened theology and introduced falsehoods into philosophy. It has also divided science into opposing factions and led many people to live with troubled hearts. In theology, the belief in duality gave rise to the idea of a god and another power, both having equal power to impose blessings or curses upon humans. Humans came to worship this other power in the same way they worship God. Even today, this monstrous belief deprives people of their inherent right to happiness and a sense of security. Even today, some openly teach that there is an evil power in the universe and that there is condemnation for the souls of those who do not submit and worship this power, although no one knows exactly what it is. However, the time is rapidly approaching when such teachings will be abandoned and regarded as the delusions of an unbalanced mentality. For a long time, it has been common for many religious leaders to keep people in a state of fear before a throne of condemnation and total destruction, to the point that the poor and ignorant population has been prey to despair. This method was effective in drawing people's attention and offering them the hope of salvation through sacred rites performed by those whom God had designated. In fairness to these religious leaders, we might give them the benefit of the doubt and say that they sincerely believed in the terrible teachings they dispensed. Nevertheless, it is time to understand with greater clarity the true nature in which we all believe and wish to know. Understanding the existence of a God is something that any sensible person would not deny. However, believing in a vengeful and hate-filled God, resembling an angry human being, is something that no one can accept with common sense and maintain their mental health. Therefore, we assert unequivocally that all we can believe about such a God is that this kind of being probably does not exist. Duality in philosophy, just like the belief in duality, has impoverished much of philosophy through the centuries by concealing a fundamental truth. The belief in duality has led to a philosophy of good and evil that many have adhered to. However, true philosophy in every era has recognized that the power underlying all things must be unique. The clearer the understanding of unity, the greater the philosophy. It has shone as a guiding light where weary souls have traveled in hope of discovering reality. We owe the advancement of the world to the great philosophers of all times, as they have been the pioneers and helpers of humanity. We humbly honor them as messengers of the Most High, for God has spoken through them and taught us that we are not merely creatures of dust, but divine beings created in the image of perfection with an infinite destiny. Duality has also influenced science by dividing the universe into spirit and matter, thus creating a dual universe. However, modern science is rapidly transforming our understanding of the universe, moving from a focus on matter to considering a hypothetical and theoretical ether. This challenges many materialist beliefs. We are now taught that all matter is in constant flux, that everything originates from a source and ultimately returns to it. A wake-up call. The world is awakening to the fact that things are not at all what they seem to be. It is discovered that matter and form are actually the same substance that appears and disappears, and that form is merely used as an expression of something that lacks form, but possesses self-awareness. Science does not strive to explain the nature of this life. This question has been left to theology, and only time will tell if it has been correctly delegated to those competent to answer it. Philosophy guides human thought. It has always transcended science and will always do so, as philosophy deals with causes while science focuses on effects. The scientist observes the results of nature's work, while the philosopher reflects on their cause. Many ideas taught by philosophy for thousands of years are now corroborated by science. In reality, these two disciplines should complement each other, as one addresses causes and the other effects. True philosophy and true science will eventually meet on a common ground, and, working together, they will offer the world a theological understanding of reality. Then, God will truly emerge in creation. A deep search. Ancient thinkers and philosophers throughout history have devoted much time and thought to the nature of the divine, recognizing that there can only be one ultimate reality behind all things. They have explored the nature of this reality in depth. It is significant to note that most great thinkers have arrived at similar conclusions in this regard. The great difficulty, one of the challenges that has defended the path of true philosophy, has been the necessity to explain a diverse creation from a single cause. It is undeniable that we live in a constantly evolving world, where things and forms appear and disappear constantly, where forms merely emerge to vanish, and events occur only to cease. It is not surprising that the ordinary person, unaccustomed to investigating underlying causes, tends to feel and believe that there are multiple causes behind the world of things. Philosophers of all ages have faced the challenge of explaining how a single cause can manifest into a diversity of individual forms or break the unity. Although this has not been easy, once the explanation is understood, it becomes very clear and evident: the voice of God in creation. The argument developed as follows: the ultimate cause of all things must be one, for life cannot divide against itself. Infinity must be one, for there cannot be two infinities. Any change that occurs must take place within unity, but unity must be immutable. As being one and unique, it cannot change into anything other than itself. Thus, all apparent change is actually the play of life within itself, and everything that happens must occur by and through this unity. How do these things occur within this unity? Through an internal action within itself. What would be the nature of this internal action? It could not be physical in the sense we understand physics, but it must be the result of the power of the inner voice of life, that is, the voice of God. Representing God as the first and only cause of all that is, the Word of God is impossible to imagine other than as the Word of God, thus triggering power. That is why the Scriptures declare, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Through him all things were made, and without him nothing was made that has been made." God speaks and creates. It is evident that the first cause must be self-existent. That is, it must have no cause. Nothing preceded what was first. And while this may be somewhat difficult to understand, we can all comprehend that any being we call God must be self-existent. The Spirit knows itself. God speaks and manifests, but if God speaks, his word must be the law. The Word of God is also the law of God, and God is Spirit. It is evident that God, as Spirit, is self-aware. That the Spirit is aware is demonstrated by the fact that we have evidence of this awareness dispersed throughout time and space. God must know that he is. This is the essential meaning of the I Am teaching passed down since ancient times. The Spirit is the power that recognizes itself, one of the oldest sayings of all time. The law is the servant of the Word. The Spirit knows itself, but the law is the servant of the Spirit and acts through its word. We know that every law is a manifestation of a vital force or energy. The law does not know itself. It simply acts. Thus, it is the instrument of the Spirit, the manner in which the Spirit operates, and the means by which it accomplishes its purpose. God created the law, for we cannot conceive a moment when the law was not in action. It is impossible to think that it was ever created. Therefore, the law must exist eternally with the Spirit. We might say that the law is one of the attributes of the Spirit. The Spirit acts through the law, which is part of its own nature. Thus, every action must be a manifestation of the Spirit in the form of the law. The word of the Spirit begins its designs with the law, and since the law must be as infinite as the Spirit, we cannot conceive of a moment when it would not be, nor a moment when it would cease to be. We also cannot imagine that the law stops operating once set in motion. Thus, we have an infinite Spirit and an infinite law, intelligence and its way of acting. God operates through a law that is infallible and secure, the forms of the Spirit or creation. Next, we arrive at the manifestations of the Spirit that we call matter. But what is matter? Science tells us that matter is eternal and indestructible, that initially it is an invisible cosmic substance that gradually takes form through a law operating within it. Worlds have been created by the power of His Word. We know that even now, worlds are forming in the vast reaches of space, and other worlds are gradually disappearing. That is, they are losing their form. Thus, creation continues eternally. This shows that there is a definite purpose, a defined law in action to accomplish that purpose, and a defined form as a result of the execution of that design. In other words, it shows that there is an intrinsic intelligence in the universe that knows what it is doing, how to do it, and why to do it, and that there is a law that follows its will. It also shows that there is something upon which it operates. In this regard, we will call it matter in an unformed state. Perhaps this is what science refers to as ether. It is difficult to determine, but there is undeniably something on which the spirit acts. The teaching of the great thinkers of all times is that we live in a universe composed of spirit, soul and body, intelligence, substance and form, with the purpose of creation. Considering this, we can better understand that creation does not involve creating out of nothing, but rather transforming substance into form through a law activated by the word of the Spirit. Creation is continuous and eternal, as we cannot conceive a moment when the activity of the Spirit ceases. It is the same yesterday, today, and forever. Every action of the Spirit must be in harmony with itself, with the law residing within itself, and with universal matter, which is also part of its being. The three must in reality be one, hence the idea of the Trinity. Only the Word is self-aware. A key aspect to consider is that of the three attributes of the Spirit, only the Word is self-aware. The law is a force, and matter is simply ready to take form. Since it has been demonstrated that the law or energy is timeless, and that matter has the same nature, it is reasonable to assume that matter and law coexist with the Spirit. However, the Spirit possesses consciousness. The law is simply a force, and matter has no mentality of its own. The law is not a thought, but an acting force, while matter cannot think for itself, but is thought. The Word of God is understood as the internal consciousness or self-awareness of the Spirit. The thought of God seems to grasp this sense better, as we know that thought is an internal process or a form of consciousness. The thought of God must be the foundation of all that truly exists, and given that many things truly exist, there must be many thoughts in the mind of the infinite. From there arises the world of diversity or many things. However, this world of diversity does not contradict the world of unity, as many things coexist within unity. Eternal creation may seem confusing to human minds, but not in the thought of God. Thus, we have a universe that reflects the countless ideas of an infinite intelligence, and it does so without any confusion. Therefore, we have an infinite and eternal cosmos and creation. Here is the profound meaning of the mystical words, endless world. Creation has always been and will always be. Things may appear and disappear, but creation endures eternally, as it is the expression of the thought of God. This is truly an extraordinary concept, as it means that there will always be a manifestation of divine ideas. We need not worry about its eventual cessation. This is impossible as long as God exists, for God is eternal. And there will always be some form of manifestation. The universe is alive, filled with action, power, energy, and life. We can perceive it only partially, but through these parts we glimpse the nature of the whole. Modern science leaves no witness inactive. It reveals much of what the great thinkers of past centuries had anticipated. Among these discoveries is the fact that matter is constantly in flux, like a river flowing forward, governed by an invisible force or law, taking shape through what science assumes to be the will and purpose of the Spirit. This is what we call the Word. All things were created by the Word. In conclusion, in the universe there is a force that acts intelligently, and we can assume that it is so. There is an activity that acts as a law, and we know that this is true. There is also an unformed substance in the universe, always taking shape and changing continuously, which is also evident. Thus, we can assert that there is a triple nature of being that we will call spirit, soul, and body. We will consider the spirit as the principal actor, the soul as the means of its action, and the body as the result of this action. We will view the spirit as the only conscious actor, the only power that knows itself. We will regard the soul as a blind force obeying the will of the spirit, and the body as the effect of the spirit acting through the law, thus creating form. We will say that neither the law nor the matter from which form emerges has conscious intelligence, but by their nature, they must take the form of the word. This simplifies the entire concept and allows us to understand that only one power truly operates throughout the universe, the power of the Word of God. The chart of the first lesson in this series attempts to represent the triple nature of the universe by showing how the Spirit, acting through the law, transforms into form. It represents the internal sense of creation, the metaphysical sense of the words used in the upper section of the universal letter. Spirit refers to the intelligent power present in and through all things, the first person of the Trinity, the absolute, the unconditioned, that which cannot be limited, the first cause from which all comes, the cause of all manifestation at any level, the first aspect in any creative process, the essential aspect of things, God equivalent to Spirit, the conscious consciousness behind everything, the Heavenly Father and the eternal Mother of all being whom we worship and revere, the only consciousness in the personal universe for all who believe in Him. It is difficult to conceive an idea as vast as God, and the only way we can conceive the divine being is through our own nature, since His Spirit is our spirit. The great I Am, revealed to Moses as the one true spirit or power of the universe, is that from which there is no other I Am, another way of saying God. The I Am in man is man's life. Without this I Am, man could not exist, the conscious awareness, the power of self-awareness, that which is conscious of its own being. The Spirit is the power that knows itself, the God who knows Himself, the intelligence in the universe manifesting in all creation. If God were not aware of Himself, then man could not be aware of himself. It is difficult for us to conceive of such universal consciousness. We perceive it only partially, but the evidence of this conscious awareness is found throughout time, space, and the eternal activity of the cosmos, sufficient to prove that this conscious awareness truly exists. When we speak of the purpose of the Spirit, we refer to the fact that conscious awareness has the ability to know what it wishes to express and the power to express it. Deminger argues that such a thing as an infinite purpose cannot exist because it would be a contradiction in the sense of infinity. This may be true, but it does not follow that the element of purpose cannot exist in the eternal Spirit. In fact, the evidence of this quality of being is so complete in the universe that we cannot deny it. Only the evolution of creation on this planet would imply some degree of intentionality. The Spirit must be its own driving force, its own impulse. To assume that the Spirit must go somewhere to obtain energy, to energize itself, would imply that the Spirit is not the first cause. Whatever the nature of what comes first, it must have within itself all it needs to express itself. We must understand that when we deal with causality, we are dealing with what is primordial and absolutely unconditioned. It does not need to be energized, but it is the energy of every form and manifestation of life. It is difficult to grasp the idea of self-existence, but we can understand it at least to some extent. For example, we might ask why water is wet. There is no reason. It is wet simply because its nature is to be wet. If we asked who created life, we could not answer, because if we assumed some power created life, we would not consider life as the first cause. We must understand that when we deal with true being, we are dealing with what has never been created. When does something begin to be? 4 plus 2 is 4, of course, is a self-existent truth. God did not create God. God is. This is what the statement, "I am that I am," means. Any search for truth must begin with the obvious fact that life is what it is, and thus it is self-existent. The Spirit has never had a beginning. The Spirit will never cease to exist. Time, beginning, and end are illusions. Will implies the ability to choose consciously. Choice is the capacity to make decisions consciously. Will is the decision that is made. The capacity to choose and the will must be attributes of the Spirit. Essentially, they mean the same thing. However, it is important not to conceive of these qualities of the Spirit in terms of limited human thought. When we choose, we select between different opinions, but when the Spirit chooses, it simply establishes what is as a determined thing. The spirit does not need to desire things to happen. Things occur because it is the will of the spirit that it be so. This will is thus simply the execution of a purpose, and since the spirit is absolute, nothing can oppose its will. Choice, the abolition of choice and will are necessary and authentic attributes of the self-existent power, for without them there would be no means through which God's ideas could manifest in man. These qualities of the spirit are limited in man, but unlimited in God. Energy is the vital force that animates everything. Life gives life to all, and power is the necessary attribute of an unlimited being. Together, they form a perfect being. Life is what lives, and power is the energy with which it operates. Considering life and power as a combined quality of causality, we see that they come together to be the underlying basis of all manifestation, visible or invisible, in the objective world. Life is the force that unites everything, the foundation of all that exists. For example, in the material world, it is the force that holds atoms together to create a form. In the mental world, it is the force that allows us to think. And in the spiritual world, it is the force that allows us to live. Life appears to manifest at different levels. In the mineral world and in the world of all material forms, it seems to be unconscious. That is, it does not manifest a state of self-awareness. However, we know that at a certain degree of intelligence, it permeates all creation. Chemical affinity is a manifestation of life as attraction to itself. In the plant kingdom, it seems to have a more developed degree of consciousness, manifesting as a power to express itself in a place without the will to move. However, this does not limit the spirit, but is simply one of the ways it operates in the animal world. We observe different degrees of manifestation of life, from the first living cell to the human being. For example, a dog is more intelligent than a fish, but both have the ability to move. The fish seems to move simply by instinct, while the dog appears to have some degree of consciousness. Although there may be differences of opinion on this, at least in most animals we find the ability to move, and whether by instinct or by free choice, the ability to express a certain degree of freedom. In humans, life manifests in terms of choice and free will, manifesting at the level of self-consciousness. While the spirit, by its own nature, always knows itself, it is valid to say that it manifests at different levels. This does not limit the spirit, but shows that it is truly unlimited, as it can manifest at as many levels as it wishes. When the spirit manifests in the purely mechanical and material world, we call it unconscious life. When it manifests in the animal world, we call it a state of simple awareness. And when it manifests through the human being, we call it a state of self-consciousness. As this state of self-consciousness in the human spirit extends towards a broader understanding of its unity with everything, we call it a cosmic state. Thus we identify 4 different levels where the spirit manifests: the unconscious state, simple awareness, self-consciousness, and cosmic consciousness. All these manifestations are just different forms through which the unique power operates. Life is therefore the quality of the Supreme Being that permeates everything and allows it to be what it is. Truth is what it is. Reason, cause, and power in and through everything. It has neither beginning nor end, does not change, is complete, perfect, integral, self-existent without cause, and omnipotent. God, spirit, law, intelligence, and everything that implies reality is free to do as it wishes, but of course it cannot do anything that contradicts its own nature. Peace is an inner serenity so profound that nothing can disturb it, the peace that comes solely from the knowledge that it is all. Impenetrable peace is the peace of the Spirit, the peace Jesus referred to when he said, "Peace I leave with you, my peace I give you." The infinite is always at peace because nothing can disturb it. Balance, a perfect balance that maintains everything in place effortlessly, is the law of balance without which nothing could sustain itself. It is the law of balance that must exist in the infinite spirit, because nothing disrupts it. Balance is the underlying law of what we call the law of compensation, the life perfectly balanced. We cannot fully understand the meaning of balance as it exists in the spirit, but we can understand that it represents an eternal, unperturbable power, free from conflicting emotions, always self-assured and secure. The Word, of course, refers to the Spirit's ability to manifest in form and expression. The Word of God represents the self-contemplation of the Spirit, the manifested universe as we see it, as well as the invisible universe that must also exist. It is the result of the Lord's self-contemplation. He spoke, and it was created. The Word was with God, and the Word was God. All things were made by Him, and without Him was not anything made that was made. The starting point of all creation lies in the Word of the Spirit. The Word is the concept, idea, image, or thought of God. It is the Spirit knowing itself by speaking to itself in manifestation. Behind everything is a Word as its primordial cause, the perfect Logos, the divine creative Word, the perfect Word of God, the unique All, beside which there is nothing else, the one who contains within himself everything that is real. Life encompasses all of it, and love flows through everything, the only presence and the unique infinite entity we call God or Spirit. Within this whole, everything has its existence. The Spirit cannot know anything beyond itself. It is the center of the circumference of all that exists. It knows no enemies, differences, old age, separation, or distance from itself. It is indivisible, complete, and perfect in itself. It has no opposites or oppositions. It is only aware of its own creative capacity, and being all, it cannot be hindered in any way, form, or manner. It is difficult to conceive such complete life and power, but sometimes we glimpse them in moments of true inspiration when we realize, at least to some extent, that God is all. The Spirit contains within itself both the masculine and feminine vital principles, both united as one. The axioms of reason establish that the infinite cannot divide against itself. Therefore, the infinite is indivisible and thus a perfect unity. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. It is also said that the one whose center is everywhere and whose circumference is nowhere. The totality of God is present at every point. He neither approaches nor distances himself from any point, but is always in it. The totality of God is present in each of his points. It is to this residing Spirit that Jesus prayed, for God is in every human being, as well as in all of creation. It is this thread of beauty that supports everything, flows through everything, and unites everything. Its lines extend everywhere. There is no place where God is not. This concept allowed Job to declare, "I shall see God in my flesh." All life is united by a common law of love, and love is the self-giving of the Spirit manifested in and through everything that is visible and invisible. The understanding of this unique presence has illuminated the saints and sages of the past. I and the Father are one. The Father is in me. He does the works. We must feel this wonderful presence because it is the secret of metaphysical work. God in everything and through everything, the macrocosm, the universal world, another way of referring to the whole, the great house, another way of expressing the universe in a masculine form, the assertive principle of being, the self-conscious power, and the projective principle of life that fills the universal soul with its ideas and concepts. The self-realization of the Spirit constitutes its active being and always acts upon itself. Just as we cannot conceive of an unconscious consciousness, we cannot imagine an inactive consciousness. The Spirit, due to its infinite capacity to know itself, must always be in action. This action is what we call creation. Creation is eternal. It may stop in one place and start in another, but it never ceases. We know that God will always be God, so we know that creation will never end. This is what an endless world means. It is important to emphasize this point because some people believe that creation will cease at some point, which would be an anti-philosophical position. Another philosophical error is to believe that there are periods when the Spirit does not create, which is impossible because we cannot conceive of a moment when the Spirit would cease to be self-aware. Its self-awareness is its action. We can imagine that it will not create more worlds like ours, but to suppose that it could cease to create would be to suppose that it could cease to be. We do not think of God as a terrifying person, but we think of the Spirit as the infinite personality present in and through all life. We must remember that even though the Spirit is infinite, it remains self-aware, and infinite self-awareness is the infinite essence of personality or the abstract essence of all personality. Thinking of God simply as an infinite principle would be to reduce the divine to an impersonal entity, a cold and impersonal law, without emotion, color, and certainly without receptivity. Such a concept of God would deprive man of his divine birthright and engage him in an abyss of law and action, without reason or direction. One could not imagine a worse mental state than one where man would think of God only as a principle. The fact that man comes from the universe in a self-conscious state demonstrates that behind every manifestation is a power that knows itself, and a power that knows itself must be personal, not limited, but infinite. As astonishing as this concept may be, God is personal to all who believe in him. God is receptive to all who approach him, and God is the element of personality behind all personality. There are no two identical ideas in the creator spirit of the universe, which is infinite and thinking an unlimited number of things. Each thing is therefore distinct and separate within the great whole, just as atoms in science are united by ether. Each idea of the divine spirit is united in one spirit. There are no two identical things, no two identical roses, no two identical people. All come from one life, all are in one life, and all come through it. But each always retains its identity within the perfect and immutable whole. The one cannot change, for being all there is nothing it can change into except itself, so it remains unchangeable. The only cause behind everything never changes, but remains constantly active. What we perceive as a changing form is in reality unchangeable. Nothing changes except the form. We know that matter and energy are indestructible and eternal, but we also know that there is always change within them. If we understand that nothing changes except the form, we are not confused by the idea of the immutable. For example, water can become ice, and ice can melt and become water again. Where was the water when it was ice? Where was the ice when it was water? In reality, there has been no real change except that one form solidified and then returned to its original form. The principle behind this has not changed. Omniscience, the Spirit of God that knows and understands everything. Omnipotence, the Almighty. Omnipresence, the constant presence of the indivisible whole. The Spirit does not reason like man does. That is, it does not seek the truth, but it is itself the truth, knowing intuitively and revealing itself simply as what it is. If we were to attribute some form of reasoning to it, we might say that it reasons deductively from the whole to a part, used in the sense of the soul, the world, or the medium through which the Spirit acts. The Holy Spirit, or the third person of the Trinity, is like the fertile earth where seeds are sown and from which plant life emerges. The soul of the universe is the creative medium where the word of the Spirit arrives and where creation emerges. We must be careful not to see the soul and the Spirit as separate, for in reality they are two parts or aspects of the same thing, each self-existing and co-eternal with the other. The simplest way to conceive of the world soul is to think of it as the earth where we sow seeds. Subjective, the dictionary defines the term as the impression an object makes on the mind. The external object is a percept, while the impression is a concept. The concept or idea would be subjective because it is the impression received by the mind. In the previous context, we interpret the term subjective as the receptacle of the Spirit's thought forms. The soul is subjective in relation to the Spirit, meaning it receives impressions from it. Subjective always means something received by the subconscious mind, just as subjective means the mind is aware. The soul is the subconscious of the Spirit. Like the soil or earth, it receives and acts. Unlike the Spirit, the soul does not have its own choice. Being subjective, it is obliged to receive but cannot choose. We must always keep in mind that the soul simply reflects the images that the Spirit projects onto it. Immaterial, the soul is without matter as we think of it, but it is the substance of the Spirit and could be considered as the matter of the Spirit. Just as all the matter of the physical world ultimately resolves into the ether from which it comes, we can think of the substance of the soul as ether, and realize that every form ultimately becomes again the matter of the soul. However, Perhaps the simplest way to consider it would be to view it as the final and definitive analysis of matter. We know that matter comes from somewhere, and the teaching is that the matter of the soul is where it comes from. However, we must distinguish the things of the soul. The soul is subjective intelligence, for although it does not have the ability to choose, it certainly has the ability to intelligently execute the commands of the spirit. We should never think of the subconscious as if it were unconscious. The soul of the universe is the principle closest to the spirit and somewhat inferior to it. Subconscious means subjective consciousness, but not unconsciousness. Although the soul cannot choose because it is not self-aware, it has its own intelligence, which is infinite. In comparison to the power of intelligence that we exhibit, for example, all the intelligence of the race could not create a buttercup or a thought. However, the intelligence in the creative soil of the earth will produce for us as much as we ask, provided, of course, that we sow the seeds. This same idea applies to the great creative medium of the spirit that we call the soul of the universe. It possesses the intelligence and power to produce things, but it cannot choose what it will produce. The soul and the things of the soul represent two distinct entities that are nonetheless intrinsically linked and must be considered in the category of the creative medium. The soul can be compared to the subconscious mind working within immaterial matter, giving rise to the multiple forms we observe, like a seed interacting with the earth and the earth affecting the seed. The illusion of the mind does not imply that the subjective mind itself is an illusion, but rather that it can project forms that are not necessarily true. For a more detailed explanation, consult the lesson chart on psychic phenomena. The creative medium is impersonal and does not possess a personality of its own, unlike the spirit. It has no knowledge or concern for those who use it, but it is always ready to work for any being or all equally. Keep this in mind. The soul or universal medium has been called the womb of nature and the Holy Mother, as it is receptive to the spirit and imbued with divine ideas. It gives birth to the ideas of the spirit and thus represents the feminine principle in nature. The soul is neutral, just like the earth that produces different types of plants. Having no consciousness of its own, it receives all ideas and materializes them. It is essential to always remember that the creative medium is neutral and does not have the capacity to reject. It is obliged to accept and act similarly to the earth that produces cabbages when cabbages are planted, without asking questions but acting immediately. The term plastic refers to the matter of the soul that can be shaped or not. This matter is entirely undetermined and has no mind of its own. The matter itself possesses an intelligence but is shaped by the power of the word. Maya refers to the illusion of the mind. Some early philosophers described the soul or the creative medium as a blind force that does not know but only acts. This applies to all laws. These laws act only, but they do not possess their own conscious will. The law is clearly the creative medium of the spirit and represents the great mental law of the universe. This law obeys the will of the spirit and is the universal law of the spirit. All laws are manifestations of the spirit in action. This creative medium is the only channel through which all laws and powers operate, being the primary law under which all secondary laws act. Cinematic frames means that this medium is the source of all thought forms. Refer to the explanation in the chart accompanying the lesson on psychic phenomena for a more detailed understanding. Passive and receptive, these terms refer to the neutral and feminine nature of the creative medium. By nature, only deductive, given that the creative medium is subjective. It cannot conduct analyses, decompositions, or negations. Its nature always compels it to accept, leading to exclusively deductive reasoning. The karmic law, known as the law of cause and effect, operates through the soul of the world, serving the spirit through time. The universal soul, representing the creative principle of nature and the law of the spirit, has sometimes been called the Holy Spirit or the servant of the eternal spirit through time. It is important to understand that neither the soul of the universe nor the spirit have ever been created. Both are eternal by nature. In the lower section, all manifestation of the spirit, whether perceptible or imperceptible, constitutes the body of God. Within this unique body of God enter all the bodies of the lower levels. This unique body, united with the intelligence that animates it, is called the Son, or the second person of the Trinity. Naturally, this encompasses the human being as well as its visible and invisible aspects. It also includes the entire range of levels of consciousness, from the simplest to the most complex, from a cell to an archangel. All are merely parts of a magnificent whole whose body is nature and whose soul is God. In summary, the manifestation of the Spirit extends through all planes, and as it is said, "In my Father's house there are many mansions." Although we cannot perceive all these mansions, science has revealed the existence of many invisible dwellings, and revelation has shown us that the universe is infinite, as we know this part that follows the cause and is not self-generated, but requires a power from which it originates. All manifestation is an effect, and is inexorably linked to its cause. The Creator is superior to its creation. Everything we experience through our physical senses is an effect, and visible things are not made from things that appear, meaning that the visible comes from the invisible. Form is defined as the result of a specific idea. Although the form itself is real, it has no consciousness of its own, and is subordinate to the power that created it. Forms may arise and disappear, but the power that gave rise to them is eternal and immutable. Forms may emerge and vanish, but the Spirit is eternal. For the Spirit to express itself and self-realize, it must manifest in some form, which gives meaning to the perpetually ongoing creation. The term objective refers to what is external to the effect. Conditions are another way to describe the results that are the product of causes. The result is what occurs as a necessary consequence of the law of cause and effect, following mathematical logic. Time can be defined as a sequence of events within a unified whole, as it is not an entity in itself, but a measure of experience. In eternity, time is essential for experience to occur within unity, but it is not a tangible entity despite its illusory nature. Nevertheless, it remains necessary for experiencing space, just as time is not an entity in itself, but the contour of form, a relative measure in the absolute fundamental for the expression of the Spirit as it allows the existence of defined forms. It is important to understand that neither time nor space are independent entities, but relative concepts necessary for the manifestation of the Spirit. Things refers to meaningful forms in time and space. Things are always results and never generate themselves. They are the objections of the Spirit and are essential to its manifestation, varying in size, shape, time, and duration, from planets to grains of sand, from fleeting moments to eternities. The material world acts as a reflection of God's thoughts. The illusion of matter refers to deceptive forms that may emerge. The multiplicity or existence of many elements arises from unity. In the same way that many plants grow from a single earth, multiplicity does not conflict with unity. Thus, the unique Spirit operating through the creative medium of the universe gives rise to a diversity of things. The relative mirror reflects both the absolute and the relative in material substance. Emanation refers to the projection of the Spirit into a form, the nature of being. The circle in chart number 1 represents universal life, as it has no discernible beginning or end. We have chosen to divide it into 3 parts, calling them spirit, soul, and body. This division does not imply that the nature of being is 3 separate entities, but that it is a unity with 3 distinct attributes: spirit, soul, and body. We treat the Spirit as the active principle and the only self-conscious awareness. We define the Spirit as the first cause or God, the absolute essence of all that exists. It is also known as the Great I Am, or the Universal I Am. When Moses asked God how he should identify the one sending him to the children of Israel, the answer was, "You shall say, I Am has sent you." I Am was used because it represents an absolute affirmation. The Spirit is a consciousness that has the power to know itself, aware of its own being. The Spirit is self-propelled, self-existing, and contains all life within itself. It is the Word, and the Word is will. It has the capacity to choose because it is will. It is will because it has the capacity to choose. The Spirit is free because it recognizes nothing outside of itself, nor anything different from itself. The Spirit is known as the Father-Mother God, as it represents the underlying principle of unity in all things. Both masculine and feminine principles stem from unity. The Spirit encompasses all life, truth, love, being, cause, and effect, and is the only power in the universe with the ability to know itself. The soul of the universe is not opposed to the Spirit, but as the principle directly beneath it, it has always been considered the receptacle into which the Spirit projects the forms of its thought. It is of a subjective nature relative to the Spirit. The subjective is always impersonal, neutral, malleable, passive, and receptive. Wherever a subjective law is present, there is something meant to receive and act accordingly. Thus, the soul of the universe has been described as a blind force that acts without knowing, serving as the servant of the eternal Spirit through the ages, acting as the medium through which the thoughts, power, and action of the Spirit manifest. There are two forms of reasoning that the human mind uses: inductive and deductive. Inductive reasoning involves seeking the truth and focuses on analyzing data. In contrast, deductive reasoning starts from an already established premise and moves from the general to the specific. To illustrate this, let us take two examples. Inductive reasoning. I observe several people and conclude that they are good. Then I generalize that God must be good, as He is the cause behind all things. In this case, an analytical process is carried out to conclude that the supreme cause must be good. Deductive reasoning. I assume that God is good and consequently conclude that the people I know must also be good, as they cannot be otherwise due to the inherent goodness of God. In this case, one starts from a general premise to reach specific conclusions. Given that inductive reasoning involves analysis in search of truth, it can be inferred that God uses deductive reasoning. The infinite does not need to search for truth because it knows all things in advance. Therefore, there is no room for inductive reasoning, either in the mind or in the soul of the universe. In the case of the Spirit, there is no inductive reasoning because it already possesses absolute knowledge. As for the soul of the universe acting as the creative medium, it cannot use inductive reasoning either because its nature compels it to accept impersonally and receptively. Being malleable and formless, immaterial and devoid of its own mind. It has been described as the universal feminine or the sacred womb of nature due to its receptive and creative capacity. Additionally, it represents the karmic law, being subjective, self-aware, and acting as the medium for all karmic laws and racial suggestions. Body. The cosmos has been called the Great Trinity, or the triune unity of spirit, soul, and body. The body is the consequence, the result, the manifestation of the spirit. The soul is the immaterial, malleable, and receptive component constituting the raw or cosmic matter. It is the unmanifested form. The body emerges through the action of the spirit via the soul or law. There is only one body in the universe, simultaneously visible and invisible, and all minor bodies are contained within this unique body, the totality of the manifested universe, including the human body. The spirit is the absolute being and the only power in the universe possessing self-consciousness, will, choice, or desire. The soul lacks will. Its sole purpose is to execute what it is commanded. The soul serves the spirit, while the body results from the union between the spirit and the soul. It exists through power, the way it acts, and the result of its functioning. The word, the law, and the effect, intelligence, substance and form, the active principle, passive receptivity, and relative condition. The spirit of the universe cannot change. The soul of the universe cannot change. The body of the universe cannot avoid change. Change. The spirit cannot change because there is nothing it can change into, since the spirit is all. This is axiomatic. The soul of the universe cannot change because it is merely the universal substance and law, and we know that energy and substances are indestructible and eternal. The soul of the universe cannot change. However, as mentioned earlier, the body of the universe is constantly changing, which constitutes the eternal activity of the spirit itself. To create does not mean to make something out of nothing. If by creation we mean making something out of nothing, there is no such thing. But if we understand the process by which the Spirit transforms into form, then creation is eternally ongoing. It is crucial to understand that the only active principle is the Spirit, a self-conscious life, and the Spirit is aware of its own thought, desire, and manifestation. It is aware that its desire is fulfilled, but it is not conscious of any effort or process. In its manifestation, it is necessary for the soul and the body to exist, for the Spirit without manifestation would create only a world of dreams without ever achieving self-realization. Since the Spirit must manifest to be, there must be a form in which it manifests, hence the soul and the body. Cause and effect. If all cause resides in the Spirit, and the law that executes the will of the Spirit is entirely subconscious or subordinate to the will of the Spirit, and if the body is merely a result, then both cause and effect are of a spiritual nature. Inside the seed that the Spirit deposits in the creative medium is everything necessary to develop the seed into a complete form. Therefore, the Spirit never contemplates methods or processes, as what the Spirit contains must evolve. Unity and multiplicity from the unity that is the sole foundation of all things. Through the only law that is the means of the one, multiplicity is produced, but it never contradicts unity. When we recognize that we are dealing with infinite intelligence and an infinite law within this intelligence, we understand that there can be no limits in creation. We tend to perceive the world as we see it from a single plane, interpreting it as matter, that we have subdivided into 80 or 90 different elements. However, we discover that all these elements come from a single substance. Now imagine observing it from 10 different planes. What would happen? We would see 10 times more than what we currently perceive. The current scientific hypothesis suggests that the ether is denser than matter, implying that there could be one form within another, similar to how our body currently occupies space. There could even be 1,000,000 bodies, each inside the other, and each would be as real as the one we believe we occupy at the moment. The universe, as we perceive it, does not even constitute a fraction of the true universe. The eye has not seen, for it sees only on a single plane. Partially, from the perspective of immortality, it is possible to have a body within another body infinitely. When a body ceases to serve as an adequate instrument and stops functioning, it is possible that another body is already available. The physical disappearance of Jesus after his resurrection was due to the spiritualization of his consciousness, accelerating his spirit to the point that his body disintegrated. His disciples could not see him because he was on another plane. Planes are not physical locations, but states of consciousness. It is evident that the spirit cannot know anything outside of itself. Everything that the spirit knows must be a defined mental image, a concept or an idea within the spirit's consciousness. It is also clear that the self-consciousness of the spirit knows itself as law. The law can never say, "I will not do it," but only act. It is clear that when the spirit deposits the forms of its thought into the subjective soul of the universe, these thoughts must manifest as concrete things. Let us examine these forms by observing the countless forms, all different in shape and color, but knowing that all come from one single thing. Are we then obliged to accept that there is a specific cause or a concrete mental image behind every idea or thing? A divine mental image in the subjective world must have a correspondence for everything in the objective world, and since the objective world is a receptive and malleable substance, this correspondence can only find its origin in true intelligence. Thus, ultimately, intelligence is all that exists in the universe. The totality of truth, through a process of reasoning based on axioms, leads us to conclude that the spirit knows nothing but itself. Truth is what it is, and being what it is, it must be infinite and total. Being infinite or total, truth cannot contain anything other than itself, be different from itself, which would divide it. Therefore, the spirit is indivisible, immutable, and complete in its own being. In itself, everything that exists, cause and effect, principle and end, will. In the universe, there exists only one factor of will, which is the spirit, or the spirit recognizing itself. God did not create God, this is evident, so God exists solely by himself. God did not create the law The law is eternal with God. God did not create the substance. It is also co-eternal and coexisting with God. But God created and continues to create forms from eternity to eternity. We live in a universe of infinite substances and an infinity of forms where nothing moves unless intelligence propels it. The spirit has two aspects: the conscious as the active principle of conscious intelligence, and the subconscious as the passive, receptive, and impersonal principle. The body is the result of the spirit's knowledge through the soul. Matter alone lacks intelligence, will, or power. The law is simply a universal potentiality through which all things can occur and is activated by the word. From this, it follows that each word specifies its own law and carries its own logic. Thus, everything the spirit thinks must form the spirit. As self-consciousness, it knows and cannot cease to know. To assume that it could cease to know would be to assume that it could cease to exist. Since it cannot cease to know, it must constantly activate the law of its own being and project the forms of its thoughts, creating things. Creation always begins but never ends. The slightest thought of intelligence activates the power in the law to produce a corresponding manifestation. When we speak of any thought deposited in the creative medium, we think that the thought of God and that of a human being are equivalent, both being thoughts. But while a human thinks by induction and deduction, God thinks only deductively, as he thinks in his heart. This is how he is, that is, how he manifests the forms of his thought. God is not aware of matter as we are. God is aware of himself as form but not as size. God is aware of himself as a defined purpose but not as space. God is aware of himself as a defined outline but not as limitation. God is aware of himself as multiplicity but not as division. There is a difference between a conscious thought aimed at direct manifestation and a thought that can be conceived without the idea of its manifestation. This difference is significant. Trained thought is far more powerful than untrained thought. If it were not true, the thoughts of a metaphysical practitioner could not counteract those that caused their patient's illness. We know that a correct thought can neutralize an incorrect thought. The day you realize that my thought is powerful, you better be cautious. Every thought will manifest according to its intensity. Meditate on the meaning of the words in chart number 1. Reflect on what self-existent life is. Life itself encompasses the law which is its servant, and what matter is. Until you start to feel yourself as part of this grand scheme of existence, one thing does not exist, like your own thought, my thought, his thought, or the thought of God. There is only the spirit in which we all live, move, and have our being. There is only the spirit and nothing else but the spirit. We consider that the conscious mind and the spirit are one and the same. Things are ideas. What else could they be? There is no other basis for things than ideas. At the beginning, we perceive nothing visible. There is only infinite possibility, boundless imagination, consciousness, and the sole activity of this consciousness is the creation of ideas. What we call our subconscious mind is actually our identity within the infinite mind. In other words, it is the result of our mental attitudes, our mental atmosphere, or our center within the universal subjective mind, where all images, impressions, inherited tendencies, and racial suggestions are held to the extent that we accept them. Thus we see that it is through this means that everything manifests. There is a first cause with three aspects: spirit, soul, and body, that is, cause, means, and effect. It is also called the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, or as masculine activity, feminine activity, and result. We should not think of three gods, but of the triune nature of the one God, the sole cause. We regard the spirit as absolute and self-conscious intelligence, and we see the soul as receptive to intelligence and always influenced by it. The spirit and the soul are interwoven, both possessing omnipresence. The spirit of the universe permeates the soul of the universe, filling the entire mantle of the spirit of the universe with ideas. The soul of the universe is the holy womb of nature that gives birth to the forms that appear in the universe. The body of the universe is the result of the spirit's thought operating through the medium of the soul. This trinity is known as the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. The Father is absolute and positive intelligence, the Son is the projection of the Father, and the Holy Spirit is the servant of the eternal Spirit through the ages. The Spirit is absolute intelligence operating through the soul, a receptive intelligence imbued with divine ideas. Neither the Spirit nor the soul of the universe can change. What changes is the body of the universe. Planets may appear and disappear, just like people and things, but the substance from which they are formed is immutable. Individuality emerges from the universal. Psychology teaches the personalization of this individuality, which is true to a certain extent, but metaphysics universalizes individuality by uniting it with the whole. There is a universal nature of man inherent to himself that triggers the manifestation of his personality, that is, the Spirit of God. The next section will focus on the human being, and once this is explained, you will begin to see possible solutions to your difficulties, if any. I strongly recommend studying the following texts: Thomas Troward's Edinburgh Lectures on Mental Science, Ernest S. Holmes's Mind Creative, Burnell's Axioms of Truth, and Din Inger's Philosophy of Plotinus. To summarize, the evolution of the human being automatically leads them to a point where their true individuality emerges. From that moment, all further development must go through their conscious cooperation with life and the whole of nature. Nature waits for the human being to recognize themselves and be always ready to obey its will, but the human must use the forces of nature according to its laws. Science is the knowledge of certain facts built around principles known to the being. The human being never creates. They discover and use. This is how all branches of science evolve. We live in a universe governed by law through which an element of self-conscious intelligence flows. Everything is love, but everything is law. The law has done everything it can automatically for the human being, bringing them to the point of individuality. And now it must allow them to make this discovery by themselves. The human being is potentially perfect, but free will and choice can make them imperfect in appearance. In reality, everything that can be destroyed is the realization of their true being, for the divine spark remains always intact within them. The human being awakens their self-consciousness by realizing that they already possess a spirit, a body, and an environment. Gradually, they discover one natural law after another until they master their environment. By understanding these laws and using them according to their own nature, they must first obey nature, then nature will obey them. The human being discovers their ability to think and realizes that their thoughts generate a response from within. They understand that their nature is triple. They can think consciously. They have an inner spirit that influences their thoughts, and a body that is affected by their thoughts. Then they discover that they can influence the thoughts of others, causing corresponding actions in their bodies and through them. Thus they discover that there is a mental medium through which thought operates. Now they understand that they are a thinking center within universal thought. Then the human being realizes that they can also influence their affairs and control them through thought. They now understand that everything in the visible world is an effect, and that behind all these effects there are ideas which are the true causes. Divine ideas are perfect, but the human being has the capacity to perceive them as imperfect. Through correct thinking, they can discover the appearance of imperfection and reveal the perfect idea. The human being's concept of divinity evolves with their other ideas. After believing in multiple gods, they come to realize that there is only one thought and one spirit. Behind every manifestation exists a self-conscious spirit or life that acts through the means of a subjective mind or law, giving rise to many manifestations. Multiplicity comes from unity without ever breaking it. The spirit is self-conscious, while the law is automatic and obeys the will of the spirit with no choice but to obey, like any law. The law of the spirit is an impersonal force and, by its nature, is destined to act. The soul and the universal subjective mind share the same meaning and are the creative means of all thought and action. The soul is also the substance of the spirit, that is, the formless matter from which all forms evolve. When the spirit acts upon the soul, it gives rise to creation. The spirit, soul, and substance intertwine, each being present everywhere. Creation takes place within the spirit and is the result of the spirit's contemplation. Creation is eternal in its immutability. There are always changes, forms appearing and disappearing in the formless. God thinks or knows within himself, and through this interaction, creation manifests. Creation is the play of life with itself through divine self-imagination. The spirit must create to express itself. Spirit, life, soul, substance, law, and unity exist and are eternal with respect to each other. Only the form changes. Life creates naturally by becoming what it does. There is no effort in this process. Consciousness and spirit have the same meaning and refer to that part of the Trinity which is self-knowledge or God. The subconscious and subjective mind, the soul, and the universal mental medium or law all share the same meaning and refer to that part of the Trinity which acts as law. The body, creation, or manifested universe are simply the result of the Trinity acting as law. The body, creation, or manifested universe is the result of the Spirit's knowledge through the law. Only one element is truly self-conscious, and that is the Spirit. Both law and manifestation are automatic and must respond to the Spirit. The soul or subjective mind, the substance, the formless matter, and the conscious spirit permeate all things and all people. There is an intelligence that acts through everything, and everything responds to this intelligence. It cannot be stressed enough that the spirit or self-conscious intelligence is the only self-affirming principle of the universe. The spirit is the power that knows itself, and is the only power that knows itself. Everything else is subject to the spirit. The only operation of the spirit occurs through its word, the word acting as law through substance to produce creation. Lesson 2. Introduction. Mental science, which focuses on the science of the mind and soul, makes a powerful statement by asserting that it can free the individual from the bondage of disease, poverty, and unhappiness. This assertion is made firmly and without hesitation, never retracting. However, mental science carefully establishes the conditions under which it operates and the laws it governs in life. It warns the individual that without understanding these conditions and obeying these laws, they will not fully benefit from this science of the mind. The world has learned everything it could through suffering. It is beginning to understand that it has learned all it could through suffering and pain. Although these may have had their place, it is unlikely that there is a power in the universe that desires the human being to be ill, suffer, be unhappy, and eventually die. Surely God could not desire the human being to be anything other than a perfect expression of life. Ultimately, we should have no intellectual difficulty understanding that even God himself could not create an automatic individuality. This explains why the human being must face suffering on the path to self-discovery. Suffering is necessary, not because pain is necessary in itself, but because through experience the human being individualizes and grows. What does individuality truly mean? It might be beneficial to delve into this concept and explain what individuality really means. Individuality involves self-determination, self-will, consciousness, the embodiment of spirit, complete freedom, and the power to sustain that freedom. We cannot conceive of mechanical or non-spontaneous individuality as being true and free. Individuality must be an image created from perfection and allow itself to make the great discovery by itself. The answer to the question, why did God not make us free and force us into that freedom, becomes evident when we understand that even God could not accomplish this. Coerced freedom would result in a freedom that would ultimately be equivalent to the worst form of slavery. There is no such concept as forced freedom. Even God himself could not decree it, as he could not act against his own nature. Instead, the human being must be created with the possibility of unlimited freedom, and then be left alone to discover this fact by themselves in the process. In this discovery, they must be subject to the laws that govern all life. If, through ignorance, they break these laws, they must experience suffering as a consequence. However, this does not come from the fact that God imposes or desires suffering, but simply from the inherent necessity of the situation. The sense of willful freedom involves the capacity to do, say, and think what one wants, to express life according to one's own personal desires. Simply having the ability to think and dream freely would not be sufficient to be considered true freedom. Imagining without the power to manifest these imaginations would be like remaining in a world of dreams that never fully and effectively materializes. This is not at all the world in which the human being lives, as the human world is characterized by self-expression, although this expression may sometimes seem destructive. Sin and punishment, justice and reward. We do not wish to engage in theological discussions in this instructional course, but we want to clarify our thinking for those interested in studying it. There is no sin in itself, only an error, and there is no punishment, only an inevitable consequence. Acting incorrectly must be followed by a consequence, as the law of cause and effect operates in the same real manner. Similarly, acting correctly must be rewarded for the same reason. We do not claim that the human being cannot make mistakes. What we assert is that when they make mistakes, they automatically experience the consequences. This does not mean there is an evil power in the universe, but rather that there is an immutable law of cause and effect that applies to every error. It is its own consequence, and justice brings its own reward. The eternal debate about the problem of evil will never find an answer until we understand that evil is not an entity in itself, but simply a misuse of the law of freedom. The problem of evil will only be resolved when we cease doing evil and start doing good, for evil will disappear when we stop tolerating it. When everyone recognizes what is right and practices it at that moment, and not before, the problem of evil will be resolved for all humanity. The embodiment of the Spirit, speaking of individuality, is what differentiates the human being from mere raw creation. It is the highest manifestation of the divine in the human, the Spirit remaining in the Most High. The human being is created and left to their own devices to discover themselves on their own path towards self-discovery, creations of their own imagination that ultimately reveal the truth to them and lead them to freedom. There is an interesting fable related to the creation of the human being that illustrates this fact. It is said that when the gods decided to create the human being and make them divine, they had a long discussion about where it would be best to hide their divinity. Some gods suggested hiding it in the earth, but others argued that the human being would one day dig into the earth and thus discover their own divinity. Then, it was proposed to hide it in the depths of the sea, but this idea was also rejected because the human being would explore the sea and discover their true nature. Finally, the idea of hiding it in the air was raised, but this option was also rejected, because the human being would fly through the air and realize their divinity. Ultimately, after a long discussion, it was agreed that the best place to hide the human being's divinity would be within their own inner nature, as this would be the last place they would think to look for it. Of course, this is a fable, but it clearly illustrates the reality of the matter. The word is indeed in our own mouth, and every time we say I am, we are repeating that for I am is the secret of nature and the emblem of eternity. The story of the prodigal son is that of the human being returning to their father's house. As the poet says, trailing clouds of glory, we come from heaven, which is our home. This reflects the mystical sense of a wonderful poem by Robert Browning called Saul. In the poem, Saul had lost the sense of real life and was immersed in stupor in his tent when David came to sing to him, awakening his understanding of his true nature. At first, David sings of the wonders of creation and the pleasures of life. He speaks to Saul of his power and glory as a human being. And as the song continues, it touches the secret source of Saul's being. It is Saul you recall in glory, before the error bent the broad forehead of daily communion. Then David speaks clearly to Saul of Christ. This revelation ultimately awakens Saul to his former real movements and attitudes. Healing takes place, and the understanding of truth frees Saul from the prison of false belief. Different viewpoints exist. Some argue that the human being was destined to discover themselves, while others assert that the human being decided to do so by themselves. Whatever the case, it is undeniable that the human being is on the path of self-discovery, and all their experience points to the truth of this assertion. We know that the forces of nature wait for the human being to discover and obey them according to their will. As soon as they use these laws, they certainly possess enough freedom. For example, the pilgrims might tame the forces of the wind if they understood the nature of the wind, which was not introduced into the human realm by an autocratic power, but began to serve them only after they discovered how to use it. The same applies to all the laws we understand and use now. The teaching of the laws of nature is true for the laws of the mechanical world. Why would it not also be true for mental and spiritual laws that transcend the mechanical world? Undoubtedly, we will discover latent powers and abilities we have never dreamed of. Powers and abilities that await understanding and use, as it is said in the scriptures, "Behold, I stand at the door and knock." Certainly, it would be beneficial for the human being to dedicate much time and thought to studying their own nature, for they will discover things about themselves that will make them rise and shine. Humanity is awakening today more than ever to the real truths of the matter, and now its evolution will be very rapid. Nothing is impossible. All things are possible for the great whole, and the human being is a part of this whole. The relationship of man with the spiritual universe, just like the evidence of design in the universe, demonstrates the existence of a designer. The evidence of free will demonstrates the existence of a power that knows itself. The Spirit knows itself, God knows that God is, but universal self-knowledge truly means universal personality. Thus, we see how God can be personal to every living soul that believes in the Spirit. We could truthfully say, at least it seems to me, that there is an infinite person in whom we live, move, and have our being, for we all live in the One. Suppose that man is on the path to discovering himself. What would he discover? That he is truly free, but to achieve this, he must first experience things that teach him to use his freedom appropriately. Once this lesson is learned, he will be truly free. Everything seems to indicate that this is true. We have closely followed the progress of man on his journey on this planet from the time the first face turned away from the earth until now. And what have we found? That all of nature awaits man's self-discovery and is always ready to assist and follow his instructions. Laws and forces unimaginable to our ancestors are used today. Powers and forces that would have seemed like gods to prehistoric man are now called natural forces, and we consciously use them. Man has gradually integrated into nature and its laws, and today he presents himself as a new being in the mechanical realm. He seems to have conquered nature and forced it to serve him. Nature awaits man on this path. At no point has nature opposed man. It has silently waited to be recognized and has obeyed his commands in silence. It never contradicts itself nor acts against its inherent laws, but it serves those who understand and use it according to its mode of operation. Man has not created any of these laws. He simply uses them and can only do so to the extent that he first obeys them. An old proverb says, "Nature obeys us to the extent that we obey it." We first learn the fundamental principle of a law, follow its way of functioning, and then use it consciously. It would be absurd to claim that nature punishes us because we have not used its laws correctly. It simply does not operate in harmony with us until we harmonize with it. It will only obey us after we have obeyed it. Of course, this is true for each and every law. If we obey, they serve us. If we disobey, they seem to punish us. This applies in the same way to the great mental and spiritual laws of our being. We must discover and use the internal forces of the spirit and the soul, for these are the highest powers. Man will be freed from sin, disease, and troubles to the extent that he discovers himself and his relationship with the whole. The law is law wherever we find it, and we will discover that the laws of the spirit and the soul must be understood in order to use them consciously for specific purposes. The spirit knows, and the law obeys. Within the true nature of man is the law of his life, and one day he will discover it and use it consciously. He will heal himself, find happiness and prosperity, and live in a completely different world, for he will have understood that life emanates from within and not from without. God and man are composed of life and emerge from life, and just as the effect must reflect the nature of its cause, so man must share the divine nature from which he comes. If we understand that God is triune and that man is created in the image and likeness of God, we can appreciate that the entire purpose of life and the essence of the divine being are reflected through man. This does not mean that man is God, but that in his small world of individual expression, his nature is similar to that of God. Jesus referred to this when he said, "As the Father has life in himself, so he has granted the Son to have life in himself." A single drop of water is not the whole ocean, but it resembles the ocean and contains the same qualities and attributes within. We might say that man is in God, and that God acts through man. I and the Father are one. The kingdom of God is within you, and we might add that God resides in his heaven. Everything is well in the world. The human mind knows only two modes of reasoning, inductive and deductive. From these two forms of reasoning, we derive all our knowledge about life. Inductive reasoning is the systematic process of reasoning from the part to the whole. Deductive reasoning involves accepting certain conclusions as true and deducing other conclusions from them. It is reasoning from the whole to the part. For example, in inductive reasoning we might say that everything suggests the existence of what we call electricity, present everywhere. In deductive reasoning, one might conclude that since electricity is everywhere, it is always where we are and can always be generated from any source. Using these two methods of reasoning to deduce the nature of God, we can start from the principle that God exists and derive all our conclusions from there. Alternatively, we can carefully study the nature of man and the universe and deduce that there must be a God. Whatever the method used, it leads us to the same conclusion. There is a divine being, and man is made in his image, reflecting and manifesting the same attributes as the life from which he originates. Nothing happens by chance, nothing in the universe happens by chance. Everything is governed by law, and the law of God is as omnipresent as the Spirit of God. This law is a law of the Spirit, but behind the law is the word. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. Behind our lives is the law of our being, and through this law manifests the word we speak. For what the Son sees the Father do, he does himself. Nowadays, many are becoming aware of these facts. Thousands of people are beginning to put it into practice, and the results obtained would fill more books than anyone could read in a lifetime. Thousands of people are currently using the silent power of the Spirit to heal their bodies and bring prosperity to their endeavors. The law always operates according to the belief of those who attempt to use it. Just as the universe is governed by an infinite spirit, human life is controlled by its thought. Ignorance keeps man in slavery, but knowledge will gradually set him free. People will seek the truth and put it into practice. The time will come when disease and poverty will be eradicated from the surface of the earth, for it was never intended for them to exist. They are merely side effects of ignorance, and only enlightenment can remove them. The time of truth has arrived. The hour of freedom has struck. The bell of freedom rings. Let those who are thirsty come and dive even deeper into our own nature and that of the universe, and see if we do not discover unimaginable treasures, possibilities never considered, and opportunities that loving thought and the learning of freedom have often offered us in our vision of a greater life. Prove me now herewith, saith the Lord of hosts, if I will not open you the windows of heaven and pour you out a blessing, that there shall not be room enough to receive it. It would be a wonderful experience for anyone to begin living as if this promise were true, to speak, think, and act as if there were an unlimited power accompanying them on their life path, as if each of their actions were directed and guided toward manifestations of peace, health, happiness, and harmony. It is certainly worth trying, and with understanding, the path will become so clear before us that we will one day see its logic, and then we will truly begin to live our lives fully. Our fortunes and happiness are in our hands to shape as we wish, provided we first obey the law and learn to use it consciously. With all thy getting, get understanding, is an old adage, but today as true as ever. The teaching of all time is that the human being reflects the divine nature, and if that is the case, we can expect to find in his nature the same qualities that we imagine should be present in the very nature of life. What psychology teaches about human nature confirms the belief in the Trinity that pervades all existence. Man is self-aware, we are certain, because he can say, I am. This fact in itself supports his right to immortality and greatness. In psychology, we learn that man has a triple nature. That is, he possesses a conscious mind, a subconscious mind, and a body. In physics, we learn that these three are simply different attributes of the same life. The conscious mind of the human being is the power by which he knows. Thus, he is in union with the Spirit of God. In fact, it is his only guarantee of consciousness. C'est à travers cet esprit conscient que l'être humain peut comprendre sa connexion avec l'ensemble, car sans cela, il serait inhumain et certainement pas divin. Mais étant donné qu'il le possède, il doit être divin. Seul l'esprit conscient représente la réalité, la personnalité et l'individualité. C'est l'image de Dieu, l'essence de la filiation et la personnification de l'infini. L'unité de l'homme avec l'ensemble réside donc dans l'esprit conscient de l'être humain. Car bien qu'une goutte d'eau ne soit pas l'océan, elle contient en elle-même tous les attributs de l'immensité illimitée. L'esprit conscient de l'être humain est l'outil qui perçoit la réalité et connaît ou réalise la vérité. Toute illumination, inspiration et réalisation doit passer par l'esprit autoconscient pour se manifester chez l'être humain. La vision, l'intuition et la révélation se manifestent à travers l'esprit conscient de l'être humain. Et tous les saints, sages, sauveurs, Christ, prophètes, voyants, savants et érudits ont tous compris et déclaré consciemment ce fait. Toutes les preuves de l'expérience humaine, tous les actes de bonté et de miséricorde ont été interprétés à travers l'esprit conscient de l'être humain. Tout ce que nous connaissons, disons, pensons, ressentons, croyons, espérons, désirons ou doutons est une action de l'esprit qui se connaît lui-même. Nous pouvons avoir des souvenirs subjectifs et ressentir des émotions internes non exprimées, mais seul l'esprit conscient de soi atteint la réalisation. Sans cette capacité de se connaître consciemment, l'être humain n'existerait pas en tant qu'être exprimé, et pour ce qui nous concerne, il n'existerait pas du tout. L'esprit conscient de l'être humain se manifeste dans chaque pensée, action ou acte, et il est vraiment la seule garantie de son individualité. L'homme est le centre de la conscience de Dieu. Avec cette vaste gamme de preuves à notre disposition, il serait irrationnel de supposer que l'esprit conscient de l'être humain est autre chose que sa perception de la réalité, son unité avec l'ensemble ou avec Dieu dans l'aspect conscient de la vie, et une garantie absolue qu'il est un centre de la conscience de Dieu dans l'immense tout, uni à la loi. Affirmons donc que spirituellement l'être humain est un avec Dieu, mais que dire de la grande loi de l'univers? Si nous sommes vraiment un avec l'ensemble, nous devons aussi être un avec la loi de l'ensemble, tout comme nous sommes un avec l'esprit. Encore une fois, la psychologie a confirmé que ce fait dépasse le domaine de la fantaisie. Les caractéristiques de l'esprit subconscient de l'être humain établissent son unité subjective avec l'univers de la vie, de la loi et de l'action. Le subjectif obéit à l'objectif. Dans l'esprit subjectif de l'être humain, nous trouvons une loi qui obéit à sa parole, qui sert son esprit. La suggestion a démontré que l'esprit subconscient agit sur nos pensées sans question ni doute. C'est la loi mentale de notre être et l'agent créatif en nous. Il n'est pas nécessaire d'entrer dans tous les détails sur l'esprit subjectif et son mode de fonctionnement. Il suffit de dire qu'il existe en nous une loi mentale qui exécute la volonté et les intentions de nos pensées conscientes. Cela ne peut être rien d'autre que notre utilisation individuelle de cet esprit subjectif plus grand, qui est la source de toute loi et action, et qui sert l'esprit éternel à travers les âges. Aussi incroyable que cela puisse paraître, il est vrai que l'être humain a à sa disposition ce qu'il appelle son esprit subconscient, un pouvoir qui semble illimité. Cela est dû au fait qu'il est un avec l'ensemble dans l'aspect subjectif de la vie. Les pensées de l'être humain, en entrant dans son esprit subjectif, fusionnent avec l'esprit subjectif universel et deviennent la loi de sa vie à travers la seule grande loi de toute vie. Il n'existe pas deux esprits subconscients, mais un seul esprit subconscient. Ce que nous appelons notre esprit subconscient n'est en réalité que notre utilisation de la seule loi. Chaque individu maintient son identité dans cette loi à travers son usage personnel, et chacun tire de la vie ce qu'il pense d'elle. Apprendre à penser, c'est apprendre à vivre, car nos pensées vont vers un milieu qui est infini dans sa capacité de créer. L'être humain, en pensant correctement, peut manifester dans son expérience ce qu'il désire, devenant ainsi une incarnation vivante de ses pensées. Cela s'accomplit non seulement en maintenant des pensées, mais aussi en connaissant la vérité. Et que dire du corps humain? Il est aussi un avec le corps de l'univers. Analysons brièvement la nature de la matière et voyons ce qu'elle est réellement. On nous dit que la matière n'est pas solide ou immuable, mais une substance informe qui coule constamment, toujours en mouvement et en changement. La matière est aussi indestructible que Dieu, aussi éternelle que l'être intemporel. Elle ne peut être ni augmentée ni diminuée. Les mêmes corps que nous avons maintenant n'étaient pas avec nous il y a peu de temps, comme le mentionne Sir Oliver Lodge. Nous en avons jeté beaucoup au cours de cette vie, parce que le matériau dont ils sont faits est constamment en flux. Lorsque nous comprenons ce fait, de nouvelles perspectives de pensée s'ouvrent dans le domaine de la guérison mentale. Later, we will discuss and develop a specific technique aimed at healing. Matter is not what we once thought it was. It is simply a fluid substance that takes the shape given to it by the mind. And what about the matter that composes things outside the body? It is the same substance in the universe, taking different forms and configurations to become various things. A deep examination of matter reduces it to a universal substance and leaves only one substance to work with. Ultimately, matter is composed of particles so tiny they can hardly be conceived. In other words, matter completely disappears, and the place where it once was becomes formless and empty again. Matter as we know it is merely an assembly of these particles arranged in such a way as to create defined forms. These forms are determined by something that is not material in nature. There is no difference between particles that take a form and those that take all forms. The difference does not lie in the tiny particles themselves, but in their organization. The unity of the whole body. Our bodies are one with the entire body of the universe. Seeds, plants, animals, and humans are made of the same substance. Minerals, solids, and liquids are made of the primordial substance that constantly flows toward form and always returns to the void, the formless and the formed. Nothing could shape formless matter which lacks its own intelligence, except the intelligence that operates upon it. Once again, we come to the Word as the starting point of all creation, the Word of God in the grand world, the Word of the human being in the small world. One mind, one thought, and one substance, one law but many thoughts, one power but many ways to use it, one God in whom we all live, and one law that we all apply, a unity greater than that already granted to humanity. But why is the human being so limited? Why does the human continue to be poor, sick, fearful, and unhappy? The answer is simple. They do not know the truth. That is the only reason. But why were they not created to know the truth? The answer is that even God could not create a true human being, that is, a genuine personified expression of himself, without granting them freedom and allowing them to discover themselves. This is the whole meaning of the parable of the prodigal son and its deep individual significance. Individuality means self-determination. It implies being truly oneself, being fully individualized, and personifying a real choice. We could not conceive individuality without the ability to make choices ourselves. But what use would the ability to choose be if it were not supported by the power to manifest those choices? It would merely be a thought without ever becoming a true expression of oneself. Upon reflection, it becomes clear that if man was created to express his freedom, he must be allowed to discover himself throughout this process. Undoubtedly, he will gain much experience, but in the end, he will emerge as a real being. The day the human being discovered themselves marked the beginning of recorded history on this planet, and since then, humanity has continuously risen and progressed. All the forces of nature accompany him on his journey, but first he must discover them in order to use them. The greatest discovery ever made by man is that his thought has creative power. In other words, his creative power resides in his thought, which by itself would have no power unless it is active through a creative means. We do not need to force the law to work. All we need to do is use it. The law of the mind is like all other laws of being, simply a complete unity. Now we have discovered unity with everything in the three aspects of life, or from the three forms of expression. We are one with all matter in the physical world, one with the creative law of the universe in the mental world, and one with the Spirit of God in the conscious world. What more could we ask for or hope for? How could it give us more than what it has already given? We could not ask for more, and it could not give us greater freedom. From now on, our expansion, growth, and expression will only be possible to the extent that we consciously cooperate with the whole. The higher part, the spirit, is the part of the human being that allows them to be aware of what they truly are. We do not see the spirit of man any more than we see the Spirit of God. We observe what man does, but we do not see the one who does it. Christ the Logos is the manifestation of the Word of God in and through the human being. In a broad sense, Christ represents the complete manifestation of God, and thus the second person of the Trinity. Christ is a universal idea, and each human being is endowed with Christ to the extent that they transcend their limited perception of life to reach a divine realization. We are all children of God and share the divine nature. The microcosm, the individual world, distinguishes itself from the universal. Emmanuel, God with us, means that Christ is present in every human being. Personality is the external manifestation of the individualized being. Every human being is a unique entity in the spirit, and no two are identical. Each is an individualized center of God's consciousness. Our personality is how we use our divine individuality. The conscious state, the self-aware mind of the human being, is what distinguishes them from raw creation. Without a conscious mental state, the human being would be nothing, or at least not aware of their existence. The conscious mind must be carefully protected, as it represents the true human being. The mind means that the human being is aware at a mental level. Spiritual means that the human being is a spiritual being. Inductive and deductive reasoning. The conscious mind of the human being can reason both from the particular to the general, inductive, and from the general to the particular, deductive. Will means the conscious ability to make decisions. Choice means the ability to discern and select. Will means the power to act independently. Intellect means the mental capacity for analysis. Purpose means determination with an incentive. Decision means the ability to make decisions. The subjective part of life, the place of the human being in the unique subjective spirit of the universe, and their identity in this consciousness. The soul life of the human being reflects the soul life of the universe, with which it is in subjective unity. The unconscious, a term used in psychoanalysis to refer to the soul, is an incorrect way of expressing soul life, as in reality, it is subconscious, not unconscious. Consciousness is another way of referring to the soul. The Bible uses the word soul, psychoanalysts use the word unconscious, psychologists use the words subjective or subconscious, and metaphysicians use the word consciousness. All these words have the same meaning. Karma, the subjective law of tendency activated by the individual, is the mental law that operates through them. Karma refers to the use that the human being makes of their mentality. Karma is not the same as kismet, which means fate, but karma simply refers to mental tendency. Karma is both individual and universal. Aura, the atmosphere or mental vibration, extending from a few centimeters to several meters around the individual and visible to many people. Memory, the soul or subconscious mind, is where memory resides and retains everything the individual has said, thought, seen, heard, felt, read, or experienced at any time, as well as everything that has happened to them in life. It also contains racial memory and may hold a significant part of what we call cosmic designs, which are the ideas of God. If the human soul were connected to the soul of the universe, it could access formidable powers. Heredity, inherited tendencies. The soul, being the seat of memory, contains the characteristics and tendencies inherited from the race. We do not inherit diseases, but tendencies, which explains how family and racial traits are transmitted. Suggestion, the tendency to reproduce what the race has thought and experienced over time. Prenatal conditions refer to the inheritance of family traits before birth. Thought images. The soul or subconscious mind stores all our thoughts as mental images. Autosuggestion, the soul receives suggestions from the individual. Deductive reasoning, the subjective aspect can only reason deductively. Body, the lower part, refers to the defined contour of flesh that contains all the ideas forming the complete physical instrument. Effect, what occurs as a consequence of a cause. The body is always an effect. Affairs refer to what happens in the external life of the person. Conditions are the external circumstances resulting from individual thought and activity. Results, circumstances. Health is the product of right thinking. Disease is the product of erroneous thinking. Destiny is the consequence of what a person thinks. Wealth is the result of the science of abundance. Poverty is the result of limited thinking. Affairs are also the fruit of thought. Vocation is what our thought leads us towards. Profession is similar to vocation. Occupation is equivalent to vocation, but without being it. Everything in the human body, as well as in one's affairs, is the result of one's thinking. Nothing external is a cause, and nothing that happens causes itself. Things do not have the power to reason, but are always the consequence of an internal cause. The nature of man. In the first lesson we studied the universal letter. Now we will focus on the individual letter. Everything that is true for the universe as a whole must also be true for the individual as a part of that universe. Man has evolved from the universe and is a conscious and thinking center of living spirit. As such, he must reflect the universe in his nature and existence. This is what Jesus meant when he said, "As the Father has life in himself, so he has granted the Son to have life in himself." Life in itself means real life. The complete cosmic pattern must manifest on the individual level if an individual exists. Therefore, we can expect to find in the human being the same inherent attributes that we find in the universe from which they emerge. First, the universal spirit, then the subjective universality known as the soul of the universe, and third, the particularization or manifestation of the universal spirit. We have emphasized unity in the descending line because the spirit emanates or manifests at the point where our personality becomes what we call human. It is crucial that we recognize the unity of life, that is, the unity of God and man on the three planes. Let's start with the objective plane. Matter, or the body without spirit or intelligence, lacks will. It may be imbued with intelligence but is not intelligent. It is one with the body of the universe. Now, what do we know about the soul? Remember the qualities discussed in relation to the soul of the universe, and we will find them all reflected in what we call the subjective psychological nature of the human being. Our subjective or subconscious mind produces all the attributes belonging to the universal spirit. When we turn our attention to the human spirit, we discover that it is one with the Spirit of God, meaning that the human being is a conscious thinking center that chooses with individualized intelligence or God's consciousness within the great whole. In this way, we find that the human being is one with all matter in the material world, one with the soul of the universe in the subjective world, and one with the Spirit of God in the conscious world. What we call our objective or conscious mind is all that we know of God and life. The objective mind is the spiritual mind we have sought, but is not yet fully developed. Otherwise, there would be no mind with which to perceive. The objective mind must be the spiritual mind of the human being, as it is the only one that is living and self-aware. All the power of the mind is concentrated in our individual objective consciousness. However, we have not yet evolved sufficiently to be fully aware of it, except to some extent. Behind the objective mind lies the subjective mind or soul, which is the means through which intelligence operates. There is only one universal subjective mind or soul, and what we call our subjective mind is simply our use of universal subjectivity. Our subjective mind is not something separate. It represents our place within the universal subjective mind, and our role in it is the way we use it. Returning to the letter of the human being, we find that the spirit of the human being is their conscious state of mental and spiritual being, that this mental state is endowed with decision, will, choice, volition, intellect, and purpose. We find that it is individuality, personality, and it is called Emmanuel, or God with us. It is the microcosm within the macrocosm, that is, the small world within the great world. Also known as the image of God, this is affiliation. The affiliation of the Father is the Christ or the Logos, which means the Word. It can reason both inductively and deductively, and it is the only known entity capable of reasoning in these two ways. Regarding the soul, we find that on the subjective side, or the soul, the human being is subconscious. However, being subconscious does not mean being unconscious. Being subconscious implies being beneath conscious thought and being constrained by its subjective nature to receive what is deposited within it. The term unconscious is used in psychoanalysis. Some refer to it as the awareness of the psychic aspect of life. This is the karmic law as it represents how we use subjective universality. Karma refers to the law of cause and effect. The soul stores memory because it is the seat of designs and intentions in our thoughts. That is why the psychic soul is derived from it, hence the term psychoanalysis, which means the analysis of the soul. It also contains inherited tendencies because it is where memory resides. We are not dealing with a separate and isolated subjective soul, but with the unique subjective soul that exists. There is a significant difference between considering that we have 3 or 4 souls and recognizing that we have a single soul that we all use. Its reasoning ability is primarily deductive, but it contains infinite intelligence compared to the human concept of intelligence. Then we come to the human body, which is simply the result of what has been thought in the mind. The body is the effect of affairs, conditions, health, disease, destiny, wealth, poverty, affairs, vocation, profession, occupation results. Every term that represents the materialization of human thought and effort is considered part of the body. What a person possesses, as well as what they are, is the result of the subjective state of their thinking. The thinker is a conscious awareness, but when they think, they deposit the forms of their thought into the subconscious soul, which is the universal means of all thought and action, and as a result, the creative medium immediately begins to work to materialize what has been thought. This is how nature operates, and this is how the human being operates. Although barely awakened to this understanding, Plotinus, who was one of the Neoplatonic philosophers, embodying nature, said, "I do not discuss, I contemplate. And as I contemplate, I deposit the forms of my thought. In this way, nature creates. By contemplating through its consciousness, it places the seeds of its thought into the universal subject, which, being law, gives life to the thought." Now we must expect and find the same process in the human being. This means that everything the human being thinks, whether they consider it good or bad, is deposited into this universal creative medium. It is accepted by it, set into motion immediately, begins to take shape, and, unless neutralized, tends to materialize in the objective world. When we realize that, in dealing with our own individuality, we are dealing with the self-conscious spirit, and when we understand that, in dealing with the subjective spirit, we are dealing with subjective universality, we immediately see that we have at our disposal a power that far exceeds the collective intelligence of the human race. Because the universal subjective mind, being completely receptive to our thought, is obliged by its own nature to accept that thought and act accordingly, regardless of the nature of that thought. Given that we are dealing with an infinite power that knows only its own creative capacity and can materialize any idea imprinted upon it, there is no limit to what it could or would do for us, except the limit of our own mental understanding. Limitation cannot be found in the principle or law, but only in the way each of us uses this power. Our individual capacity to understand and embody it determines our individual use of it. We cannot demonstrate beyond our capacity to mentally conceive or mentally provide an equivalent. We must have a mental representation of what we desire in order to manifest it. Subjectivity is completely receptive and neutral, as we have learned, and can only interpret our thoughts as we think them. There is no other option. If I declare I am poor and continuously repeat I am poor, the subconscious mind immediately agrees and maintains that condition as long as the declaration persists. Poverty exclusively stems from impoverished thinking, We are dealing only with thoughts because thoughts are things. If the thought is correct, the condition will be correct. An active thought generates an active condition. Suppose I have thought about poverty for years. I have established a law that perpetuates this condition. If the thought is not changed, the condition will persist. A law has been implemented that declares, "I am poor," and ensures that it remains so. Initially, this is self-suggestion, but it then becomes an unconscious memory that works relentlessly. This is what determines the law of attraction, because attraction and repulsion laws are entirely subjective. They can be conscious at first, but once activated, they operate subconsciously. Now suppose I do not declare that I am poor, but come into the world with an unconscious thought of poverty. As long as this thought is present, I will remain poor. I may not understand the law, but it will have operated all this time. There is also a cultural suggestion that some people are rich and others are poor. Thus, we are born into or come into this world with a subjective predisposition towards negative conditions. However, there is also a subjective predisposition towards the supreme good because despite all circumstances, humanity believes more in good than in evil. Otherwise, existence itself would have no meaning. We believe that everything will be well and not badly. This is the eternal hope and purpose of all life. No matter what may be present in the soul or the subjective state of our thinking, the conscious state has the power to change it. This is what treatment realizes. How is this achieved? By the most direct method possible, having full awareness that there is no subjective state of poverty, no inherited predisposition towards limitation, no cultural suggestion operating through subjectivity, nothing within or around it that creates or accepts limitations in any way or form. The conscious state must now provide a superior thought. What effect does this have? It offers spiritual understanding, self-awareness, and asserts, "I participate in the nature and generosity of the supreme good, and now I am surrounded by everything that makes life valuable." What then happens to this aspect of the soul? This universal means immediately changes its thought, because its thought is solely deductive and responds yes to all these things. Everything maintained in the consciousness, until it becomes an integral part of the subjective side of thought, must manifest in the world of affairs. Nothing can prevent it. The reason we do not manifest more easily is often that the objective state of our thought is neutralized by the subjective state. The fear of poverty is often more powerful than the belief in wealth. As long as this fear prevails, it will inevitably generate a limited state. Everything subjective must become objective. Matter is immaterial, unknowable, without reasoning capacity, and malleable in the hands of law or spirit. The law or subjective spirit, devoid of will but not intelligence, is obliged by its own subjective nature to receive the thought of the conscious mind, the only one capable of choosing and deciding. It follows that everything the conscious mind maintains long enough will manifest in the external world. Nothing can stop it because we are dealing with the universal law. This is known as the divine principle. It is the medium in which we live, move, and exist in the subjective side of life, our atmosphere in universal subjectivity, the means through which all communication is conducted on all planes. From what we have explained, it follows that any suggestion maintained in the creative mind will produce its logical result, whatever that suggestion may be. If it is a suggestion of destruction, it will cause destruction because it is a neutral field. If it is a suggestion of well-being, it will create prosperity and construction. Christ and the Antichrist. The Spirit of Christ represents a mentality that recognizes the law and uses it exclusively for constructive purposes. The spirit of the Antichrist is that of individuals or groups who, understanding the law, use it destructively. The metaphor of the flood or inundation, which appears in various sacred writings we have read or heard, symbolizes that at one point there was a race of people on earth who understood the law from a psychic or subjective viewpoint, considering it as a servant of the spirit. These people understood that they themselves were spirit, but did not grasp the harmonious unity of spirit. They had acquired an intellectual knowledge of the law, a very clear mental concept. However, this knowledge and wisdom were not used for constructive purposes, but for destructive ones. They used the law destructively. And what happened? The confusion they generated in the psychic world or in the psychic atmosphere of this planet manifested physically in the form of a flood. The word psyche also means sea, and it is in this psychic sea that Jonah fell, which gives meaning to the story of Jonah and the whale. This is also the reason why in Revelation it is mentioned that there was no more sea. This does not mean that the law will be eliminated, but that there will come a time when it will only be used for constructive purposes. The misuse of this law today is called malpractice. We do not fear malpractice because it can only affect those who believe in it. If we affirm that there is no malpractice in the spirit, recognizing that there is only one ultimate reality, we are freed from it. As far as we are concerned, there is no law against these things. We recognize that the subconscious mind is the great facilitator of our thought. It is the means through which all treatments are carried out. How do we connect with this universal subconscious mind, which is the means through which healing and manifestation occur? We connect with it within ourselves and nowhere else. It is within us, being omnipresent. We call it our subconscious mind, but it is the universality of subjectivity. Man identifies in the spirit. Mental treatment recognizes that each individual has their identity in the spirit and is known in the spirit by the name they bear. This subjective law knows that there is a Juan Perez and a Maria Lopez. Why? Because Juan Perez and Maria Lopez know that there is a Juan Perez and a Maria Lopez. However, the subjective law knows of them only what they know of themselves. Being subjective to their thought, it could not know more than that. Therefore, everything that Juan Perez and Maria Lopez assert is recognized and materialized by the law. This is an astonishing concept. It may seem surprising if we have not considered it before, but it means that the law accepts us totally as we value ourselves. It is not about accepting ourselves in an assumed value, but in our true value, which alone can reflect our true nature. The deep inner conviction we hold determines what will be realized. Thus, each of us is known by the name we bear, and each makes daily affirmations about that name. When we say, "I am this," or "I am that," we implant in the mind affirmations that the mind in turn transforms into conditions. By dealing with these conditions, we move completely away from the condition, because as long as we remain focused on a condition, we cannot overcome it. That is why the mystic said, "Behold my face forever and look unto me, and be saved all the ends of the earth." This means that we must look upward and not downward. It is useless to seek to change business circumstances directly, because business is immaterial, something that cannot be touched or seen, a series of developing forms, an accumulation of forms within substance. What determines the nature of business resides in consciousness or spirit. Thus, we must imbue the mind with a correct conception of business by visualizing it as we want it to be, and when we have maintained this vision long enough, it will manifest as such. How long will it take? Until the subjective side of thought accepts the new concept as true, or until we have neutralized the old concept. Jesus had a profound understanding and gave a key to this understanding by saying, "The prince of this world comes and he has nothing in me." He meant that negative influences and suggestions found no correspondence or equivalent in him. His consciousness was so clear that it operated directly from the spirit. The goal of evolution is to produce a human being who, at the point of their conscious thought, can fully manifest the idea of life, that is, carry the concept of unity to its particularization without encountering resistance in the law. Jesus was able to become the Christ because, at the point of his conscious thought, he had a total understanding of the unity of spirit and absolute certainty of his word. His spiritual and psychic faculties, his consciousness, and his subconscious were perfectly balanced and in total harmony. It is evident that if this happened in an individual, their word would also manifest in the same way. It should be so because behind the word is the universal soul, the omnipresent law, the divine principle that is infinite, but can only be a part of us if we believe it to be so. Why should we believe it is infinite? Because as long as we do not believe it is, we believe it is not. The reason some people cannot demonstrate the truth is that they are not aware of it. It all comes down to a matter of belief. but belief is scientifically induced into the subconscious state through conscious effort. Treatment is the science of inducing concepts, acceptances, and realizations of peace, balance, power, abundance, health, happiness, and success in the mind, or any particular necessity that arises. When the law is set in motion in the universal mind, let's assume that Marie is ill and Jean is a practitioner. She turns to him and says, "I am sick." He, as a metaphysician, understands that spirit is everything. She does not understand this. She feels she is sick, but he knows that all illness is of mental origin. He does not try to think about her or suggest something to her, as that is not mental treatment. He simply states the truth about her, pronounces her name, and says, "This word is for her. She is perfect. All is well." In other words, he contradicts what seems to be and declares the truth about her. What happens then? A law is established in the subconscious of life, with his word operating through the universal sea of the mind in which they both exist. This sets in motion a law that manifests through Marie's body in the form of healing. Marie may believe a miracle has occurred and exclaim, "I am healed. I had no faith, but Jean healed me." In reality, no miracle occurred. He simply used a law that anyone can employ if they wish. Suppose Marie is perfectly healthy but desires a new job. What would the treatment be? It would be the same. Jean would indicate in the mind what should manifest in Marie's life. There is only one law, and Marie could apply it herself if she understood it. However, often one first needs to see it in action to understand it. This is the mentality of most people seeking healing. They often do not understand the cause of their discomfort and believe it is due to an external factor. Yet once healed, they often exclaim, "It's amazing even though I don't understand how it works." Sometimes this leads them to be superstitious about healing, as is the case when people do not understand something. But once they understand the law, healing ceases to be a mystery. The main reason someone struggles to overcome a character weakness, despite believing in spirit and having faith to overcome their limitation, is that they have not implanted the right mental images in their mind. If they had, they would have overcome their problem. Continuing to think about their weakness keeps the image of it present in their mind. When applying mental treatment, one must completely move away from the illness or limitation. Illness and limitation are neither entities, places, nor things. They are simply mental images created by thought. One must completely change their approach by moving away from the condition or limiting situation and focusing on its opposite, that is, the health, happiness, or harmony one wishes to manifest. In terms of treatment methods, although there are several methods, there are only two distinct approaches, the argumentative and the realization. The argumentative method involves an internal process of reasoning, where the practitioner reflects on their patient and then presents a logical argument to the universal or divine principle. If this argument fully supports the patient, it is assumed that they will recover. The realization method is one where the practitioner becomes aware of the perfect state of their patient. It is a purely spiritual and meditative process of contemplating the perfect man. If the embodiment of this idea is effectively realized, it will immediately lead to healing. Treatment aims to induce an internal perception of perfection in the practitioner's mind, a perception that, acting through the mind, influences the patient. Between Juan and Maria exists a universal medium that is also present between them. Not only is it between them, but it is also within them. Juan knows exactly where he is because there is only one. He simultaneously knows where Maria is because his work operates through a field that is not fragmented, but is a unit or a complete whole, that is, universal subjectivity. By knowing himself or his own being, he activates the law that operates through the person he refers to in his treatment. Regardless of the patient's location, there is no distinct treatment at a distance from an in-person treatment. Maria must become aware of health before healing can be permanent. She must incorporate it into her subjective thought. If consciousness does not change, she will continue to perpetuate old thought patterns and become ill again. This is why people heal temporarily when treated only to relapse. They do not experience permanent healing unless their consciousness is healed. A treatment begins and ends in the thought of the one administering it. The practitioner must do all the work within themselves. They must understand the truth, and in doing so, they set the law in motion. What is known by any part of the universal mind is known by every part of it, because it is an indivisible whole. What is known in one place is known in all places. When offering treatment, you do not simply launch a thought or maintain it. If a suggestion is given, the treatment is affirmative. For example, if you are treating an individual named John Smith and he is not present, you state, "I am treating John Smith from place," and then you detach from his personality and continue the treatment. There is no need to detail his specific problem, although sometimes mentioning an aspect to counter it can be helpful. Of course, there are certain thoughts associated with certain subjects, and understanding the illness might help you identify which thought needs to be eradicated. Here's the situation. Mary Jones approaches John Smith and says, "I have tuberculosis." In response, he affirms, "This word is for Mary Jones. She is a perfect and complete manifestation of pure spirit, and pure spirit cannot be sick. Therefore, she is not sick." This is an argument that seeks to provide evidence for perfection. It is an argument that leads to a conclusion in John Smith's mind, and consequently sets a law in motion for Mary Jones as John does so. Day by day, he gradually convinces himself of his own perfection, and Mary heals. If only he could do it in a minute, she would heal in a minute. Healing is not a process. It is a revelation, an awakening, a realization of life. The human being exists in the divine mind as a perfect image, but it is covered by the distorted images of its own thought throughout its mental experience. If you choose the realization method, you say, "This word or thought is for Mary Jones," and then you begin to realize the perfect presence, the only perfect presence, because God is all that exists. There is no other life. There is less and less argumentation and more complete realization. It is very powerful, even if there is no difference in the method you use, as they produce the same result. It may be wise to combine both methods. When it comes to a child, the treatment should be the same. Its effectiveness will depend on the practitioner's absolute conviction. However, in the case of a baby, who is subject to the conscious thought of those around them, it is essential to teach these people to think favorably about the child, as their thoughts can influence the baby's health. If they are not aligned with healing, if the treatment fails, the problem probably lies more with Juan than with Maria. Nevertheless, illnesses are the direct result of people's habitual mental attitudes. Unless these attitudes change, healing will not be permanent. It is the physician's responsibility to identify these attitudes and encourage their modification. It is also the physician's duty to explain to people why they are the way they are, and to teach them how to overcome undesirable attitudes. When you provide treatment, you communicate with yourself on behalf of another person. We must understand the concept of universal subjectivity, the potential of all things, the divine creative medium. It is the principle through which we must demonstrate the healing of the body or condition, and it acts in an exact and mathematical way because it is the correct and subjective law of cause and effect. When we think, we do so from the conscious intelligence or mind. We can say that thought internalizes, that is, it is transmitted to the subconscious mind. But what is the subconscious of the human being? It is their mental atmosphere or vibration within universal subjectivity. There is no such thing as your subconscious and my subconscious, meaning two separate minds, as that would imply duality. However, there is the subjective state of your thought and my thought within the universal mind. It is important to clarify this point, as this is where psychology and metaphysics differ in their divergent understandings. When we think, we do so in a universal creative medium, a receptive and malleable substance that surrounds us on all sides, permeates us, and flows through us. We do not need to deliberately think about it or about the subject, because when we think, we do so in and about it. There is no other place where we can think, as it is omnipresent. As each person internalizes in their consciousness, they build around them a mental atmosphere, and nothing can penetrate it unless they allow it through the pathways of their own thought. However, this thought can be conscious or unconscious. In most cases, it is unconscious. However, the student of truth learns to consciously control the flow of thought entering their mental and creative mind. Thought is an internal process that emerges in response to our perception of life and our reaction to it. Every time this process occurs, it unfolds within the universal mind in accordance with the law. We are undoubtedly dealing with the same force that shapes planets and everything that exists within them. The limit of our ability to demonstrate this lies not in the principle itself, but in our understanding of it, in our capacity to internalize and embody our ideals. Each person is the logical result of their own thoughts. It is a neutral and creative force similar to electricity or other natural forces, operating on a higher plane because it is the power of intelligence. When we think about this universal consciousness, our thought, in manifesting, reaches its own level in the same way that water finds its level by its own weight, effortlessly. This is in line with the principle of self-existence. For the universe to fully exist, it must be self-existing. What does the self-existence of the universe mean? It means that the universe is its own reason for being, a universe that exists by itself, being all in all. Each of us is the result of what we have been before, consciously or unconsciously, regardless of our current situation. Becoming aware of this puts us in a better position, because we understand that what we are now or what we have and experience at this moment is the result of our past thoughts. The answer to what we will be is contained in what we are now, as we can change our thoughts. Sometimes a person thinks and assumes they are freeing themselves from the thoughts they have had, but this is not the case, as thought internalizes in the mind like a seed planted in the ground and remains there unless neutralized. It determines action and repulsion in the thinker's experience. There is a constant action in the subjective aspect of life, and it is this unconscious process that determines what will happen in external expression. Everything we think, do, create, feel, visualize, see, imagine, read, say, and indeed all processes that affect or impress us enter into the subjective state of our thought, which is our individual way of using the universal mind. Everything that enters the subjective state of thought tends to return in one form or another as a condition, a law of belief. Jesus expressed, "As you have believed, so let it be done unto you." By understanding the nature of this law, he did not say that your desires would be granted, but he stated the universality of the law by affirming that what you have believed will be accomplished. We are dealing with the law. Someone might assert, "I cannot conceive that God cares about me." Neither can I. However, we are talking about laws. The law of electricity does not care whether it cooks a dinner or burns down a house, whether it electrocutes a criminal or warms a saint's feet. Of course, it does not care about the impulse that drives people to express themselves, whether someone kneels in ecstasy or lies drunk in a gutter. It is a matter of right, and it is deduced that since we are dealing with the law, ultimately, it will return to us the results of the forces we set in motion through it. Therefore, no enlightened person would attempt to use this law destructively, as they would know that sooner or later the same force they set in motion would end up destroying them. Those who take the sword will perish by the sword. The Spirit of Christ is one that uses the law constructively. The spirit of the Antichrist is the destructive use of the law. The Spirit of Christ, being aligned with cosmic life, will always surpass, neutralize, and eventually completely eliminate the spirit of the Antichrist, and ultimately the cycle of necessity and karmic law. The cycle of necessity implies that things set in motion by an individual through the law will eventually return to them. This refers to the law of karma that binds the ignorant but frees the wise. This law has been taught by all the great masters throughout history. Jesus referred to this law by saying, "As you have believed, so let it be done unto you," and also when he said, "Heaven and earth shall pass away, but my words shall not pass away." Isaiah also alluded to this law by stating, "So shall my word be that goes forth out of my mouth. It shall not return unto me void, but it shall accomplish that which I please." Nowadays, this law is known as the divine principle, or the law of cause and effect. This means that once a tendency is set in motion through the law, It is destined to manifest at the level of the subjective concept that generated it. This does not imply fatalism, as we can consciously change the currents of subjectivity through conscious thought. In fact, this is what is accomplished through treatment. The law of action and reaction is simply the law of cause and effect. Rather than viewing it as something overly occult or mystical, it would be more useful to consider it as responding to our thoughts and returning to the thinker what they think. This law can be applied for specific purposes, and once set in motion, the rest works automatically. That is why we can have complete confidence in this principle when we understand how it operates. This principle knows everything and can accomplish anything, but for it to work in our favor, we must allow it to act through us. This is the power that Jesus used when he withered the fig tree and when he raised Lazarus from the dead. We argue within the mind, so we argue inside the mind, and if we argue in favor of believing in health, we will be healed. It is not a matter of suggestion or positive thinking healing us, as that would be a limited approach of will. It is not something we need to force with determination, but rather something we need to understand. Water does not need to strive to be wet, it always is, and if we immerse ourselves in it, we will be wet. Life does not need to pretend to be life, it simply manifests as what it knows itself to be. Thus we discuss within the mind, not to convince the mind that it is or can accomplish something, but to convince ourselves that we are already perfect. There has been much controversy over the use and misuse of this power. Some argue that we cannot misuse this power because there is only one thought, and it cannot act against itself. Those who understand this and know that no human thought can be destroyed are immune to misuse. However, if someone believes in misuse, they open mental channels of receptivity to it, as we can only receive what we vibrate. Misuse is the ignorant use of something that is essentially good. It is the incorrect use of mental power and will never be accepted by those who understand the truth, nor will they be affected by it. Those who understand the truth might have innocent, ignorant, and malevolent misuse. Innocent misuse in the form of sympathy towards illness and problems, thus accentuating these conditions, often produces detrimental results. Ignorant misuse would be roughly the same, for example, when someone does not see a criminal and thinks of them as such, thus contributing to perpetuating the state in which they manifest. Malevolent misuse would be an act of concentrating thought with destructive intentions. When Jesus said, "The prince of this world comes and has nothing in me," he meant that he had neutralized all racial thoughts of destruction and was therefore immune to any false suggestion. We should all strive to reach the same subjective but not unconscious goal. Subjective thought can only deduce and cannot initiate anything by itself. However, this does not imply that it lacks intelligence. We must be careful not to fall into the illusion that subjective thought is unintelligent simply because it cannot reason. In reality, it is infinitely more intelligent than our current state of conscious awareness, but under its influence. If our subjective consciousness were always clear, meaning if it never received erroneous impressions, the mind would flow continuously toward objectivity and would never make mistakes, and we would suffer neither from illness, poverty, nor unhappiness. How do habits form in the subjective realm? They reside in the images of thought that surround us, all acting like living intelligences. This is where habits form, because when we have a habit that seems difficult to break, we are under the hypnotic influence of the thought and desire that sustain that habit. The force of thought has become too powerful to be controlled. Habits can be overcome by neutralizing the forces of thought that support them. Law is thought in action. There exists an infinite life operating through law, and this law is of a mental nature. The law is thought in action. We are surrounded by an infinite, impersonal, neutral, malleable, creative, and ever-present thinking substance from which everything comes and which, in its original state, permeates and penetrates all things. By imprinting our thoughts into this substance, we can make it produce what we think, according to the capacity of our mind to understand the idea. The act of imprinting our thoughts into it is not an external act. As when we imprint our thoughts within ourselves, we think about this substance. This is due to the unity of the whole mind. This is one of the important lessons we need to learn. We know nothing outside of ourselves. This is what Jesus meant when he said, "You will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. When we know within ourselves, we know at the point of the individualized mind that we are at the very heart of infinity. The ever-present substance that always responds to itself binds us by our own freedom. We are all bound, shackled, hands and feet tied by our own freedom. Our free will binds us. However, just as free will creates the conditions that limit us externally, it can also undo or dissolve them. The universe, being purely deductive, can refuse nothing to man. The same force that does not fall ill can heal us. The force that impoverishes us can enrich us, and the power that makes us unhappy can make us happy. If this were not true, there would be duality in the universe, and that is impossible. Unity with all laws. When we understand our unity with God and the law, such a great burden will be lifted, a burden that otherwise would compel us to struggle to demonstrate it. The sense of opposition must be permanently removed from the consciousness that perceives unity. Instead of saying, "Here is a sick person to heal, and I will have to work hard on this case," we must realize that there is nothing else but concepts in the universe, and thus say, "I will conceive this person as absolutely perfect." Then the same power that made them ill will heal them. This is the reversal of thought. What we call our subjective mind is merely a point in the universal mind where our personality maintains its individualized expression of the mind. If we think we are separate from the universe, we will be limited by that thought, as it is the belief in the separation of good that binds and limits us. We are limited by nothing other than belief. They could not enter because of unbelief, and because they limited the Holy One of Israel. There is only one mind. Here is the question. Everything we experience, touch, taste, manipulate, and sense, our environment, bodies, conditions, money, happiness, friends, everything is just effects. It is clear that the infinite and unlimited possibilities of this unity, of which man is a part, depend on the expression of man's own concepts. If there is a point of personality in an unlimited mind, which there is, and if all of his life must be drawn from this unique mind, which must be the case, then there can be nothing else true. If there is nothing else, if there is nothing to move other than the mind, and if man is a thinking center in the mind, nothing will happen to him that does not occur through him, whether as a result of his own erroneous conclusions, those of his ancestors, or the race to which he belongs. It is impossible to conceive that something happens to someone unless the force that drives them has been set in motion by them at some point or in some place. But this is not fatalistic, as we can change the chain of causality we have set in motion. Everything comes from intelligence. There is nothing else but unity. There is nothing else but freedom. There is nothing else but completeness. There is nothing else but wholeness. Start from the beginning and repeat this again and again until doubt disappears, for you will neutralize that subjectivity that rises to kill you. It is necessary for each person to do this for themselves. As for demonstration, when we have the correct consciousness, it is the simplest thing in the world, but we cannot demonstrate beyond our ability to mentally conceive an idea. The issue lies in the confrontation between our experience, what the world believes, and what we are convinced is the truth. It is important to understand that we can manifest despite ourselves, despite all weakness, despite all fear, despite everything within us. For that is the power of truth. If we waited to be perfect before demonstrating, the wheel might turn 1,000,000 times. However, the law is neither good nor bad. The law simply is, and it responds. The ability to manifest depends neither on the environment, nor on conditions, nor on location, nor on personality, nor on opportunity. It depends solely on ourselves and nothing else. The universe will never refuse anything to human beings unless we believe it is possible for someone to think of something that the universe cannot produce. Everyone who asks receives, according to their belief. This is the law of karma. And Van stated about karma, "It is the law that binds the ignorant but frees the wise." What is known in the East as karma, we call cause and effect. The subjective consciousness is our karma. It is the result of the thought that preceded us and of the suggestion of the race that acts through us. Karma is not synonymous with fate, It is a mental law that can be modified by appropriate thought and correct action. Karma is not the same as kismet. The power of thought is the activity of consciousness that sets the law in motion. When consciousness moves within itself, it generates a movement or vibration in the intelligence and in the substance, the intensity of which corresponds to the reality of the thought that has been activated. For everything that happens in the objective world, there must exist something in the subjective world that perfectly counterbalances it. Imagine for a moment that the universe is like an ocean imbued with infinite intelligence. Suppose that each time this intelligence moves or thinks, a kind of wave forms in the water, representing exactly that thought. We might have countless waves of different shapes, colors, and sizes, but all would still be water. If we could heat the entire mass, it would melt and all the shapes would become fluid again. Nothing would have changed except the form. This is what constitutes matter, this spirit manifested in a form and as such intrinsically good. To deny matter would be faulty reasoning. First, there is intelligence, then comes the word, the vision, the image, the concept. Then follows the movement toward the manifestation of that thing. Remember that thought is a true source of power in action. Otherwise, the universe would have nothing with which to operate. Choice. We have the right to choose what we introduce into the mind. How our thoughts will manifest is not always visible. However, we should not worry if we do not see the way, as the effect is potentially contained within the cause. I am the Alpha and the Omega, and all that lies between cause and effect. Cause and effect are truly one, with one being the internal aspect and the other being the external aspect of a concept or idea. The work of a practitioner begins and ends within themselves. If, while performing mental work, they are assailed by the thought that it is not possible, they must approach this thought as if it were powerless, considering it only as an impersonal suggestion attempting to enter their mentality. Recognize that there is nothing in you that can prevent demonstrating the truth. If one tells oneself, "I am full of life, health, strength, and vigor," and then sees someone in the street who is poor, blind, a criminal, or sick, they must treat themselves in the same way as when they affirmed being perfect. We are as perfect as we perceive others. This does not mean we must close our eyes to the difficulties of others, as we can feel compassion for those facing problems without pitying the problems themselves. We must empathize with all, for as one of the great prophets of the New Age said, the divinity of Christ has manifested through the humanity of Jesus. The specific and intelligent form or idea in the mind will generate a similarly specific and concrete manifestation in matter that will be equal to itself. There exists an infinite principle, an infinite thought, an infinite creative power, and a multitude of forms that appear and disappear as the defined, specific, and concrete thought behind them changes. A practitioner is one who changes erroneous thought and bases themselves on the principle of truth, executing and manifesting the truth they embody. They can manifest up to the limit of their mental and spiritual capacity to conceive the truth. If one desires to demonstrate prosperity, they must first have the consciousness of prosperity. If they desire health, they must incorporate the idea of health. The consciousness of health, happiness, and prosperity can develop internally through appropriate mental and spiritual practice. Consciousness refers to the internalization of an idea, to the subjective image of the idea, to the mental and spiritual equivalent of the idea. Although it is possible to mechanically induce a certain level of consciousness, it is evident that the more spontaneity there is in mechanical speech, the more power that speech must have. Since we all have to start from where we are, most of us will be required to begin with a mechanical process. This goes beyond faith, as it involves a certain knowledge that we are working with the law. The principle is immutable reality. What we call personality is the instrument through which the principle operates, but it can only operate through the individual. It is never limited by the form it takes. It is always free. The principle fills all forms. Not only does it fill them, but it also surrounds them, and it is present in and through them. Ice is water, and water is ice. In the same way, God and man exist in an eternal state of unity. When one realizes that they depend on the principle, they must educate themselves to the point of recognizing their capacity to use it. We must always be impersonal in mental work. It is not necessary to be impersonal in daily life, as we are meant to interact with each other on a personal level. However, in mental work, we deal with an impersonal principle. This principle operates as quickly for one as for another, because it is the law. You must dare to speak and know that what you say is law for what you say. An individual connected to infinity in their consciousness constitutes a complete majority. Keeping this in mind, work in perfect peace and calm. Always maintain expectation, keep enthusiasm, and cultivate a consciousness of love. That is, a radiant feeling that permeates your personality at all times. If you do not possess this, you must work on yourself until you experience it, for without it, your mind is sick. You must work on yourself until you feel an internal sensation of unity with the all. There is only one thought, and the primordial impulse of that thought is love. In choosing words in treatment, use those that induce the correct mental attitude. It is a mistake to use rigid formulas, for how can anyone impose a spontaneous thought on another's mind? Anyone can stand before a sick person and say, "Be healed," but who will have the consciousness to make it happen? Do not limit the principles. Know your own mind. Train yourself to think what you wish to think, be what you wish to be, feel what you wish to feel, and do not limit the principle. Your word would be as powerful as the words spoken by Jesus if only you understood it. But understand it from within, not merely superficially. After all, everything that exists is a matter of action and mental reaction. When you reach the point where inner consciousness creates all things, your word becomes simply a statement of reality. There will come a time when demonstration will no longer be necessary. Keep in mind that when you give a treatment, the act takes place in the infinite mind. It is the infinite mind that acts, and you are the one who announces. If you feel a vague, subtle, and unconscious fear, stay calm and reflect. Who am I? What am I? Who is speaking? What is my life? Meditate again on the principle until your thought becomes perfectly clear. The power of correct thought is so great that it eliminates and erases everything that does not resemble it. It answers all questions, solves all problems, and is the solution to all difficulties. It is like the light of the sun of eternal truth that pierces the clouds of darkness and bathes all life in glory. It is the absolute with which you deal, and nothing less. Note, read carefully Being and Becoming by F.L. Holmes, The Golden Keys by T. Troward, From Existence to Life by James Porter Mills, The Silent Partner of the Mind by James Porter Mills, and The History and Power of the Mind by Richard Ingersoll. Recap. The human being reproduces divine nature on 3 planes. They are self-conscious in their conscious mind, creative through their subconscious mind, and possess a body. They reflect the Trinity of Being. The human being is in perfect unity with the all. Their conscious mind represents their understanding of God, their subjective mind is their use of the universal creative means, and their body is one with the body of God. Now, God in the universe, and there is only one thought, and the human being uses it. The human being is an entity in the universe, a center of God's consciousness. Initially, they are unaware of this and misuse their power, resulting in problems and illnesses. The human thought operates through universal creative thought. When one thinks of oneself, they are thinking in the creative mind and activating the law, as there is only one. A person can think for their own benefit or for others, and make the law work according to their direction. The use of the creative mind is similar to the use of fertile land. The human being never creates, they simply use a creative law. The terms objective thought, conscious thought, and self-conscious thought have the same meaning. They refer to that part of the human being that is aware of their own existence. On the other hand, subjective, subconscious, unconscious soul and conscience have the same meaning. They refer to the inner creative means. The body, effects, and external conditions respond to internal thought. The human mind, which is their self-knowledge, is the only part of them that has its own will or choice. Everything else is automatic law. The conscious thought of the human being, acting through this law, can change their experience as long as they can clearly conceive that it can happen. The only limits are in the human being's capacity to understand and use this creative law. In truth, there is only one thought and one law that all people use, whether consciously or unconsciously, constructively or destructively. There is one mind, one thought, one law, one substance, but many forms. There is only one ultimate reality, but within this single reality there are many experiences. The human being is in unity and draws all the experiences they believe in from it. As the human being thinks, they subjectivize the thought and activate the law through the means of universal thought. This law operates automatically until consciously modified. The human being uses a power that is infinite compared to the power of their conscious thought. The divine principle refers to the universal subjective law. It is the means of all thought and action, freedom and slavery, illness and health, poverty and wealth, heaven and hell, good and evil, great and small, happiness and misery, peace and confusion, faith and fear, and all seemingly opposed conditions are not actually opposing powers, but forms of the use of the single power. The human being possesses within themselves the key to all situations, but they must come to understand their relationship with the all. This relationship is one of perfect unity. Lesson 3. Introduction to Healing. Mental healing involves the healing of the mind. The possibility of healing physical illnesses through the power of correct thought relies entirely on the theory that we are surrounded by infinite thought that responds to our thoughts. It is undeniable that throughout history, people have been healed through prayer and faith. However, we live in a universe governed by law and order, and at no point can this law or order be broken. Therefore, if some people have been healed through prayer and faith, it is because they have connected with a law that actually exists. To assume that God would heal one individual more easily than another would be to assume that God is human and subject to the changing emotions we attribute to the human mind. Believing that divine power would act for a person simply because they ask, but not for all, would be to believe in a God more human than man himself. However, it is evident that many people have been healed through prayer. So either God has responded in a special way to some while others have suffered, or through the act of prayer, they have adhered to a certain law. On the other hand, many people have prayed and their prayers were not answered, although they prayed in the best possible way. Why were some answered and others not? The only possible answer is that some reached a point in their mentality where they believed while others missed this mental attitude. Ultimately, prayer is a certain mental attitude, a specific way of thinking, a consistent way of believing. All prayer is mental. Some prayers reach a state of belief while others do not. This leads us to conclude that the answer to prayer lies within the prayer itself. When a true prayer is made, it fosters a belief in the good that nothing else can reach and often elevates the person praying to a mental state where healing can occur according to the law of the universe, which is a law of thought. We have no objection to any type of healing. Anything that helps relieve suffering is valuable, whether in the form of medicine or prayer. We do not oppose doctors, but gratefully acknowledge the wonderful work they do. We enter into no controversy regarding healing. We rejoice when someone is healed or helped in any way. We believe in all methods and understand that each has its place in the whole. We recognize that human life develops on 3 planes: physical, mental, and spiritual, and that all must be considered. We believe in proper nutrition, appropriate exercise, suitable clothing, adequate hygiene, and everything that is reasonable and sensible. We include everyone and exclude no one. However, while we do not seek disputes with anyone, we will not allow anyone to dispute with us. We know that in reality, human life is spiritual and mental, and as long as one is not healed in their thought, no form of healing will be adequate. We will gladly collaborate with all, but will not accept judgment from everyone. We recognize the existence of a higher law beyond physical law, and seek it. We may not always succeed, but we will not be discouraged or confused, and will persevere until we do. We question no form of religion. We believe in all churches and all ways of worship. Above all, we have a firm faith in God. However, we will not allow anyone to impose on us how to worship God, or force us to practice worship that is not of our choosing. We reject the idea that the truth has been revealed once and for all, with no possibility of addition or withdrawal. We acknowledge that this applies to the truth, but also know that to date, no one has achieved a complete understanding of the truth. We hope that more light will illuminate our path in all aspects and reject any belief that asserts that all truth has been revealed. We understand that human authority is, in most cases, a presumption rather than a reality, and we refuse to be influenced into believing in any mandate dictated by humans. What we know about healing is that health is a state of mind, not of the body. Our focus is on healing people's mentalities, knowing that by doing so, we will also contribute to healing their bodies. We believe that if we are able to see a human being as perfect, that perfection will manifest. We believe that each individual is intrinsically perfect, regardless of their outward appearance, and we strive to uncover that perfection which resides in every person's life, for that is what signifies healing. We are aware that mental healing must also be a spiritual healing, as the two are intrinsically linked. We understand that belief in duality has caused illness in people, and that only understanding unity will allow for true healing. We seek to express this unity with God in all our healing work. Each treatment must be accompanied by the understanding of God's presence, and we wish it to be effective. We do not follow superstitious beliefs on this matter, but we acknowledge that it is necessary as all life is one to us. God represents the unique life we all share. Thoughts are things. We know that thoughts have great power. We understand that thought is intelligent and has the ability to manifest by itself. We recognize that belief imparts great strength to thought. We are aware that our thoughts influence causality and shape real substance. We understand that a person's words are the law that governs their life under the one great law that governs all life. We know that thoughts related to illness affect a person's health, while thoughts of health and perfection can heal them. We understand that recognizing the presence of God is the most powerful healing force the human mind can know. We do not seek to debate this subject or to convince others of its merits. We have moved beyond the stage of doubt and uncertainty because we know. We also understand that we can only heal to the extent that we can think from a higher motive. Therefore, we are constantly vigilant, striving to adopt higher thoughts. Meanwhile, we will use the best thoughts we have and be willing to heal and help all those who seek our assistance. We understand that thought is the conscious activity of the thinker and operates according to its direction. It functions within the framework of the law, but it is a law that must be applied consciously. We are aware that the law will work for us to the extent that we have faith in it and understand it. We recognize that since our understanding is not yet complete, it is legitimate to use any method that can benefit humanity, but we await the day when only the truth will meet all needs. That day will come when we know that it is already here. The mental healer performs their work in the mind and is wholly dedicated to correct knowledge, but allows their patient to use any method that helps them. In this way, the best results are achieved, as each method is effective to the extent that it works. However, only the consciousness of truth can lead to true and lasting healing. Meaning of metaphysical terms. Universal mind refers to the universe of consciousness and self-determination. Universal subjectivity refers to the creative medium of the mind, or the subjective law governing the universe. Particularization refers to the world of matter and forms. Revisit the explanation of chart number 1. The descent of the mind signifies the manifestation of mind into form, the individualization of mind into multiple forms. The line drawn from the top of the chart to the lower section symbolizes the unity of all life. The mind manifests in form through the law. Multiplicity emanates from unity, but never contradicts unity. The many are contained within the one. Human life partakes of divine nature, and this concept can be applied on an individual or universal level. Our conscious mind is a part of the unified conscious mind that encompasses all. The complete nature of God is reflected in humanity, and the latter uses the same law as God. There is only one law, just as there is only one mind. God and humanity use the same creative medium. Universal subjectivity is the law governing all thought and action. All things come from a single source through a common law and a common creative medium. We regard our lives as one with the whole on the three planes of expression. We are one with the conscious mind, one with the creative mind, and in our bodies, we are one with all matter. No matter what we address or for what purpose, the medium of all thought is the universal law. This manifests through the power of speech that expresses itself in it. Speech is conscious, and the law operates automatically, while form lacks self-determination. Conscious mind refers to the mind that knows itself. Contemplative or reflective refers to conscious thought emanating from the conscious mind. Subjective mind and formless matter refer to the substance and soul of the universe. Mirror of the mind or soul indicates that the subjective aspect of life acts as a mirror reflecting the thought forms presented to it. Unconscious form or mirror of matter means that the material world reflects the thought forms that the soul has before it. This concept describes the process and sequence of creation. First, in the chain of causality, there is the word, which is self-aware. Then, the law comes into action to reflect the word. This law is subjective and follows the word by reflecting it. Form is the formless universal substance that then takes shape through the power of speech acting upon it. In the subjective aspect of life, the soul and substance are subordinate to the spirit, and form or matter in form lacks will. In the Trinity of Unity, only one attribute is truly self-aware, namely the spirit or the word. This approach can apply both individually and universally, as the individual reflects the universe on the three planes. The manifested universe is the result of the self-contemplation of the spirit or God. This self-contemplation through the law reflects its images into the world of form or manifestation. The world of human affairs and the body are the result of the individual's inner self-consciousness, stemming from personal reflection. All existence must be the result of a precise image in the mind of God or the Absolute, which is the cause of all. If we consider the human being as a projection of God, an emanation of God, a manifestation or a reflection of God, we must understand that God, or the first cause, maintains the human being in its consciousness as a perfect being, for the perfect mind could not conceive an imperfect idea. On the other hand, if we consider the human being as a part of God, as some schools of thought suggest, we must then recognize that the human being, as a part of the divine, must be intrinsically perfect. This conclusion is inevitable. However, the human being does not appear to be perfect. In fact, they seem to experience many situations far from ideal. It is undeniable that humans suffer, fall ill, experience pain, and ultimately die. To deny this would be to deny the evidence of the very quality we possess that allows us to consider ourselves conscious beings. Therefore, we must find a way to reconcile our conclusion about perfection with an experience that, on the surface, is not. Individuality, although the human being must be and is a divine image or perfect idea, experiences suffering and disease. The answer to this enigma is the same as the one that can be offered from a philosophical perspective on the general problem of evil. The human being is an individual and creates their own reality. The scriptures affirm, God created man upright, but they have sought out many inventions. Individuality cannot manifest automatically. It must arise spontaneously to be true. Without the ability to think and choose freely, it would not be true individuality. This ability to choose must be supported by a power that materializes these choices. Otherwise, human decisions would have no consequences, and one would live in a world of illusions where thoughts never become reality. However, man has the capacity to choose and is bound by a law that automatically materializes these choices. Although he may alter his divine image, he cannot destroy it. We live in a universe balanced between love and law, each complementing the other. The universe of love, rich in feelings and emotions, and the universe of law that governs these feelings and emotions. In considering this lesson on healing, let us remember that behind the outward appearance of the human being resides the divine image, a perfect concept maintained in the mind of the universe as an accomplished reality. However, man is subject to the law of his own individuality. Returning to the law and observing the third diagram, we see that man is conscious mind or spirit. This represents his objective faculty. The objective mind of man is his conscious perception of life, the only aspect of his being with free will or the capacity for choice. Therefore, man is spiritual. The conscious mind of man is the contemplative, the reflection of the divine. The universe is the result of the contemplation of the divine mind, or the Holy Spirit, which is God. God creates by contemplating his own I am. This contemplation, through the law, manifests in the self-realization of the infinite mind. Man reincarnates God. The divine nature manifests in him. He possesses a consciousness and a mind, and by contemplating them, he reflects his thoughts into the universal subjectivity where they are received and implemented. As the mind or soul accepts these thought images, it acts upon the formless substance and gives it a defined form in the body, which is unconscious by nature. The form thus created itself lacks consciousness, as it is composed of immaterial substance. The body alone, without the influence of the mind, is without consciousness or will. In the absence of mentality, the body does not think, see, hear, feel, or taste. Deprived of mentality, it becomes a corpse, immediately beginning to decompose and return to the universal substance. The formless substance from which conscious thought or contemplation emerges acts as a reflector, projecting the forms that consciousness maintains into matter through the mind. Although the human being is intrinsically a perfect idea, their individuality often overlays this idea with thought forms they imagine. These thought forms may be conscious or not. As the human being enters life, they are influenced by the collective consciousness of humanity and develop beliefs about their environment. In developing their own personality, they begin to create additional subjective thoughts, observe, draw conclusions, and integrate them into their mentality, which ultimately becomes an integral part of the cause of their objective existence. Healing is achieved by discovering, neutralizing, and removing false images of thought, thus allowing the perfect idea or ideal to be reflected through the subjective mind into the body. When one understands that everything is mind and that nothing moves except through the mind, and that the only instrument of the mind is thought, which is a form of contemplation, one realizes that the only truly permanent healing is mental and spiritual healing, not limited by principles. By understanding that conscious thought operates through infinite power, one realizes that there are no limits to the power of healing except those we impose by our ability to conceive this power as a means of healing. Our limitation does not lie in the principle itself, but in our ability to conceive perfection. Our thought can manifest a condition as perfect as our ability to conceive it. Thus, one whose thought aligns most closely with God will be a more effective healer. For this reason, we cannot separate true mental healing from authentic spiritual work. One whose thought aligns most closely with God, meaning whose thought is truer, higher, nobler, more complete, and peaceful, will be a superior healer, as their thought reflects a greater perfection. As thought reaches a higher level of perfection, there will be a greater development in harmony with the evolution and deployment of human consciousness. Mental treatment is real. We must not forget that the conscious mind is the sole agent in the universe, both in the world and in the human being, while the unconscious or subjective mind is programmed by its own nature to accept and never reject. The body is merely an effect without its own intelligence. Now we can understand that mental treatment is a real, concrete, and specific action that operates in full compliance with scientific laws. When a practitioner offers treatment to someone, they are not merely hoping for the patient to improve or just wishing it. They perform a defined mental work, generating in their own consciousness, in their own mind, a conscious self-contemplation of the idea that the patient is healthy and perfect. The treatment is the act, art, and science of introducing thought into the patient's mind, a thought recognizing that the patient's body is a divine, spiritual, and perfect idea. The treatment does not necessarily focus on each specific organ of the body, but declares that the body is harmonious and that each specific idea within it is harmonious. Then, it pays particular attention to what appears to be the physical disorder. Through this treatment that the practitioner offers, the subjective mind, which is universal and omnipresent, takes the images of its thought and reflects them in the direction it specifies. The practitioner does not attempt to send, maintain, or suggest a thought. It is important to distinguish between suggestion, which has its place but is limited, and true metaphysical healing. In metaphysical healing, we are aware that we are dealing with a universal principle or law that takes the impression of our thought and acts upon it. Nothing can stop it. One day we will understand that even the patient's thought cannot stop it, and then this debate will be closed. We work with something that cannot be influenced or debated. We direct it with specific goals, instructing it to perform certain actions which it indeed carries out. This is what happens when we offer treatment. Since the law is infinite, there is no such thing as an incurable disease. Unlike those that are curable, the law does not recognize disease. It simply acts. The practitioner declares, "My word is the presence, the power, and the activity of the truth that resides in me, which is all-powerful and is God. There is no other power." This word becomes the law that governs the situation in question, possessing within itself the capability, power, and intelligence to manifest through the great law that governs all life. This word, being the spontaneous recognition of the living infinite mind always present and active, fully manifests in and through the person or thing upon which the practitioner focuses. The human passes through subjectivity when born, transitioning from a subjective state of consciousness to an objective state, and gradually develops intelligent, self-conscious, and objective understanding. When a baby comes into the world, it is completely subjective. It lacks the knowledge to take care of itself, as well as the objective faculties, judgment, or thinking processes. However, from birth, it begins to develop its ability to perceive and understand the surrounding world through observation. This process may take more time in humans than in other animals, as babies are more vulnerable at birth. Some children may take longer to develop their objective faculties, and in some cases, they may never fully develop them in this life. Particularly irresponsible individuals may remain in a subjective state and never fully develop their objective faculties on this plane, acting more by instinct than by conscious discernment. Given that babies are born from subjectivity, most are born in a perfect state. It is evident that almost everything that happens in the world is perfect at its inception and then acquires objectivity while retaining some subjective inclinations. It is rare for a baby to be born with diseases, despite popular claims about the hereditary nature of heart problems, tuberculosis, and other disorders. This is not true. What is inherited in reality is subjective receptivity and a belief in these conditions. At first, children are happy, free, and spontaneous, which is what we love about them. They live primarily by instinct. Over time, as they grow and their emotions become more complex, they hear conversations about death, problems, divorce, love, marriage, and other topics considered good, bad, or indifferent by society. Children begin to react subjectively to these emotions. Anything that opposes spontaneous harmony and unity will negatively impact the child's health sooner or later. The inherited part primarily refers to an inherited subjective inclination, a career suggestion, or another source of illness is racial suggestion. Racial suggestion means the accumulated subjective tendencies of the human race. These tendencies operate through any person who is receptive to them. Thus, these are the sources from which most diseases arise: conscious observations, repressed emotions, inherited subjective tendencies, and perhaps 3/4 of them come from racial suggestion. Disease is impersonal. Disease is an impersonal force of thought that acts through individuals without belonging to them. It recognizes no person, place, or thing. It has no law to support it. It is loose and flees from the truth. Only the truth exists. There is no limitation imposed on man anywhere. You must know that the power you use is defined, scientific, dynamic, spiritual, absolute, and complete, and it will work. Do not let fear invade your thinking. Remember that nothing can achieve objectivity through consciousness except the thoughts you affirm. The person who has clearly and subjectively realized the unity of spirit, the unity of good, the presence of God, the absolute of their own being, the totality of all existing things in the point of their own personality, is immune to mental suggestion. They can protect themselves by surrounding themselves with a protective armor to prevent false suggestion from entering. In fact, almost everyone is hypnotized by the concept of race, and what we need to do is free ourselves from it. How to heal? Disease spreads mentally through suggestion, so we must envelop our patients in an aura or atmosphere of protection. This simply means recognizing the presence and power of God or the Spirit as their life, as the only life that exists, complete and perfect within them. First, recognize your own perfection, then build the same recognition for your patient. Next, address directly the thought that is holding them back, acknowledging that your word destroys it, affirming it, considering and specifically mentioning anything that might have been a supposed broken law or false thought. Finally, conclude your treatment with a great sense of peace, remaining silent for a moment, acknowledging that everything is accomplished, complete, and perfect. We should not consider this work to be difficult. When we understand that there is only one mind, we will realize that mental treatment is a direct affirmation in the mind of what we want to happen, and a complete realization that it is done. The mind is the actor. We recognize that everything resides in the mind and that nothing moves except through the mind, with intelligence being behind everything, acting through a force of thought that is concrete, defined, and real. The reason people often do not understand the possibility of mental healing is that they do not grasp the concept of causality. They do not perceive that intelligence is behind all things, that there is only one fundamental intelligence in the universe, a common mind shared by all people. What we seem to be is simply the point where this mind manifests through us. The human being is an individualized center of God's consciousness. Remember that every law is the mind in action. Every disease we experience must pass through the mind to manifest in us. There is only one subjective mind in the universe. Only with this understanding is mental treatment possible, whether the patient is present or absent. If there were more than one, it would be impossible, as there would be no common means through which to work, think, or act. There is only one, and we always think of it. Thus, the presence or absence of a patient makes no difference. The only advantage of having them present is that you can communicate with them, teach them, and by analyzing their thoughts, eliminate any mental complexes or conflicts. The question is often asked, is this subjective mind or law all that is in the divine nature? No, of course not. There is the spirit and the soul of the universe, a duality in what is one. But when practicing mental healing, you deal with the law just as definitively as a physicist deals with the law. Disease is not always due to conscious thought. For any disease to manifest in the body, it must start as a mental image in the inner mind. It must first be subjective before becoming something objective. Disease is a representation of thought that remains in the mind until it manifests in the body. That's all. Although every disease is an effect and must have a subjective cause at its origin, in most cases, the subjective cause is not conscious in the mind of the person suffering from it. It is rather largely the result of certain combinations of thoughts that, by merging around the individual who thought and received them, become operational through them. Certain combinations of thoughts, by merging, give rise to a specific manifestation. Thus, while it is true that each disease has a direct pattern in the subjective mind, it is also true that the individual suffering from it, in 9 out of 10 cases, has never thought about that particular type of problem. We deal with ideas. You deal exclusively with ideas. Let the doctors handle the bodies. If necessary, medicine or any physical intervention is not negative as long as it relieves suffering. However, to prevent the return of suffering, it is essential to eliminate the mental cause. Never tell patients not to take medication, for if you do, the treatments will be futile as it is incorrect. Instead, tell them, if you feel the need to take medication or consult a doctor, do so. By following this approach, there will come a time when the patient will realize that they no longer need medication. They will have freed themselves from the disease rather than merely removing it. In reality, no one needs to be healed. Health is an omnipresent reality. When the obstacles to healing are removed, we discover that health has always been present. Therefore, in your work, do not feel that you have the responsibility to heal anyone. In fact, take no responsibility for anyone's recovery. Have no doubts about this. Suppose while treating a patient you start to feel an overwhelming sense of responsibility. What should you do? You should immediately begin to treat yourself against this thought, for as long as you hold it, it becomes an obstacle to healing. Why? Because when you deeply analyze this feeling of responsibility, you realize that it is a belief suggesting that you are not capable of healing. Do not be swayed by this belief, for it is simply a thought telling you that you cannot do it. Only a thought can say this. An inanimate object like a chair cannot express it, and since it is only a thought that affirms it, it is also only a thought that can undo it. Declare that my word has the power to heal. This will help you discover that doubt disappears. Thinking about treatment, when you perform a treatment, you focus your mind. You identify, oppose, neutralize, eliminate, and annul any suppression, fear, doubt, failure, emotion, or feeling of loss, regardless of the problem. Every time your mind impacts precisely and directly, it clears negativity as definitively as a line erased with chalk. This is the mystery of manifestation and disappearance. Why does God not heal us? Because we are independent beings. We ourselves have caused our illness, and therefore are responsible for our own healing. In the Great World War, 10 to 15 million people suffered from agony, pain, sorrow, and distress. Yet the water remained as wet, and the birds sang as sweetly. Nothing but human thought and action fought until they were tired of fighting. Then they stopped. We will be ill until we become tired. Then we will seek the cause, remove it, and heal ourselves. Do not seek to go beyond your understanding. Our understanding is limited and prevents us from going beyond certain limits. Just as we cannot walk on water, we opt for a boat. We can only demonstrate the infinite principle up to the level of our own understanding. When someone struggles with a habit, they create a mental resistance. However, if they do not resist while offering help, they will soon find release. We often hear people say, "I cannot stop wearing glasses." They may therefore continue to wear them, but at the same time they can begin to affirm that there is perfect vision seeing through them. This is the truth. When this affirmation becomes an inner understanding, they will be healed and no longer need glasses. If a bandage relieves, use it. If a pill is beneficial, take it. However, gradually direct your thoughts from their current point to higher levels of consciousness, where neither bandages nor pills will be needed. What a professional should know. A physician understands that disease originates in the mind. Not only does he understand this, but he also knows that disease is simply an impersonal force of thought, acting through any available means. He recognizes that it is a direct manifestation of thought, and that in the universe there is nothing other than mind. Nothing moves except intelligence. The physician does not treat the physical body, nor seeks to cure a physical condition. It is important to mention that many people believe they must place their hands on patients to heal them, that there is some powerful magnetism in healing. However, this has nothing to do with the power we are talking about. Magnetic healing refers to the transmission of vital energy from one body to another and tends to be quickly depleted. When we treat a person, we do not see them as a patient. We do not focus our attention on their physical body or the state of the disease. We do not consider that the disease belongs to this person or is a part of them. On the contrary, the practitioner recognizes that the human being comes from the mind, not from matter. The mind is immutable, perfect, complete, and in every aspect, pure, immaculate, and uncontaminated. The practitioner understands this to the point of seeing their patient as a living embodiment of perfection. Thus, a practitioner is someone who, by recognizing that only the mind exists as an agent, communicates definitively, specifically, concretely, and consciously from their objective mind to the subjectivity, and gives direction to the law that is in action. Healing is thinking with clarity. Healing is the result of clear thinking and logical reasoning that presents itself to consciousness and is applied by it. It is a systematic process of reasoning that discovers the mental cause or underlying idea behind the disease and presents the truth about the nature of the human being, leading to healing. For example, you might say, God is all that exists. There is only one life. When you practice healing, if you find a point that is not clear, stop immediately and return to the last analysis of the ultimate and absolute reality, and build your entire argument on that basis to achieve clear consciousness. Repeat, God is all, there is only one power, intelligence and consciousness in the universe, one presence. This unique presence cannot change. There is nothing outside of it into which it could change, except within itself. It is immutable and is my life at this moment. Ensure you affirm that no form of suggestion based on race, beliefs, subjective ideas of limitation, karma, fatalism, theology, horoscope, or any other of these beliefs has power over you. Do not accept them if you have ever believed them or if you were convinced they governed you. Recognize that you are under an optical condition and reject each of them until there is nothing left in you that believes them. This is the way to clarify your consciousness. You can see how it works. Establish a clear concept of the reality that must manifest itself. If you follow this process of clear thinking every day, you can heal any disease. This will bring a complete recognition of life, one law. What makes you ill can be the source of your healing. You do not need to seek a health law that opposes a disease law because, in reality, there is only one law. This should bring you great relief, for it means there is no opposing power. An appropriate mental treatment. Often people say to a practitioner, "I want you to have strong thoughts for me." However, this is a misconception, as there are no strong or weak thoughts in this sense. The most powerful thought is the one held with the greatest conviction. We do not merely hold thoughts, we generate them and let the mind act upon them. Some people might think, it must be exhausting to treat so many people. Your willpower must be depleted. However, this is also a misconception, as willpower has nothing to do with true mental healing. Using willpower would imply that the practitioner exerts personal thought force on the patient, which is a form of false suggestion and ultimately a kind of hypnotism. No sensation in treatments. Sometimes it is thought that giving or receiving a treatment requires experiencing some physical sensation. Occasionally, a patient might say after receiving a treatment, "I didn't feel anything during the treatment." However, it is not necessary for the patient to feel something during the treatment, just as it is not necessary for the practitioner to feel anything beyond the truth of the words spoken. When we plant a seed in the ground, we do not experience a great sensation, and it is unlikely that the soil feels anything. Yet, once planted in the right soil, the seed will eventually grow into a plant. What is true in one domain is true in all. Recognize that you conduct this process as definitively as a gardener. The person who understands what they are doing is the one who achieves results. How to dispel doubts. All thoughts of doubt about your healing ability come from the belief that it is the personality that performs the healing rather than the law. Never say, "I am not skilled enough to heal," or "I do not have enough knowledge to heal," or "I do not possess the necessary understanding to heal." You must recognize that you are working with the law and that the law is the acting force. Consider all these arguments as forms of suggestion and refuse to let them operate through you. You have the capacity to heal, but first you must believe that you can. There will come a day when the entire world will embrace the truth due to the great neutralizing power it exerts on human consciousness. The truth demonstrates itself. The reason people do not achieve better results is that they do not understand that the principle works independently. In each individual resides a single common mentality. There is only one subjectivity in the universe, and we use it. Imagine that you are in the mind like a sponge in water. You are in it, and it is in you. Disease is mental. Any illness that arises from subjectivity or manifests in the body must have its origin in the mind. Bodies alone do not fall ill. For example, when the vital principle leaves the body, what we call a corpse becomes an inert and lifeless entity. At that state, it can no longer become ill, as we understand it could not become ill, unless intelligence were present to recognize the problem. Since the body alone cannot fall ill, be injured, or contract a disease without the presence of intelligence to recognize and feel it, Disease is primarily a matter of the mind. Without the mind, it is not, but with the mind it seems to be. For example, a contagious disease may spread physically between two living people, but it cannot spread between two dead people because intelligence is no longer present. The means of healing that we must always remember is that there is only one subjective mentality in the universe. This is a point that people often do not understand, and because of this lack of understanding, they do not see how it is possible to treat a person without touching them, or how one can heal someone at a distance through absent treatment. If we recognize that there is only one subjective mentality in the universe, and remember that subjective mentality is deductive, receptive, plastic, neutral, impersonal, and creative, it is the substance from which all things are formed. Then we can imprint a certain image of thought, a certain process of realization into this mentality, and we will obtain a result, for it is the acting force that depends on the principle. By properly using this great subjective law, you can imprint a defined idea into it. If you do not remove this idea yourself or neutralize it with an opposing idea, the law will manifest it. What we need to learn is the law governing this principle. When you provide a treatment, you activate a universal law that not only accepts what you say, but also the manner in which you say it. If you administer the treatment with a sense of struggle, it will manifest that way. If you do it with a sense of peace, it will manifest that way. Remember that you do not have to assume personal responsibility for your patient's recovery. All you need to do is make certain statements that the mind will realize through you. One who understands the use of the divine principle never attempts to suggest, hypnotize, or personally influence someone. Their work is always impersonal. They declare directly in the mind what they wish to see happen. When you have the opportunity to treat yourself, mention your own name and continue the treatment as if you were treating another person. Disease will always heal if its cause is identified, eliminated, and if the person you are working with is willing to relinquish that cause. You cannot heal someone of a problem if it stems from a mental attitude that person is not ready to give up. In such cases, discover what that mental attitude is and eliminate it. It is the practitioner's responsibility to uncover false ideas about life and replace them with the truth. If this can be done before the disease irreparably damages the body, healing will always follow. In healing work, the principle is the force that created everything. It is absolute and cannot be denied. The only thing that can deny God is yourself. Do not consider disease as an entity, but as an impersonal force of thought. In the healing process, you separate the false from the true. The work is defined and dynamic, performed consciously with a clear purpose always in mind. If your own mind is clear, and you are fully aware of the presence of the mind in your patient, then no power on earth can prevent you from achieving healing. At the end of each treatment, ensure that you arrive at a complete conclusion, feeling that it is done, complete, and perfect. Between treatments, do not carry the burden of the patient's thoughts. Doing so equates to doubting, and this mental attitude must be entirely overcome. Each treatment is a complete declaration of the reality of being. The treatment must be repeated daily until healing occurs. This may take 5 minutes, 5 hours, 5 days, or 5 years, but the treatment must be maintained until healing is achieved. This is the only method we know. It is not enough to say that everything is fine, even if it is true in principle. It will only be as true as we make it by working until we get results. Healing occurs when the patient ceases to be ill, and until that moment, you must continue the mental work to eliminate the complex. Imagine someone who constantly repeats, "Everything is going wrong, people are bad, things are bad, conditions are bad, everyone is sick, everyone is unhappy, nothing is worth it." As a practitioner, your job is to eliminate this pattern of thought, as these internal emotions generate external conditions in the body and are responsible for much of the illness in the world. Straighten consciousness through clear thinking. When the internal consciousness aligns with the truth, when there is nothing inside oneself contradicting the word of truth, then, and only then, does manifestation occur. You must specifically examine the thoughts that are false and use the power of your word to heal them. To relieve pain, Use the thought of peace and the understanding of a perfect presence. Recognize that in this presence there is no tension, no struggle, no fear, and no conflict. Maintain this consciousness until a profound sense of peace and tranquility fills your mind and all thoughts of pain are eliminated. Do the same in the case of fever. Work on it until it disappears, which usually happens like the warmth of a stove. For headaches, imagine that from time to time you have one. A doctor might say it is due to tension on a nerve. A chiropractor might say it is a spinal misalignment. An osteopath might have another theory, and other doctors might give different explanations, each according to their own perspective. All these explanations may be valid, but the body could not twist or misalign without your mind as a factor. The metaphysical approach addresses the root of the problem by untangling thoughts, thus releasing tensions in the body. We recognize and appreciate the contribution of doctors, but we also emphasize the importance of mentality before most disorders. Usually, there is a mental complex or knot that needs to be unraveled. Often these knots are related to repressed emotions, particularly regarding affections, likes and dislikes, love and passions, and everything surrounding them. The practitioner's task is to untangle and release these knots, which is accomplished through correct thinking. Correct thinking, consistently poured into consciousness, will eventually purify it. Disease can be compared to a bottle of impure water, and healing to the process of pouring pure water into the bottle, drop by drop until the entire bottle is clean and pure. Someone might ask why we can't simply turn the bottle over and empty all the impurities at once. Sometimes this happens, but it is not common. Meanwhile, one drop at a time will gradually eliminate the impurities and lead to healing. When you offer a treatment, look beyond the disease and bring a spiritual consciousness. Never let anyone miss the great realization of life and the love of God, the perfection of truth, and the wisdom of power and reality. Feel this present in the patient at all times. How are habits healed? A habit is the form that a desire takes. It is the desire for something that will bring satisfaction. At the root of all habits is a fundamental desire, the desire to express life. There is an impulse in all people to express themselves, and this impulse, working through the channels of creative mind, releases energy into action and motivates the individual to do something. Behind every desire is the impulse of the mind to express itself. In humans, this impulse must manifest at their level of consciousness. As the poem says, for each, by the joy of the act, and each in his separate star, will paint the thing as he sees it for the God of things as they are. Some people express themselves constructively while others do so destructively. Suppose a man with a habit of alcoholism comes to you to be healed. Do not pray for him to be healed, as that would assume you are dealing with an individual who desires to express life, and previously believed he had to do so through intoxication. Even if he now realizes that this is not a true expression for him, he may not have the will to let it go, as the habit seems to have taken complete control. It is important to remember that if we do not control our thoughts will control us. In offering the treatment, first you recognize who he is and what he is. You might say something like this: he is the complete and total expression of truth, and as such he is free from any sense of limitation. He is free from any illusion or fear of illusion. He knows that the spirit of truth within him is complete and always satisfied. What is called the alcohol habit has no power over him and cannot operate through him by the power of this word. Now, it is completely destroyed and erased forever. Then you see him satisfied and wait until you are sure of the statements made, recognizing that the work is accomplished. This is the treatment, the seed of thought, no matter how we call this process. Whether our thought originates or operates by the principle does not change the fact that a thought must be created before it can produce an effect. For example, a person is ill and will remain so until someone knows that they are well. It is clear that someone must think about their recovery before it occurs. We know that thought triggers some law. Whether the word used in the thought has a healing effect or simply sets the law in motion does not make a difference. The practitioner is immersed in the same thought in which their patient lives. Therefore, since both are in a thought, the patient is sick in the same environment and in some way in the same thought as the practitioner. As this thought is indivisible, the practitioner can, within their own thought, reach the thought that causes the patient's illness. It doesn't matter if we say they send a thought or just think a thought. The simplest way to understand it is to say that the practitioner operates within their own thought, the unique mind, through the only medium in the unique law. The practitioner realizes a specific truth for their patient within themselves, thus setting the law in motion for their patient. The patient then becomes aware of this truth. Therefore, we do not need to worry about sending thoughts. It is like planting a seed in the ground. The practitioner plants the seed, and the creative mind produces the plant. Whether it is the earth acting on the seed or the seed on the earth, we do not know for sure, but we understand that when a seed is placed in the ground, something acts on it, and a plant begins to grow. And we also know that if no seed is placed in the ground, no plant will grow. What we can heal, what we should try to heal mentally, if we only deal with the power of our own thought, our limited concept could heal nothing mentally. But if we realize that we are dealing with the universal principle, how could we limit its power? People become ill because they hide a perfect idea with imperfect thoughts, for disease is the result of subjective thinking, which, consciously thought, has fallen into the subjective. All received suggestions have also fallen into subjective thinking, whether received consciously or not. This explains why people can fall ill with diseases they have never heard of. Somewhere in the subjective side of thought, certain forces have been set in motion that, by objectifying themselves, have produced certain conditions. Why do people get tired? When someone says to themselves, "I have worked too much," that belief in exhaustion is immediately accepted into their mind. People who constantly complain of feeling tired are simply hypnotized by this belief through the influence of cultural suggestion. Let's imagine that someone has allowed complexes to enter their subjective thought. Suppose desires have disturbed them, and conflicts have erupted in their life. What consequences would arise? They would constantly introduce contradictory thoughts and concepts into their mind, and as mental activity developed, it could lead to a confused mental state, and if it were extremely chaotic, it could lead to what is called nervous exhaustion. However, it would not be the body that is ill, but a condition caused by erroneous thinking. Now, given that subjective thought is the result of how thought has worked, we can consciously change it. If this were not true, mental healing would not be possible. The idea must take form, so healing occurs when we direct the right type of thoughts into subjectivity. This does not mean that we must hold on to the thoughts, just as we do not hold a seed in our hand when we want to plant it. Similarly, in healing, we do not hold on to the thought but seek to realize it, and allow it to produce its effect by thinking consciously and deeply. We implant the correct idea into the mind, and the mind reproduces it as an effect in the body. We must be aware that we are using a power that makes the collective intelligence of humanity insignificant by comparison. This should not surprise us. We know that the combined intelligence of all humanity cannot produce even a single rosebud, while a gardener can grow as many roses as desired by following the correct procedure. We must remember that what is true on one level is true on all levels. Involution and evolution are laws of cause and effect. The practitioner introduces an idea into the mind. It is a law, and it must work. If someone wishes to treat a patient, they must first treat themselves, meaning that by addressing their own mentality, which is just a point in the mind, they reach that of their patient. The practitioner cannot remove the thought from the patient's mind before first neutralizing the idea in their own thought. Resolving matters in thought is specific. When you treat someone against the belief in scarlet fever, you ensure that your word acts in such a way as to neutralize that belief in the disease. Each treatment must contain within itself everything necessary to address the case. In treating, resolve everything in the realm of thought, including bodies, people, objects, and all things. Once you have resolved all this in your mind, understand that disease is not a person, a place, or a thing. It is without location, belongs to no one, cannot manifest through anyone, and is not believed by anyone. Recognize that it is a false belief, a false image with no power. Understand that everything is of a mental nature. Therefore, speak mentally in healing madness. When you treat someone whose mind seems disturbed, recognize that there is only one thought which is God and which is perfect. It is the only thought that exists. It is the spirit of your patient and your own spirit. This spirit, being a complete, perfect, and indivisible whole, cannot function under deception and never loses its self-consciousness, not even for an instant. Once you understand this truth about life, also recognize that it is true for the person you are treating. Their mind is perfect. If you have this understanding in your own mind, knowing that there is only one thought, there will be no room for doubt or confusion, and the patient's mind will cease to be disturbed. What a practitioner truly does is bring their patient, the disease, and all negative appearances into their own mind. There they dissolve all false illusions and erroneous conclusions. Consider the condition not as a reality but as a belief, and at the very core of its being, neutralize all false thoughts, thereby realizing the healing of the condition. The more convinced the practitioner is of the power of their own word, the more powerful their word becomes. They must fully understand that the power of the word, acting as the truth and reality of being, can accomplish anything. Therefore, the person whose consciousness is clearer and who has a more complete understanding of life will be the best healer. Behind appearances lies reality. Healing does not involve creating a perfect body or a perfect idea, but rather revealing an idea that is already perfect. Healing is not a process in itself, but rather a revelation that occurs through the practitioner's thought. Although there may be a process involved in the act of healing, it is not a healing process per se. The process in healing is the mental work done by the practitioner and the time it takes to convince of the perfection of the patient, as well as the time needed for the patient to realize this perfection. It is essential for the practitioner to visualize a perfect body. They can only achieve this if they are convinced that a perfect body exists. Once they have reached this conclusion, they should not deny it. There exists a perfect heart and an idea of a perfect heart. There exists a perfect head and an idea of a perfect head. There exist perfect lungs and an idea of perfect lungs. The practitioner must understand that behind appearances lies reality, and their task is to discover that reality. They achieve this by eliminating erroneous thoughts, rejecting false conclusions, highlighting the proof of perfection, and generating healing. Disease is a fact but not a truth. It is an experience but not a reality. When Jesus told the man to stretch out your hand, he undoubtedly saw a perfect hand. Externally or internally, he saw it as perfect. If everything is mental and he had seen an imperfect hand instead of a perfect one, no positive result could have occurred. According to the law of cause and effect, this applies to all demonstrations of healing. A practitioner does not treat a sick person. If they do, not only will they not heal them, but they might also become ill themselves. The reason is simple. They would then adopt the vibration of the patient's thought and experience the results of those vibrations themselves. This is an experience many have when, starting to practice, they adopt the conditions of their patients. So according to what we know, Jesus must have seen only the perfect hand. Even if he could recognize the false condition regarding his healing word, he must have had a recognition of perfection, otherwise he could not have healed. We must consider the subjective state of our thought as our atmosphere in the universal mind, for we cannot separate ourselves from the universe. There is only one intelligence, and we are in it. We are in it as intelligence. It accepts our thought and acts accordingly. Emotions, desires, or destructive ideas, unless neutralized, will manifest in a corporeal form and may cause illness. Disease is the manifestation of thought, whatever the illness may be. We are surrounded by a receptive intelligence that receives the imprint of our thought and acts accordingly. Consider the case of healing lung problems. Suppose a person consults a doctor and says, "I have tuberculosis and I am dying." What is tuberculosis? It is the belief in a lung problem. Yet the lung itself is a universal idea, a perfect idea, and has never suffered any damage. It has always been perfect and always will be. However, the human being, through the creative power of their thought, has generated an appearance of disorder and disease in the lung. Behind all these problems lies a consuming passion, a repressed emotion, an intense desire. Healing will occur to the extent that the practitioner neutralizes this belief and perceives the presence of a perfect lung. They must recognize that there is a perfect body, a perfect lung, a perfect being, a perfect God, a perfect human, a perfect expression. By elevating their own thought to this perception, the word they speak becomes law, becomes power. They know what is. This is the law in this case. Now they are aware that the word they speak completely dismantles the false thought and the asserted condition. There is a body. This body is the body of God and is perfect. Its vitality never wanes, never diminishes. There is no loss of substance nor degradation, for the substance is eternal, unchanging, and perfect. It continues until it covers what, in their own thought, seems to be the cause of the false condition. If the practitioner performs this process day after day, the patient will begin to improve. Although the practitioner never thinks about their patient, except when their word is spoken through them, they never question whether their word is producing effects as they speak to the intelligence and let it act. In the case of a patient requiring extensive attention, the practitioner works in the morning, afternoon, and evening, each time for a few moments. Otherwise, 10 to 15 minutes a day should suffice. Never consider a sick person merely as someone with a sick body. If you do, you risk treating only the body. Why should we not treat the body? Because the cause of the illness does not reside in the body. The body is an effect, not a cause. We must understand that bodies and conditions never move by themselves. They are always influenced by us. A sick person is someone who has a sick thought. And what about accidents? We believe that when our mind harmonizes with the universe, we are less likely to experience accidents. In practice, we do not try to send thoughts to our patients, for there is only one intelligence in the universe. Suppose A represents a sick person and B a practitioner. B directs their thought toward intelligence, whether internally or otherwise, as they are always immersed in this universal intelligence. Some might object by saying that the patient thinks in their own subjective thought, which is true, but their subjective thought is merely their atmosphere within the one and only intelligence. We must understand this clearly, otherwise a barrier could arise between our thought and our ability to heal a condition, or between us and a person at physical distance. Both the patient and the practitioner are connected to this common intelligence. Thus, when the patient seeks healing from a practitioner, the practitioner does not attempt to hypnotize or suggest anything to them. They simply declare the truth about the patient, and if the practitioner fully convinces themselves of the patient's perfection, provided there is receptivity in the patient's thought, that individual will be healed. Nothing can prevent it. The practitioner does not seek to maintain or send their thought. They only seek to convince themselves of the patient's imperfection. They do not try to make their word act through the patient, but simply seek to know the truth of what the patient claims. The patient must be receptive to the truth, and then the truth will heal them. The practitioner works with the universal law, supported by the omnipotent power that is the divine principle. This is what Jesus meant when he said, "You shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free." Whenever we think, we direct our thoughts toward a receptive and malleable substance that receives the impression of our thought. When we become aware of the subtlety of our thoughts, how often we unconsciously think negatively, how easily we can fall into depression and despair. We realize that everyone perpetuates their own condition. This is why some people experience a constant decline in their situation, while others continually progress toward success. Sight or eye problems is a belief in limited vision, a belief in separate vision. God sees, and his mind is the one that exists in our mind. Therefore, the human being sees, whether they know it or not. You should not be afraid to assert this, as it is the truth. There are no obstacles to vision. There is neither near nor distant vision, no false vision, nor weak or blurry vision. There is a perfect vision that sees right now through me and in me. Healing constipation. Constipation arises from the belief in limitation or restriction and can be healed by recognizing that there are no restrictions, inaction, limited action, slavery, or fear. Ensure that the thought understands that there is only freedom, that all action is normal, harmonious, and perfect. Sometimes the healing word is spoken but seems to have no effect due to an obstruction that blocks it. Some people are stubborn, resistant, or headstrong, and it is necessary to heal them of these beliefs. There is no resistance to the truth, nor any thought anywhere that can prevent consciousness from perceiving the truth regardless of the false condition. You must approach the mental argument against it from an opposite perspective, examining the thought repeatedly until, through reason or chance, you discover what is wrong. Everyone can achieve healing if they follow this process, just as anyone who plants seeds in a garden will grow plants. Everyone can heal if they can sufficiently distance themselves from the effect to perceive a different cause. In any treatment, it is essential to address the thought of fear. You must recognize that there is no fear, nothing to fear, and that fear cannot act through the human being. Illness is not an entity. The human being is fundamentally perfect. This is our fundamental premise. God is perfect. Man is perfect. The being is perfect. We must always separate the illness from the person suffering from it, often declaring that the illness is not a personal entity, it is not a place, it is not a thing, it has no location, no way to manifest, no expression, and needs no one to manifest. We must never localize the illness, as thoughts have power, and if we localize it, it will always act. We must always separate the belief from the believer, as nothing affects the true human being, nothing has affected them in the past, and nothing will affect them in the future. Throat problems. When dealing with throat issues, the focus should be on the thought of sensitivity. No one would experience throat problems if their feelings were never hurt. One can heal a person's sensitivity by teaching them that no one wishes to hurt them, and that no one could even if they tried. When someone truly individuates, their feelings cannot be hurt because they feel complete within themselves. Regarding congestion in cases of colds, congestions, and similar conditions, the thought to heal is confusion. There must be an awareness of balance, a recognition of peace, and when this becomes part of the individual's experience, colds will cease to be a problem for them. Paralysis. People can heal from all forms of paralysis by eliminating the belief in bondage. They must adopt the thought that life cannot be paralyzed or rendered inactive. Just as with constipation, behind the thought of paralysis is an idea of restriction, often accompanied by strong emotional baggage that must be addressed. In many cases, though not always, there is great stubbornness and resistance to healing. Growths. If we can eliminate the thought of false growths, we can achieve healing of the manifestation, declaring, "Anything that my Heavenly Father has not planted will be rooted out." The Heavenly Father represents the reality of the human being, and is the eternal presence and perfection. Dissolving the idea of false growths implies recognizing that they have nothing to feed on. If this belief is in your own mind, you will also eliminate it from the mind of your patient, thereby achieving healing of their body. Treating children. In the case of children, it is important to remember that parents' thoughts influence the child. Suppose a child's mother constantly says, "Poor thing, he's sick." From a human perspective, this may seem natural, but it can actually contribute to the child becoming sick. No matter how loving the intention, this is called unconscious or innocent malpractice. It's malpractice because it involves improper use of thought. Innocent because there is no intent to cause harm. Unconscious because the person isn't aware of what they're doing, and also ignorant because they don't understand the results of that mental action. In such cases, the practitioner must realize that there is no mental influence operating on the child except the belief in perfection. The power of words in treatment. You must be specific, defined, and direct in your mental work. You are dealing with intelligence. Therefore, you must approach the treatment intelligently. You must recognize that the patient is perfect. You must understand that the word is powerful, that it nullifies all human laws and expels them, that it represents the law of harmony and the recognition of the presence of good. You must recognize that within oneself it is limitless and equipped with the power to self-realize, and you must understand that this is accomplished. You must be certain that nothing can change it, no belief can hinder it, it cannot be reversed, diverted, displaced, neutralized, or destroyed by any opposing force, but it accomplishes what it must do. Furthermore, you must understand that it is continuous and will continue to operate until it has accomplished all that it must do. When Jesus said, "Heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will not pass away," he was expressing the durability and power of his word. Isaiah also understood this when he said, "So shall my word be, that goes forth from my mouth, it shall not return to me void." Both recognize the strength and persistence of the word when it comes to timeless truth and healing. There are certain thoughts that must always be addressed, such as thoughts of racial suggestion, inherited tendencies, prenatal conditions, environment and mental influences, and suggestion. A treatment must be designed to recognize that there is only one mind. Thus, no thought can pass through it that brings with it depression, fear, or the suggestion of imperfection. The human being is a spirit without birth, without death, and without age. This consciousness must guide our work. This means that there is nothing that must be born, mature, deteriorate, and die. When this thought is rooted in human consciousness, people will cease to age. Life itself cannot age. It is always the same memory in human understanding. Locke defines memory as the power to relive in our minds those ideas that, once impressed, have disappeared or have, so to speak, been put aside. Memory is the ability to remember things that happened in the past. Thus, if something happened 2 years ago, and we are not thinking about it at the moment, we can still remember it, because it is present in our subjective thought. When we say we become distracted, we are referring to the inability to remember certain thoughts. A person can free themselves from this belief by recognizing that the mind never forgets. This mind is our mind at this very moment. Orientation in treatment is clear when you face a situation where it seems impossible to know which thought to follow. It is recommended to remain calm and trust your inner intelligence to guide you on what to say and how to do it. By following this process, an idea will surely emerge, and you will find that by using it, you will resolve the situation. How to heal. Never say, "I have a patient here that I must heal," because if you adopt this perspective, how will you be able to heal them? If you view a person as ill, they will remain ill to you. You cannot heal them as long as you perceive the illness. Illness is not a person, a place, or a thing. No one believes in it. It has no action or reaction, no cause or effect. It has no law to support it, and does not act through anyone. No one talks about it or believes in it. You have no connection with the patient's thought as a personality. As your own thought clarifies, you will heal. When administering a treatment, start by eliminating all doubt and fear from your own thought. Recognize that you are a divine idea, and that your word has authority over what it addresses. This is what gave Jesus his power, as he taught with authority and not like the scribes. Eliminate doubts. Suppose a practitioner fails to believe in the truth of the statements they make. How can they believe it? By repeating the statement, reflecting on its meaning, and meditating on its spiritual significance until the subjective state of their thought is clarified. This is the main reason why treatments are repeated. A treatment could heal anything if there were no doubt. Repeated treatments help establish in consciousness a defined concept of a fact that is already established, even if it has not yet manifested objectively. That is why mental healing is a science where there is no place for doubt. Understand that you are working with your understanding through the law. Never say, "I am not good enough to perform a treatment." There is no concept of good or better in this context. It is an illusion, as all are equally capable in truth. Do not let superstition influence you, as it is a normal and natural law in the mental and spiritual world, as real as any other known law. Do not say, "I'm not sure I have enough power to perform a treatment." This mentality will not allow you to heal. Instead, say, "By letting go of the forms of my thought, I am guided by the principles I believe in. This is the law of God, the law of humanity, and the law of the universe." Never say, "This illness is difficult to heal, while such and such is easy." If you find yourself thinking this way, immediately correct this belief. This idea arises from the belief that we are dealing with a limited power without fear. Suppose that when you start treating, a strong wave of fear overwhelms you and tries to convince you that you cannot provide a good treatment. In this case, you must approach this fear as a powerless suggestion and you cannot be persuaded that you lack healing ability. You say to yourself, "There is no doubt in me about my ability to heal." This will neutralize the fear and free your efforts to carry out the treatment successfully. How do we know when we have treated a patient enough, when they feel well and no longer need additional treatments? Until then, continue to provide treatments daily to achieve perfection. Does it make a difference if the patient is taking medication or not? Not at all. If the medication provides them relief, then it is good for them to use it. We all need any relief we can get. The patient will be healed when they no longer need medication. Stop worrying about the medication and focus on mental healing, then they will stop taking pills. Some believe that taking medication is a dishonor to God. God has no connection with pills, it is pure superstition. Forget all such thoughts and focus on seeking perfection for your patient. Healing is not achieved through willpower, but through the knowledge of the truth. The truth is that the human being is already perfect regardless of their appearance. Maintaining thoughts has no relevance in treatment. If you experience headaches when starting treatments, understand that you are working on the mental plane, not the plane of spiritual realization. A treatment should leave the practitioner in a better state than before giving it. Otherwise, it is not effective. One might wonder if every illness is a thought maintained in the patient's conscious mind. This is not necessarily the case. It could be the result of multiple thoughts that, when combined, produce a specific outcome. Psychoanalysis may be necessary for the physician to diagnose. The thought of your patient, indeed, is one of the key points in the healing process. This refers to psychoanalysis, the psyche, or the soul. Psychoanalysis involves analyzing the soul, the subjective mind. Its teaching supports that all the seeds of our thought are contained in the soul or subjective mind, and that many physical problems in the human being are caused by emotional and will conflicts. The conscious mind, desiring things it cannot obtain, sends opposing thoughts to the subjective mind, creating internal conflict that affects both mentally and physically, resulting in illness. It is argued that 70% of all diseases are the result of repressed emotions, which are not necessarily sexual emotions but repressed desires in general. These repressed emotions create what are called complexes. It is likely that when Jesus forgave people's sins, he recognized that they had a condemnation complex rooted in them. The sense of condemnation that humanity feels about itself is a burden that must be removed, which is why Jesus said, "Your sins are forgiven." What truly hurts is the feeling. Thinking people analyze their thoughts, resolve conflicts in their normal parts, and thus avoid complexes. It is said that life is a comedy for those who think and a tragedy for those who feel. The practitioner speaks to their patient, presents the law of the mind, teaches them the way, analyzes their thought, shows how certain mental attitudes produce certain physical results, teaches how to maintain harmony in their thought, how to find peace, how to trust and believe in the good, and lifts them mentally and spiritually, supporting their thought until they can stand on their own. A practitioner must be filled with a spirit of divine compassion, must have a deep underlying sense of unity and sympathy. Otherwise, they will do little good. However, they should not feel sympathy for the illness. The only guarantee of our divinity is found in its expression through our humanity. Thus, an enlightened soul understands the meaning of sympathy and practice, but without falling into obsession, focusing solely on thoughts in mental treatment. The physician focuses on thoughts and does not address bodies or physical conditions. They do not perform physical manipulations, do not need to touch their patients, do not hypnotize them, and do not concern themselves with where they are or what they are doing while they are treated, as that would be a limited approach. The practitioner's work begins and ends within their own consciousness. To combat nervousness, the thoughts to cultivate are those of peace, serenity, and strength. There is no place for tense nerves or stress in the universe. Everything flows harmoniously with calm and normality. And this action, which is the action of life, is the truth about the person being treated. The duration of a treatment is until the practitioner is convinced of the truth they affirm. This may take a minute, an hour, or longer. In the treatment of stuttering, the idea of speaking correctly is addressed. Speech is the word of God and cannot deteriorate. It must be a flow of that one life recognizing itself for what it is, perfect. Regarding argumentation in treatment, we do not discuss to make the principle work, but to convince our own thought that it is already working. In summary, the idea of treatment is that you are a consciousness, and your patient is also a consciousness. They have conceived, consciously or unconsciously, an idea of imperfection. You, as consciousness, eliminate that thought of imperfection. The treatment begins and ends within your own mentality. It must completely encompass the case and leave nothing that could cause disease, limitation, or death. Thus, it will be effective. Meditation in treatment, a high receptive state to the spirit, will always produce good results. A deep inner sense of unity with all life allows you to feel that the great mental consciousness and the spirit of the universe flow through your mentality, being the presence and power of a life of truth and infinite love. You must feel that behind every word you speak, there is the power of the universe emerging to express itself. Then, consciously speak the word, knowing that it is the law. Note, read and study carefully the following teachings and discourses. The Law of the Mind in Action by F.L. Holmes, The Faith That Heals by F.L. Holmes, Christian Healing by Fillmore, Lessons in Truth by Cady, Primary Lessons by Millits, Burlando Nuestros Nervios by Jackson, Recapitulation of Illness as an Experience but not an Ultimate Reality. It is an effect and not a cause. The body, devoid of mentality, could not know or feel anything. It is completely an effect. The body is made of the same unconscious matter that all creation is composed of. The instinctive man is perfect, but his individual use of life and law allows for the concealment of a perfect idea under an apparent cloak of imperfection. The human being enters objectivity with the racial tendency already imprinted in them through racial suggestion. The race believes in disease and limitation, and this suggestion is more or less effective in all people. This suggestion operates through the field of the racial subjective state of thought and will affect any individual who is receptive to it. As the human being individualizes, they think consciously and continually pour suggestions into their subjective thought, which is the silent builder of the physical body through the field of subjectivity. Thought always arrives at a logical conclusion. The human being does not necessarily consciously think that they will experience a specific type of physical problem, but the corresponding physical problem is a logical outcome of what they are thinking. Disease itself has no identity, location, or entity. It is an image of conscious or unconscious thought held somewhere in the mind and will manifest where it finds a path of operation. Disease has a wholly mental origin, for no one could be ill if they did not possess intelligence. It is the result of thinking and believing in duality, or a power separate from God. Disease can be healed by reversing the thought and returning to the spiritual realization of life. It is impossible to separate true mental healing from true spiritual realization, for God is all. The use of mental argument in healing is based on the idea that we are immersed in a universal intelligence that responds to our thought. Correct mental practice is the constructive use of the mind, that is, a mental argument given with the aim of presenting the spiritual truth about the human being. Incorrect mental practice is the destructive use of the mind, that is, a mental argument given with the aim of presenting a false assertion about the human being. Correct mental practice is called the Christ mind, while incorrect mental practice is called the Antichrist mind. It is a poor practice and may be conscious or unconscious. Thinking negatively about someone is a form of poor practice and is harmful. Since there is only one thought, the practitioner realizes this recognition within themselves through the use of that one thought. These affirmations become objective conditions in their patient, according to the practitioner's belief and the patient's ability to receive the truth. Healing is accomplished by initiating the process of the subjective law. The more spiritual or divine the practitioner's mentality, the more powerful the treatment. A mental treatment begins and ends in the practitioner's thought because it resides in the same thought as their patient. The treatment aims to introduce correct concepts into the subjective side of life. Distance and in-person treatments are equivalent because there is no absence in the one presence. Any disease would be healed with the same ease as any other if the thought were equally assured in both cases. There is no personal responsibility in healing. The practitioner directs the power and allows it to act. One does not cling to thoughts in mental healing. One lets them go. One does not attempt to suggest, hypnotize, or mentally influence, but simply knows that the human being is now a spiritual being and holds on to this belief regardless of appearances. Proper mental treatment does not drain the practitioner. Personal magnetism is not related to mental healing. The entire basis of the possibility of mental healing rests on the premise that we all live in a creative mentality that responds to our belief. It is as if there were a universal ear listening to and recording everything we say, feel, or think, and reacting accordingly. Healing is not a process but a revelation, for the revelation of the perfect human being always leads to healing. The process is the time and reflection required to arrive at the correct understanding of the perfect state of the human being in the mind. Anyone can heal if they believe they can, and dedicate the necessary time to put that belief into action through the law. Daily visualization of the perfect human being and daily affirmation of their objective appearance is a proper mental practice that will lead to healing. A treatment recognizes that all is spirit and all is mental, resolves all disease in thought, neutralizes false thought, and recognizes the true. Nothing can prevent this from working except the lack of faith in the reality of truth and in the human being's ability to use it. In giving a mental treatment, the practitioner first becomes aware of their own spiritual being, then recognizes the perfect state of being in their patient. Finally, they address the false affirmation and present evidence of the truth to counter it, thinking in a way that completely destroys the false affirmation and manifests the truth. Mysteries remain mysteries until we understand them. A mystic is one who intuitively perceives the truth and achieves spiritual realizations without mental process. The teachings of great mystics have shaped the best of philosophy in the world. Our current civilization is based on the teachings of a few who intuited spiritual truth. Moses, for example, through his mystical sense, understood that we live in a universe governed by law. Our deepest ethics stem from the perceptions of prophets, culminating in the teachings of figures like Jesus and Buddha. Who could have taught them except themselves through the mental process by which they reached their profound conclusions? We must recognize that only the Spirit was their true teacher. They were instructed by God. The mystic intuits reality and instinctively knows the truth. Thus, the best examples of literature, music, and art were born. Our great religions were given by those who reached the heights of spiritual vision and glimpsed the ultimate reality briefly. No living person could have taught them what they knew, and it is even doubtful that they knew why they knew. Great poets were also true mystics, and through their poems they revealed the presence of God. Men like Robert Browning, Tennyson, Wordsworth, Homer, Walt Whitman, Edward Rowan Seale, and others of similar nature have bequeathed to us immortal poetry because they had a mystical sense of life, the perception of a living presence. All true philosophers are mystics. The ancient prophets were mystics. David, Solomon, Jesus, Plato, Buddha, Plotinus, Emerson, and about 20 others experienced the same sensation of a living presence. The best music ever composed was created by the hand of a mystic, and the most remarkable and sublime art comes from the same source. Man has succeeded in making nature obey his commands, harnessed electrical energy, captured the wind, mastered steam, and made everything submit to his will. He has invented machines to perform the work of thousands, extended his trade across the globe, and built an astonishing civilization, but in few cases has he conquered his own soul. The most precious and sublime aspects of civilization are the fruits of the mystical sense, perceived by a few at each era. Everything that modern devices and inventions offer us in terms of comfort and luxury, no matter how important and necessary, can be considered insignificant compared to the teachings of Jesus. This does not mean we disapprove of modern civilization, education, or any other aspect that accompanies it, as we firmly believe in everything that makes life interesting and worth living. We believe in science, art, religion, education, commerce, government, industry, agriculture, and everything that contributes to a complete experience of life. The mystic has revealed things that do not pass like ships in the night. He has unveiled eternal truths and clearly taught us that there is a living presence residing in everything. True mysticism and psychic sense do exist. There is a significant difference between mysticism and psychic ability, between a mystic and an ordinary psychic. Psychic ability will be explored in detail in Lesson 6, and the reader will remember that it refers to the power of reading subjectively. It may be a reality or an illusion that the ordinary psychic must delve more or less into the subjective to perform their work well. At best, even when in a normal mental state, they can only perceive images and subjective trends. Generally, they work with human thought. If they delve deeper into this thought, they would become a mystic. A mystic does not read human thought, but perceives the thought of God. You might wonder how we know they perceive the thought of God. The reason is that throughout the ages, mystics have seen, understood, and taught the same truth. Psychic experiences tend to contradict themselves because each medium perceives a different type of mental image. But mystical experiences across the ages have revealed a consistent truth. What all mystics have taught without exception is that there is only one ultimate reality, and that ultimate reality is present here and now. If we could perceive it, as astonishing as it may seem, all great mystics have believed in a personal God, meaning a God who is personal to all who believe in him. They did not, of course, believe in an anthropomorphic God, but they believed in a God who acts consciously in and through the human being, and they worshipped and revered him. Great mystics have experienced illumination, which means they have sometimes glimpsed beyond the veil of matter and perceived the spiritual universe. They taught that the kingdom of God is present right now and is just waiting to be understood. They apparently felt that this kingdom resides within them. In contrast, a medium sees only through their own subjective mentality, so everything they perceive is influenced to some extent by the vibration of their own thought, making them susceptible to hallucinations and various false impressions. For this reason, generally, no medium sees the same thing. In contrast, all mystics have shared a common vision, and their testimony is not confusing, as the spirit residing in them has borne witness to the truth. There is no ultimate evil. One of the most enlightening revelations of mysticism is that evil does not constitute an ultimate reality. Evil is simply an experience of the soul on its path toward reality. It is not an entity in itself, but a necessary experience for personal growth. It does not represent an entity, but rather an abuse of power. Evil will disappear when we cease to give it attention or belief. We cannot stop believing in it as long as we indulge in its actions. That is why the mystic has always taught humanity to turn away from evil and do good. The ultimate redemption of all mystics has conveyed the idea of ultimate salvation for all and the immortality of every soul. In fact, they have taught that immortality is present here and now, if only we become aware of it. Beloved, we are now children of God, for each soul is part of the whole. It is impossible for a single soul to be lost, because God is not the God of the dead but of the living. The idea of condemnation has been as far removed from the thought of mysticism as any belief in evil is from the mind of God. Freedom from burden. The great mystics taught that man should not carry burdens, and would not if he turned to the One. "Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest," said Jesus. He must have understood that it would be impossible for everyone to come to him as a physical personality, which is why he likely meant that we must come to his understanding of life and reality, that is, come to the great God. At some point we will learn to place our burdens on the altar of love to be consumed by the fire of faith and living spirit. Man would not carry burdens if he maintained his high vigilance toward the One, that is, if he always turned to God. Unity of all. Jesus prayed for all to see the unity of life. His prayer, as he approached the climax of his work in this world, was that they all may be one, as we are one. All mystics have felt that we live in one life, for in him we live and move and have our being. The unity of good is a revelation of paramount importance, for it teaches us that we are one with the whole and one with each other. Only this understanding will resolve the issue of human inequality. The true paternity of God and the true brotherhood of men will manifest on earth to the extent that people understand the true unity. Realization of individuality. No great mystic has ever denied the reality of individuality. The greater the understanding of truth, the greater the understanding of the uniqueness of character and individual personality. The true self is a gift from God and cannot be denied. It is where God reaches an individualized and personified expression and must be considered from this perspective. I am the light of the world, the normality. All mystics have been ordinary people, that is, they lived in the same way as anyone else. The only difference is that they experienced a deeper reality, namely the presence of the living spirit through all ages. The true mystic participated in the affairs of the world and lived among people, sometimes as a master and sometimes in the ordinary routines of life, but always in a completely natural manner. There is nothing special or strange about a mystic. Those who surround themselves with an aura of mystery are not true mystics, but are immersed in mental illusions and subjective perceptions. They may be sincere in their beliefs, but are mistaken in their approaches. It is legitimate to wonder if a true mystic realizes what they are. It is more likely that they simply see themselves as someone who understands that they are one with the whole. The Great Light. The Great Light may be impossible to put into words or to express what a mystic sometimes experiences, and it is as hard to believe as it is to express with words. However, there is an inner sense that at times glimpses the reality of a brilliance that fills the whole being with intense light. It might seem like an illusion, unless fully understood, as every mystic has had this experience at some point, though some have experienced it more intensely than others. Jesus was the greatest of all mystics, and at least once after a period of illumination, his face shone with such intensity that his disciples could not look at him. Moments of greater realization. At moments of greatest realization, the great mystics perceived that a single life flows through everything, and that all are part of it. They also saw a substance, a fine, white and shining matter, which is always present in everything, an indestructible and eternal substance. Sometimes the realization was so complete that they were blinded by the light. There have been cases where, for several days after such an experience, the person who lived it could not see on the physical plane because they had seen the inner light. It is important to emphasize that all this happens in a completely normal mental state and is not related to the psychic state. It is not an illusion but a reality, and it is during these moments that true revelation occurs. An analogy. An analogy that might help to understand this would be to imagine a large group of people in a room together, unaware of each other's presence. Each is absorbed in their own affairs. Suppose the room is dark, and someone enters and takes a photo of the room and its occupants with a flashlight. If this photo were shown to someone who was in the room before it was taken, it might be difficult for them to believe that all the subjects of the photo were actually in the room. While this analogy is imperfect, it helps illustrate a point. During moments of illumination, mystics have glimpsed to the very core of reality and brought back an image of what they saw and felt. Consistency across ages. Again, we know it was not an illusion or simply a subjective hallucination because each era has had its mystics and each era has produced the same results. All have seen the same thing. The testimony is complete and the proof is true. What the mystics taught. All the great mystics essentially taught the same thing. They all agreed that the soul is on a path of experience, that is, self-exploration, that it is on a journey back to the home of its Father, and that eventually each soul will reach its celestial home. They conveyed the idea of divinity in man, saying, "Ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High." They indicated that man's destiny is divine and assured, and that creation is complete and perfect now. Human life in divine hands. All the great mystics agreed that human life is in one's hands to make of it what one wishes, but that when one turns to the One will always receive inspiration from above. They spoke of the wonderful relationship between God and man, a close union that cannot be broken, and the greatest mystics have deliberately walked with God and conversed with Him in the same way we speak to one another. It can be difficult to understand how this can be. It is complicated to grasp how such a universal being as God can communicate with man. However, mystical insight reveals the deepest truth and knows that although the divine being is not infinite, it remains personal. Possibility of divine communication. For all who believe in His presence, it is quite possible for a human being to speak with the Spirit, as the Spirit resides within human beings, and the one who made the ears can hear. We call instinct the quality present in animals that guides their actions and shows them where to find food and shelter. In reality, this is omniscience in animals. The same quality, more developed, manifests in humans and is called intuition. Intuition is God in the human being revealing the truths of existence, just as instinct guides animals. Intuition will guide the human being if they allow it to operate through them. Distinguishing intuition from psychic impressions. However, we must be careful not to confuse a psychic impression with an intuitive impression. Psychic impressions attempt to control the human being, whereas intuition always remains in the background, waiting to be recognized. Behold, I stand at the door. Any arbitrary control over the human being ceases once they reach a point of self-awareness. From this point, they must discover themselves. But intuition, which is nothing other than God in the human being, patiently waits to be and to cooperate. The Spirit is always present, if only we could sense its presence. Experience of the inner power. Mystics have experienced this wonderful power acting from within and have responded to it as sure evidence that they were not deceived. All have experienced the same thing. If the impressions had been merely psychic, each would have seen and felt something different, as each would have perceived through the darkness of their own subjective mentality. Illumination and cosmic consciousness are experiences called self-knowledge of God through the human being. The more complete the operation of this power, the more complete the conscious awareness of the human being. The enlightened do not become less themselves, but more. The greater the consciousness of God, the more complete must be the realization of the true self, the divine reality. Illumination will come as the human being increasingly understands their unity with the whole and constantly strives to allow the truth to act through them. Contact with the divine. Since everything exists at the point of internal mentality, it will only be at this point that contact will be established. Speak to Him, for He listens. The only God the human being knows is the God of their own inner life. Indeed, they cannot know any other. To assume that a human being can know a God outside of themselves is to assume they can know something of which they are not aware. This does not mean that the human being is God. Divinity within. It means that the only God the human being does not know resides within themselves. The only place where the human being comes into contact with God is within themselves, and the only life the human being has comes from within. God is not outside but inside, at the center of human life. That is why Jesus said that the kingdom of heaven is within, and that is why He prayed, "Our Father, which art in heaven." The highest practice, the highest mental practice, is to listen to the inner voice and affirm its presence. The greater the awareness, the greater a human being's awareness of the I Am that resides within them, the more powerful it will be. This never leads to illusion, but always to reality. All great souls have understood this and have constantly strived to allow the Spirit of God to express itself through their own spirits. "The Father who dwells in me, He does the works," was the statement of the great Master, and it should also be ours, not in a limited sense of life, but in an unlimited sense. The power of Jesus, the profound sense of Jesus' power, is easily understood when we examine how He acted. For example, take His raising of Lazarus from the dead. He stood before the tomb and gave thanks, which was recognition. Then He said, "I knew that you hear me always," which was union. Then He said, "Lazarus, come forth," which was the command. The method is perfect, and it would be wise to study and follow it. This method can be applied to any treatment. First, recognize that divine power is, then unite with it, and finally, speak the word with authority, for the law is the servant of the eternal Spirit through all ages. We must turn inward, toward our own inner self, as all these great souls who enriched the world with their presence did. We must seek God within ourselves. It should seem natural to turn to the great power behind everything. It should be normal to believe in this power, and we should experience its real presence when we turn to the only power in the universe. This approach is by far the most effective. It provides a sense of power that nothing else can match, thus demonstrating that it is a reality. It would be a startling experience if the world tried to solve all its problems through the power of the Spirit. Indeed, a time will come when everyone will do so, from the highest to the lowest. The soul that understands its unity with the great whole can only feel a true sense of completeness. The human being will never be satisfied until their entire being responds to this thought, and then God will truly emerge again in creation. The perfect whole. To those who believe power is granted, the perfect whole. Card number 5 represents the triune unity. The previous cards were divided into spirit, soul, and body, symbolizing the conscious parts of existence, the law through which it operates and the result of that operation. However, these divisions were entirely arbitrary. Such divisions cannot exist because the triple universe with all its attributes intertwines itself. We find the spirit or conscious mind, the soul or subconscious mind, and the body, which is the manifestation of the union of spirit and soul, present simultaneously at every point. This image represents the indivisible whole where all its parts are located, the absolute in which the relative resides, the uncreated in which all creation resides. Creation shapes the substance of the spirit. The spirit, being all and unique, has nothing to transform into except itself. Thus it is the immutable in which all change, all self-manifestation occurs. Change is simply movement in life. The infinite in itself is formless, but within it are all the forms that are expressions or contours of its experiences. The spirit is the limitless, in which all space resides. The spirit is the timeless, in which all time resides. Time is the sequence of events within a whole. Creation and experience continue eternally, but a concrete experience is measured by time and has a beginning and an end. The great circle represents the universal in which the individual resides, the unique person where all persons dwell. In reality, there is only one person in the universe, but in this unique person, all persons live, for in him we live, move, and have our being. He is the source and center of all life, power, action, truth, love, and spirit. He is the eternal and the whole, of course, God. Individuality and divinity. Individuality, the point within the great circle, represents the personality and individuality of the human being, indicating that they are a center in the divine mind, or God. The human being is the personification of infinite life, and thus, just above this point and within it, is the sun, and just above, without a dividing line, are written the words, "Our Father who art in heaven," from the Lord's Prayer. There is no difference between God, the Absolute who is our Father in heaven, and the Son in terms of real being. Unity of God and the human being. The Son is simply a point where God recognizes himself as personality or individualized being. In him, we find the unity of God and the human being. There is no separation. The human being, having their existence in the indivisible whole, is bound to accept that their life is God or spirit. However, to say that the human being is God, meaning that the part is equal to the whole, contradicts logic and reason and limits the unlimited idea. It is enough to say that we are one with the whole. We are both within and without. In a broader sense, we might say that the human being is in God, immersed in God, saturated with God. God permeates all life, and in the human being, we find that this intelligence or infinite wisdom reaches a point of individualized self-awareness. Theoretical understanding of self-discovery. In theory, we believe that the personality we possess is on a path of self-discovery, as everything attests to this belief. As soon as we discover a truth, it is there to be used. We do not create truth, we discover and use it. Therefore, we believe that as a human being continually unfolds their personality, they will uncover latent abilities they had never dreamed of. Beyond revolution, since all life is the unfolding of intelligence according to the law, a human being can only evolve if they recognize greater possibilities. The arbitrary process of evolution ceased when the human being became an individual, and any further evolution will occur through self-recognition. But behind them, all life emerges to express itself. This is recognized as the divine impulse, that instinctive, omniscient self within the human being, always pushing them forward and upward, but it can only express itself through them as it flows through them. The person who holds the most power is the one who fully recognizes themselves as one with this infinite intelligence. This is why Jesus said, "I do not speak on my own, but the Father who dwells in me, that is God our Father who is in heaven, he does the works." The evolution of the human being, which is the development of the spirit through their personality, will be more complete when their objective and subjective faculties are more perfectly balanced. That is, when they have conscious control over the spiritual forces striving to express themselves. Psychological nature and subjective trends. Psychological nature must change something, and the subjective trends that prevent the whole from reaching a point of conscious contact must be neutralized. This will produce illumination or awareness of our unity with the whole. In treatment, we work until we penetrate the false inner thought and open the way to reality. There is no limitation in the infinite intelligence or in the infinite law. Any limitation we experience is not in itself a reality or an entity, but simply one of the forms within the formless that we sketch. Truth is known. Our conscious intelligence is as much life as we understand. We have ceased to seek the spirit because we have found it. It is what you are and what I am. We could not be anything else, even if we tried. What we seek is what we have always sought, which is why it is written, "I have said, you are gods, and all of you are sons of the Most High." We have ceased to seek the law. We have found it in the universe. We call it universal subjectivity or soul. In our own experience, we call it the subjective state of our thought, which is our individual use of universal law. We have found the law and demonstrated it. We have discovered that the law and spirit are unlimited. What do we need for greater freedom? Nothing but a better understanding of what we already know. We should never doubt to say that we know the truth because we do know it. The realization of the unity of God and man is the truth. We simply need a better realization of it. How will we achieve this? By penetrating ever deeper into our own divine nature, by retreating ever further into the infinite. Where must we do this? We can only do it within ourselves. Who will do it for us? No one. No one else can do it. People can heal us. They can put the law into action for us and help us to thrive. This is good and useful, but the evolution of the individual, the development of personality, the illumination of the soul, the enlightenment of the spirit, can only come to the extent that the individual themselves commits to letting life operate through them. For within you resides the same intelligence that was also in Christ Jesus. It is the Spirit of God, the one Spirit, the supreme intelligence of the universe. The answer is within man. The answers to every question are found inside the human being, for the human being is in God, and God is an indivisible whole. The solution to every problem is inside the human being. The healing of every illness is inside the human being. The forgiveness of every sin is inside the human being. The resurrection of the dead is inside the human being. Heaven is inside the human being. That is why Jesus prayed to this I Am residing and said, "Our Father who art in heaven." He also said, "The kingdom of God is within you." Therefore, each of us represents the whole. How should we feel about this? In the old order, we considered the whole as a kind of authoritative power, an autocratic government, an arbitrary God who sent some to heaven and others to hell, all for his glory. Now, we are much more enlightened and realize that such a divine being cannot exist. Understanding divine principle, we have contemplated the vastness of the universe of law and have said, God is law. There is a divine principle that is God. In the new order, we are exposed to falling into an error as great as that of ancient thought, unless we dig much deeper than simply thinking of God as a principle. God is more than law or principle. God is the infinite spirit, the conscious and limitless life of the universe, the unique and infinite person in which all human beings dwell. The nature of God and the divine personality. The law is simply a force. God, the infinite personality, is the supreme, infinite, and limitless personality. And we must think of the divine being as such, completely receptive to everything we do. A sense of communion should arise within us, a spontaneous sensation of irresistible union. If we achieve this, we manifest as evolved beings, always worshippers of God. We worship God in everything because God is in everything. Not only does God reside in everything, but He is greater than everything where He is found. You are the light of the world. That is, God is in us. Everything we are is God. However, God is more than everything we are. As consciousness approaches truth, as consciousness moves closer to truth, it experiences cosmic expansion and gains more power. Angels await those who perceive this cosmic expansion as everything converges to express itself. When a person recognizes a cosmic purpose that is the expression of life, truth, and love, when their thoughts vibrate toward the highest and grandest realization of life, they automatically become more powerful. Healing and demonstration. The process of healing and demonstration begins as a mechanical and scientific process, but then the fire of the spirit is added to give it life. One is technique, the other is vitality and radiance. We need the recognition of love along with a scientific understanding of what we are doing. Thoughts have a real impact, and diseases are a direct result of specific thoughts residing somewhere in consciousness. Poverty is a direct result of a subjective state of thought that limits unity. Expression of life. Every expression of life manifests from the invisible to the visible in a silent and effortless process of spiritual realization. We must mentally unite with the pure spirit. For each of us individually, God or spirit represents the ultimate personality of the universe, the supreme personality of what we are ourselves. Only to the extent that the individual's relationship with this divinity expands is power perceived. Recognition of absolute unity. There must always be recognition in the treatment of the absolute unity of God and the human being, unity, inseparability, indivisibility, immortality. God as the great circle and the human being as the small circle. The human being is in God, and God is in the human being. Union with God. As a drop of water is in the ocean, and the ocean is in the drop, this is the recognition that Jesus had when He said, "I and my Father are one." There is a perfect union, and as long as we are aware of this union, we integrate this awareness into our words, and our words have as much power as the force we imprint on them, neither more nor less. Integration with universal consciousness. Within this infinite intelligence, each individual exists not as an isolated entity, but as an integrated part. We are a point in the universal consciousness that is God, and God is our life, our spirit, our mind, and our intelligence. We are not separate from life, and it is not separate from us. We are integrated entities within it, individualized centers of God's consciousness. Unity with life. We come from life and we are in life, so we are one with life. And we know that the inner instinct that has brought us to the point of self-knowledge still knows the reason behind everything, the purpose behind everything. And we know there is nothing in us of fear, doubt, or confusion that can hinder the flow of reality to the point of our recognition. Guidance by divine intelligence. We are guided each day by divine intelligence toward paths of peace, where the soul recognizes its origin and unites with it in joyous, complete union. By holding on to the good, the power of clear thought is so penetrating that it dissolves obstacles, for there is nothing beyond consciousness, nothing beyond spirit. Tool of the mind. The only tool of the mind is the idea. Strive to see with absolute clarity and do not be discouraged or resigned in the face of feelings of limitation. Remember, the truth with which you work is absolute. All that God is, all truth, all that exists is found in the point of human recognition. Maintaining focus. Each time you perform a treatment and throughout the process, always keep this in mind. Do not struggle against, simply think. There is nothing to struggle against. Everything is my divine right. Infinite intelligence is my intelligence. Divine love is my love. Limitless freedom is my freedom. Perfect joy is my joy. Unlimited life is my energy. Avoiding negativity, let us become impervious to denials as much as we can mentally. Avoid speaking, thinking or reading about anything destructive, whether it be war, epidemics, hunger, poverty, diseases or any type of limitation. From a practical point of view, everything is gain and nothing is loss. Rapid progress and ultimate satisfaction. It would be wonderful the rapid progress we would achieve if we did this. It is always about the first cause. Nothing matches the satisfaction felt when realizing, from the silence of the soul and the activity of personal thought, that a condition has truly been met without the aid of visible instruments. There is no greater satisfaction than healing an illness solely through the power of thought. Neutralizing confusion and doubt. When working with the first cause, we must definitively neutralize confusion and doubt. Let us dedicate time each day to visualizing ourselves as calm, balanced, powerful beings, always in control of every situation, as the highest incarnation of the divine that we can imagine. We should never doubt ourselves in this way. Ancient practices. The ancients instructed their disciples to tell themselves, "Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful am I," until they forgot their identity as Mary Smith or John Jones and saw themselves as divine realities. Then, returning to the objectivity of Mary Smith and John Jones, they brought with them the subtle power that distinguishes spiritual growth, the atmosphere of reality. The infinite is personal. The infinite is personal to each without a doubt. The power of Jesus resided in his recognition of the infinite person as a living, conscious, and receptive reality, while seeing the law as an arbitrary force that must obey his will. He unified the personal and impersonal attributes of life into a perfect whole. Christ and the Christ nature. The infinite is personal to every soul that believes in it. It would be a mistake to abstract the principle so much that we forget the living presence. It is the combination of both that makes the work effective. Christ is the man. Who is Christ? Christ is the begotten Son of the one Father, not the only Son of God. Christ represents the universal idea of affiliation, of which we are all members. That is why we are mentioned as members of this one body, and why we are told to have the same mind that was also in Christ Jesus. Manifesting the Christ Nature. Each person partakes of the Christ Nature to the extent that Christ manifests through them, and to that extent they become Christ. We must turn to this living inner presence, which is the Heavenly Father, recognize it as the only power in the universe, unite with it, declare that our word is the presence, power, and activity of it, and speak the word as if we believe it, for the law is a servant of the Spirit. The highest form of healing. If we could withdraw and allow the only life to flow through us, we could not avoid helping to heal people. This is the highest form of healing. We have gone through all our abstract reasoning processes and discovered what the law is and how it works. Now we can forget everything else and know that there is nothing but the word. The law will work automatically. We must forget everything else and let our word be spoken with a deep inner realization of love, beauty, peace, balance, power, and the great presence of life at the point of our own realized consciousness. Embracing the void. We may not dare to throw ourselves into an apparent void with total abandonment. However, if we did, we would find our feet firmly anchored on a rock, for there is a place in the mind, at the pinnacle of its greatest achievements, where it throws itself with total devotion toward the very center of the universe. In the supreme moment of realization, there is a point where the individual merges with the universe without losing individuality, where a sense of unity with all life penetrates so deeply into their being that there is no sense of separation. Achieving miracles. It is here that the Spirit accomplishes what seems like miracles, for nothing prevents the totality from manifesting. We can only reach this by providing the great mental equivalence of life by inhabiting and reflecting on the vastness of life. And yet, as vast, immense, and unlimited as the whole may be, it is brought to the point of our own consciousness. We understand the infinite only to the extent that it expresses itself through us, becoming what we believe. Daily practice in meditation. This is how we practice daily in our meditations, the realizations of life, the infinite spirit residing in me, Almighty God in me, perfect peace in me, complete satisfaction in me, real substance in me, what is true in me. Jesus said, "I am the truth." He also said, "I am the way, I am the life. No one comes to the Father except through me." This is so true. We can only reach the Father who is in heaven through our own nature, right here. Through our own nature is the door and the way that gradually leads us to illumination, realization, inspiration, and intuitive perception of everything. The highest faculty. The highest faculty of the human being is intuition, and sometimes it reaches a point where, without any reasoning process, it intuitively understands the truth. That is why we must meditate daily, especially if we practice meditation correctly. Affirmations of truth. Every practitioner must take some time each day to meditate within themselves, to realize that the words they speak are the words of truth. Being the words of truth, they cannot fail to be realized. They are a law unto themselves within the great law. They know what they are. They are immutable, irresistible, timeless, and complete. They possess within themselves intelligence, knowledge, and understanding. Unconditional affirmation. Every treatment must be an unconditional affirmation of being and not pay attention to appearances. If it did, it would not be effective. It rises above all appearances and can contradict any human experience, but it is real. Similarly, the treatment begins and ends in the mind of the one who gives it, and the demonstration takes place in the mind of the one who gives it. To the extent that this occurs there, it is a good treatment and will be a good demonstration. Healing and belief. If you have a patient who says, "I am sick," and you are able to neutralize your belief that this person is sick, or that anyone is sick, and you can see them as perfect, they will come to you and say, "I am healed." The practitioner must know this within themselves, never thinking of projecting their thought, sending it, or holding it back. They simply take the whole condition and bring it to the great realization of life. Declarations of divine presence. He declares, "Perfect life in me, God in me, spirit in me, good in me, omnipotence in me, loving intelligence in me, peace, assurance, power, happiness, and joy in me, life, truth, and love in me, omniscient instinct I am in me, Almighty God in me." It is not enough to say that God is. We must bring the concept into the individual's mind and unify it with them so that it expresses itself through them. Financial healing. If we need to heal financially, we must say, "Infinite substance in me, infinite activity in me, flowing through me in all that I do, say, or think, accelerating towards action, all those things my mind touches. Infinite activity in me, infallible, never mistaken, always doing the right thing at the right time, always knowing what to do, how to do it, and doing it. Infinite executive power. Infinite executive power in me, the great executive, the great I am, the one who knows everything and sees everything, the all-wise in me, infinite substance in me, expressing itself forever through me, infinite supply flowing through me and to me, irresistible, untouchable, unlimited." Visualizing desires. While you say this, pause to reflect on the things you desire, visualizing them as realities. Like someone looking at pictures on the wall, repeat, "Infinite substance in me, infinite supply flowing through me and to me, infinite activity around me and in me, infinite intelligence in me, guiding, protecting, governing, controlling everything in me and through me, that is, Almighty God in me. There is no other beside it, no other infinite love in me, seeing everything, knowing everything, loving everything, one in and through all. Understand what this means. I am one with all people, there are no enemies, there is only one in all and through all." Reflection on infinite wisdom. If we were healed, infinite wisdom in me, pause to reflect on what this means. the intelligence that operates through everything visible and invisible, infinite wisdom in me, infinite intelligence in me, infinite power in me. Feel what this means, the power that holds the planets in place, a power before which the united force of the human race is like nothing. Infinite intelligence and infinite power in me, the great executor, infinite energy and wisdom in me, the omniscient, the infallible spirit of the universe. Infinite peace and joy, infinite peace in me, infinite peace, no disturbance, no problems, only peace, the power that calmed the waves and told the winds to be still. This is the power with which we work. Infinite peace in me, infinite joy in me, the joy that makes the leaves of the trees clap, the joy that sings in the brook, the music of the spheres, the joy of the sense of fullness, infinite joy in me, not elsewhere but in me. It is the good that manifests through every act we call human or humanitarian. We see it in the hand that gives and in every human act. It is the infinite good in me, infinite in all, whatever the need. Meditation and understanding. Meditate on the abstract essence of the thing, then bring it to a concrete point in your own mentality and see what it means when it manifests, declaring that this precious teaching clearly shows the way to freedom. Continuous path of infinite sources. It is a path that continuously unfolds from one infinite source to another infinite source. Rise and shine, for your light has come. I am that I am. Let us assume that modern man has a more or less solid understanding of facts related to psychic phenomena. It would be pointless in a course like this to attempt a comprehensive investigation, as it has already been done by eminently qualified individuals who have provided the data. Inherent powers. Within the human being exists a power that can communicate without using language, listen without the ear, see without the eye, speak without the mouth, move heavy objects and grasp things without using the hand, among other skills normally associated only with the physical body. All these facts have been fully demonstrated, and it is no longer necessary to provide evidence to support them. Reasons behind phenomena. Although all the mentioned facts have been proven, the reasons behind them have not been discussed as thoroughly or logically. The purpose of this article is to explain the fundamental reasons behind the law of mental action, known as the psychic. For if something is to happen, there must be a reason for it and a law through which it operates. Psychic phenomena in mental science. The reason for addressing this topic in a course of mental science lessons is that, as a phenomenon of the mind, it should be considered one of the known mental lessons. Psychic phenomena and immortality are closely linked in people's minds because they refer to those invisible powers we regard as attributes of the soul. Additionally, many people have largely attributed these phenomena to the influence of spirits who have left the earthly plane. Scientific inquiry and facts. Although no excuses are made and no excuses are offered for the following pages, it is important to mention that many of the world's most eminent scientists have investigated the subjects discussed below, and as far as the author knows, none of them have refuted the facts that will be presented. Conscious use of psychic powers. The powers that manifest through the psychic life truly exist in the human being, and at some point they will consciously make use of them and benefit greatly. In the meantime, it is highly recommended that everyone be very cautious in their approach to this subject. A superficial knowledge can be dangerous, and it is regrettable that very few people exhibiting psychic powers seem to understand the underlying law of these phenomena. Caution in exploring psychic phenomena. Many go astray through ignorance, so this subject must be approached with caution. However, as mentioned before, this subject, which aligns with the known laws of mental action, must be explored. God gave us a mind to know and discern the truth, and it would be a grave mistake to misuse this power. The ultimate purpose of evolution is to produce a human being who, in their state of self-awareness, can reflect divine nature. We can only achieve this to the extent that we remain authentic at all times. Approaching the study. Let us approach the study of this subject in the same way we would study any other law, with an open mind, free of superstitions and any sense of the unnatural. Nature is always natural, and we only consider things mysteries that we do not yet understand. The diagram. The diagram is divided as follows. The upper part represents the conscious mind, the self-conscious mind we call the spirit. The middle section represents the psychic sea, that is, the subjective world. This is the world of thought forms and mental images, often called the illusion of the mind, as it contains many images that are merely representations and have no underlying reality. Just as a picture hanging on the wall is not actually a person, but simply a picture. In the same way, the psychic sea may contain images that, although real as representations, have no reality in any other sense. Distinguishing reality. This does not imply that all psychic phenomena are illusions, as it also contains many things that are true. It is important to be very careful in distinguishing the false from the true. The lower part of the diagram represents the objective world. This world also reflects many false forms, such as disease and limitation. These are not realities in themselves, but the result of erroneous mental images in a subjective world. Psychic images and the world of forms. Neither psychic images nor the world of forms are creators in themselves. Both are effects that arise from something else. Psychic phenomena, where the term psychic refers to the soul, are thus phenomena of the soul. We have seen that what we call the soul is actually the subjective part of ourselves. We do not have two minds, but we experience a duality in our mentality, which we call the objective and subjective phases of the mind. The objective mind is the part of our mentality that functions consciously. It is the part of us that truly knows itself, and without it, we would not be real entities. The subconscious mind. The subjective mind, our subconscious mind, is our mental expression within subjective universality. It is our individual interpretation of the mental law and also the channel through which the instinctive man operates, playing the functional roles of the body, as it is the silent builder of the body. The subjective mind of the individual is the work of the instinctive man within them, combined with all their conscious and subconscious experiences, serving as the seat of memory. The subjective mind is the seat of memory and instinctive emotions. As the repository of memory, it contains a record of everything that has happened to the individual in their external life. This memory is complete and retains every experience of the individual's life. Moreover, the subjective mind stores many family and racial characteristics that the individual has experienced throughout their life. These memories are preserved at least partly as images or mental expressions. This has been demonstrated by capturing photographs of subjective thoughts that reveal defined outlines. Memory and mental images. This does not necessarily mean that all impressions are retained as mental images, but it is highly probable that everything the external eye has observed is retained as a more or less clear image. We can visualize the subconscious image as a gallery of pictures showing the images of all the people the individual has met and all the incidents they have experienced throughout their life. Suggestion and subjectivity. The subjective mind, primarily inductive in its reasoning faculties, is intrinsically obliged to retain all the mental impressions it has ever received. Therefore, it contains a vast amount of information that the objective mind has never consciously known. When we understand that an individual's subjectivity is their use of the universal subjective mind, we can see that there is a subjective unity among all people, and that individual minds in mutual resonance tend to blend and receive mutual suggestions. This is what is meant by mental influence, which is a reality. It also means that the subjective mind is influenced by race and environment. Silent communication and racial suggestion. In many respects, all this happens in the silent domain of life and is mostly unknown to the person receiving it. Racial suggestion is something very real, and each individual carries within them and has inscribed in their mentality many impressions they have never consciously considered or experienced. This is due to a constant silent influence between individuals under the law of subjective communication. It is likely that among friends there is at all times a silent communication, a sort of unconscious mental conversation taking place on the subjective plane. When this becomes conscious in the mind, it is referred to as mental telepathy. This communication with others occurs constantly, whether the conscious mind is aware of it or not. We are always receiving impressions that may be more or less subtle, and it is rare for them to emerge to the surface of consciousness. However, these impressions are present, and they gradually build in our mentalities impressions and thought patterns that are perceived unconsciously and silently. Knowledge beyond conscious awareness. Since the subjective mind is the seat of memory and retains everything the eyes have seen, the ears have heard, and the mind has conceived, it contains much knowledge that the individual has never consciously known. Moreover, as the receptacle of a large part of humanity's knowledge through unconscious communication, the subjective mind possesses knowledge that far exceeds the objective faculties. Understanding the subjective mind and influence. By understanding that the subjective mind attracts everything with which it sympathizes or resonates, we can see that anyone who aligns with their race or vibrates at the same frequency as racial thought could capture all racial emotions and experiences. If they were aware of it, they could consciously represent it. Many speakers, actors, and writers in the world have achieved this, which explains why some of them have been so eloquent, as they have been influenced by the emotions they came into contact with. Our best orators can connect with the subconscious mentality of their audience, thus not only conveying what the audience wants to hear, but also emitting a powerful vibration that leaves a similarly strong subjective impression on those listening. It is well known that many speakers can significantly influence their audience's mentality. Napoleon seemed to have this ability, which allowed him to exert a tremendous influence on his followers. The subjective state of artists. Singers and poets often enter a subjective state when they sing or write. For a singer or actor, this allows them to respond to their audience's emotions and reflect these emotions powerfully. They can also evoke emotions in their audience, known as temperament, and no singer, speaker, or actor can achieve great success without this. For a writer, this allows them to connect with racial thought and accurately describe the emotion and effort of the race. Poets are a particularly remarkable example of this ability, as poetry, like singing, is the language of the soul. No one can write good poetry without allowing their soul to express itself. We could not imagine a great poem written mechanically. Artists immerse themselves in their work, and musicians often do the same. We call this inspiration. In preaching, it is likely that the speaker at the pulpit often delves into the depths of people's hearts and reveals them. They can describe their thoughts and emotions, and by merging their own with those of the audience, they create a speech. In this case, it is said that they are inspired. Accessing deep knowledge. Anyone who contacts the subjective aspect of racial mentality and has the ability to bring it forth will have access to knowledge that would be difficult to accumulate in several lifetimes of diligent study. However, if this process required abandoning one's own individuality, it would be better to remain ignorant. This topic has already been sufficiently discussed to show that the source of human inspiration does indeed exist, and there is a source of knowledge much deeper than the subjective mind, the spirit. However, direct contact with the spirit is illumination, and it is a quality developed by very few people. Those who have developed this quality have given the world its greatest literature, religion, and laws. Personal mental atmosphere and attraction. Every individual possesses a mental atmosphere that is the result of everything they have thought, said, done, and perceived, whether consciously or unconsciously. This mental atmosphere is very real and constitutes a subtle influence that shapes personal attraction. Personal attraction has little to do with physical appearance. It is much deeper and almost entirely subjective. This explains why some people attract us instantly, while others repel us without apparent reason. All of this is due to the vibration of their thoughts or mental atmosphere. Sometimes what is not said weighs more than what is said, as Emerson expressed, "What you are speaks so loudly that I cannot hear what you say." In interacting with people, we feel an immediate attraction or repulsion according to the vibrations we perceive. A person whose atmosphere is filled with love and joy, whose nature is happy, and who leads a clean, healthy life in a free environment will attract others and easily make friends. Children and mental atmospheres. Children are particularly sensitive to mental atmospheres and are attracted to those who radiate positivity, while they reject those who emanate negativity. It is said that people who are disliked by both children and dogs can be dangerous. Animals are almost entirely subjective and can perceive mental atmospheres more acutely than most people. A dog can instinctively detect a person's attitude towards it and react accordingly, deciding instantly whether the person will be a friend or an enemy. Personal atmospheres and charisma. Personal atmospheres vary in intensity, and there are as many varieties as there are individuals, each creating their own mental atmosphere. How can one create personal charisma? Personal charisma can be cultivated by learning to love everyone and hate no one. As Emerson wisely said, if you want a friend, be one. If you want to have friends, be friendly. If you seek love, you must learn to love. There is no reason why someone should lack personal attraction, as it is a mental quality that can be consciously developed through proper practice. Atmospheres of places. Just as people have mental atmospheres, so do places. The atmosphere of people is formed by their thoughts, and that of places is forged by the thoughts that have been conceived there. Places are saturated with the thoughts of those who inhabit them, creating mental atmospheres perceptible to those who visit. Sometimes we have experienced entering a place and feeling unwelcome, which disturbed us to the point of wanting to leave immediately. On the other hand, sometimes we have entered places where we felt a warm and welcoming energy that invited us to stay. This is due to the mental atmosphere surrounding the place or room. This is why we appreciate our homes so much, as they are imbued with love and affection, and we feel at peace within their walls. Maintaining a harmonious home. After a long day at work, we long to return home because we know it is a refuge from the world's concerns and agitations. A wise wife understands this law and strives to maintain a pleasant atmosphere at home. If she does so, it is unlikely that she will lose her husband's company, as she will keep him united through the strong bonds of love and affection that permeate their home. Many unhappy homes could find harmony if they better understood and applied this law. The atmosphere of the home should never be affected by the uncertainties of the outside world. In this sanctuary of human love, everything else should take a back seat to maintain an atmosphere that serves as a refuge from the world. Love should be the predominant passion, and harmony should prevail at all times. Here, more than anywhere else, the kingdom of God should be established, and families should live together in peace and joy. Overcoming negative influences. Too often, jealousy and mistrust disturb the joy of the home, making it an inhospitable place to live. However, this can change if we replace our erroneous thoughts with thoughts of love and tenderness towards others. Nothing is more detrimental to a child's mind than growing up in an unhappy home. The home should be a reflection of paradise on earth, and if it is not, it will not last long, but will be buried under the ashes of disappointed hopes. The atmosphere of the desert is wonderful, because it is free from the confusion and fear of human thoughts, making it a place of peace. In this environment, away from humanity's intense struggles, one can find serenity and rediscover oneself. The same applies to mountains, lakes, and isolated corners. This is what we appreciate about nature, its astonishing calm and deep peace, as it speaks to us of a life unperturbed by human tensions. In reality, it conveys a celestial message, and those who can communicate with it and learn from it are fortunate, for it is full of wonders and shines with light. Even the most modest things seem to possess some sort of soul or subjective atmosphere. Often, upon seeing a familiar coat or hat hanging on a hook, we perceive the presence of the person who uses them. They seem to reflect their personality as they retain the emanation of their atmosphere. Everyone has their own atmosphere to which we react according to its nature. If it is pleasant, we appreciate it. If it is unpleasant, we dislike it. Similarly, each person, place, or thing has its own atmosphere or subjective memory. Every village, city, or nation has its own distinctive atmosphere. Some cities are full of life and activity, while others seem inactive. Some overflow with a spirit of culture, while others are imbued with a spirit of commercial competition. This is the result of the mentalities of their inhabitants. A city dedicated to pursuing high ideals will radiate an atmosphere of culture and refinement, while one whose predominant thought is the accumulation of wealth will display an atmosphere of greed and profit-seeking. This is an obvious truth and is perceived by everyone who visits these places. Similarly, an entire nation has its own atmosphere, as it is composed of the individuals within it. The combination of the atmospheres of all the people who inhabit a nation gives rise to a national mentality that we can describe as the collective psychology of that people. The memory of history, when we consider that subjective consciousness is universal, leads us to the conclusion that the history of humanity is recorded in the mental atmosphere of the planet on which we live. In other words, everything that has happened in this world has left its mark on the pages of time, and if we could traverse these corridors and read the records, we would decipher the history of humanity. This concept should be understandable, given that the vibrations of the human voice can be recorded on a receptive phonographic device and reproduced at will. Similarly, human events can be recorded in the form of images, and one who observes these images can read the history of humanity. Telepathy, which is the transfer of thoughts, is a widely known phenomenon and therefore does not require extensive discussion. However, there are a few aspects that merit special attention. The most important aspect to highlight is that mental telepathy would not be possible if there were no means through which it could operate. This means is the universal mind through which any transmission of thought or mental telepathy occurs. Forms in matter and solid objects can have a beginning and an end in space, but thought is more fluid. Telepathy involves the ability to read subjective thought or receive conscious thoughts without the need for audible words. However, there needs to be a kind of mental tuning similar to that of a radio. We are surrounded by vibrations, and to clearly pick up one of them, we need to tune in correctly. However, there are often interferences, and we do not always receive messages clearly. Sometimes we receive incorrect messages, and sometimes vibrations blend and seem to be just noise without meaning. Only when the receiver is correctly tuned to a specific vibration can it receive a clear message. Mental telepathy, which involves the transmission of thoughts, requires that the receiver be in tune with the sender. However, this does not mean that the sender is aware of being listened to. In other words, thoughts can be picked up in the same way that radio signals are received, and just as the sender of a radio signal may not know who is listening, the sender of thoughts may not know who is receiving them. Fortunately, only a few people have the ability to pick up mental thoughts, and these few do so with varying degrees of success and reliability. It would be overwhelming to have to listen to all the thoughts floating in the air. Fortunately, we can only receive the messages with which we are in tune, which depends on our personal choice in the mental world. Just as in the physical world, we are individuals, and a wise person will take mental care in the same way they would physical care. Tuning into thought. Some people seem to possess the ability to tune into thoughts and read them in a manner similar to reading a book. These people are known as mediums or psychics. However, in reality, all people are psychic, as everyone has a soul and a subjective mind. What we really want to express is that a medium or psychic is someone who has the ability to externalize what is subjective, bringing to the surface of conscious thought what lies deep within the mind. The medium has access to the book of memories, and it is astonishing to see the extent of this book of memories. Mental images are like everything that must first exist in the subjective world before manifesting in the objective world, and they must exist as mental images. We can deduce that everything that has happened at any point on this planet currently resides in its subjective atmosphere. This means that the experiences of those who have lived here are represented in this subjective atmosphere as images hanging on the walls of time, and they can be clearly discerned by reading them. Since universal subjectivity is an indivisible unity, all these images exist simultaneously at every point within it. Therefore, we can access anything that is within it at any point, as everything is contained in every point. In this way, we can connect to any incident that has occurred on this planet through our own state of subjective consciousness, which is a point within the universal subjective mind. We could even see an image of an event that occurred 2,000 years ago in a Roman arena, because the subjective atmosphere is filled with such images. This is known as the illusion of the mind or psychic sea. It is important to note that this does not mean that the mind is an illusion, but that we might misinterpret what we see unless we are cautious and certain that what we observe is a real form and not just an image. It is fundamental to understand this because each person, in their objective state, is an individualized and unique center in the universal mind. However, in their subjective state, each individual in their stream of consciousness or vibrational frequency becomes universal due to the indivisibility of the mind. When two individuals come into contact in the subjective realm of life, if one of them has psychic abilities, meaning if they can objectify subjectivity, they can see a thought form of the other person. However, this does not necessarily mean they see the actual person. The essential conditions for achieving the best results in psychic work are faith and expectancy, as the subjective responds positively to faith and seems to be hindered by doubts. Doubt appears to obscure clarity, while comprehensive faith and willing belief reduce the veil and make messages more apparent. This explains why many skeptical seekers fail to achieve the desired results and end up abandoning the pursuit, believing that everything is a fraud. Regardless of the nature of the subject, we did not create it and cannot change it. We are obliged to use this force like all other forces of nature, in accordance with its own laws and not according to our assumptions about how it should act. It has been conclusively demonstrated that subjective mentality responds more fully when one has total belief in it. Anyone wishing to explore the psychic life would be better served by accepting this fact and acting accordingly, rather than debating it and obtaining unsatisfactory results. If one follows the law, the results will be assured. Some mediums enter a trance state during subjective readings, while others may do so in a normal state of consciousness. The degree of trance can vary from slight subjectivity to a completely immersed mental state, meaning some merely align with the thought while being aware, while others dive completely into an unconscious state to connect with the thought. Although it is important to maintain self-control at all times, there are those who have lost this control and have thus demonstrated the remarkable capabilities of the inner mind to accomplish astonishing tasks. Sometimes a seer may recount most of the incidents that have occurred in a person's life, as well as talk about their friends and many experiences they have had. This is achieved by exploring the subjective realm of the individual and reading the thoughts and mental images stored in the walls of their memory. When a medium shares information about someone's friends, they are in harmony with the sympathetic vibrations of the person whose thoughts they are reading. We are always mentally connected to our friends in the subjective realm of life, and a medium, by tuning into these vibrations, is able to read thoughts transmitted through wireless mental communication. Often, a medium can delve into a person's mind and provide a fairly detailed account of their past and family genealogy, possibly tracing back several generations and mentioning ancestors and concerns that have marked their life on Earth. In reality, they are reading the records of what has already happened, which is a subjective memory in the person's mind. For example, sometimes people have told me, "I saw Emerson behind you this morning." Of course, they didn't see Emerson in person. What they saw was a mental image of him. This is explained by the fact that I am a student of Emerson, and each of us is surrounded by mental representations of people we know and those whose thoughts we study. Personal readings are surprising when a medium mentions your name and perhaps that of your mother, claiming that your mother is present. However, it is important to note that what the medium says may or may not be true. Although the mother's personality may be consciously close in some cases, it is more likely that it is not, and the medium is simply seeing an image of her as she was when she was alive. The medium, by reading a person's subjectivity, might be able to say something about someone who is not present at that moment, as each individual is connected by a sympathetic vibration of thought to the subjective emanations of those they care about, with whom they have relationships or toward whom they feel affinity. These individuals may be living or deceased. Psychic readings tend to focus on the present individual and those they are in contact with. The accuracy of a medium's subjective reading can be uncertain in some cases. Generally, what a medium can convey pertains to past events or possible outcomes, based on subjective trends already in progress. However, there are deeper messages that can sometimes be revealed. Each individual, as a unique entity in the mind, is recognized by their name and the vibration they emit. While we are all one in the mind and spirit, each person possesses a distinct and individualized personality. This is how the mind can individualize, allowing many to coexist within unity. Each person is represented by their own stream of consciousness. As we function within the mind continuously, we build around ourselves an aura or mental atmosphere that constantly flows outward like a stream of consciousness. Due to the unity of the mind, each individual is one with the whole, and when they come into contact with the whole, they become universal. This can be understood by realizing that the human being always uses the universal mind. We are immersed in it, think within it, and since the mind is universal, our thoughts can be picked up by those who can tune into them, just as we pick up radio signals. A radio message broadcast from New York City is instantly present everywhere in the world. Although this concept may be difficult to grasp, we know it to be true. If we apply this principle to mentality, the same applies. When we think within the universal mind, and this thought is instantly present everywhere. In this sense, everyone becomes universal according to the unity of the mind. Thought is present everywhere and remains so as long as it exists. What is known in one place can be known in all places without barriers to thought. Time, space, and obstacles are unknown concepts to the mind and thought. Therefore, we can deduce that anyone who synchronizes with our thoughts will be able to access our stream of consciousness, no matter where we are or where they may be. Moreover, if we persist beyond physical death, this law must continue to be valid, for in the mind, the past and present are one and the same. Time is simply a measure of experience, and space itself is not separate from the mind, but exists within it. By entering into the stream of thought, a medium can access the flow of thoughts of anyone they can mentally connect with, whether that person is living or deceased. Since we all possess psychic abilities, we all have a part of the soul and surely communicate with one another to the extent that we vibrate in harmony with others. This explains how distant healing works. Not everyone has the ability to objectify psychic impressions, and often these impressions never rise to the surface of consciousness. However, they are present nonetheless. This is why we sometimes feel uncomfortable in the presence of certain people, or when mentally connecting to certain situations, experiencing an inner sense of unease without apparent reason. The vibration of a book, as we read and study people's thoughts, gradually immerses us in the stream of their consciousness, allowing us to unconsciously read between the lines and interpret their internal mentalities. This is why we appreciate reading the thoughts of great figures throughout history, capturing more than what mere words could express. This is why saints have seen Jesus. Many saints have experienced the vision of Jesus in this manner. In other words, through the study of his words and actions, they penetrated so deeply into his thought that they saw an image of him. This is due to the fact that images of everything and everyone are stored on the walls of time, and anyone who can access them can read them. We do not suggest that these saints saw Jesus in person, but they undoubtedly perceived his image, or what the world considers his image, projected on the walls of time. When we look at a portrait of a person, we are actually observing their visual representation. Many mental images surround us all, and a talented medium can see these images clairvoyantly, as well as our thoughts through telepathy. A good medium has the ability, though to varying degrees, to bring these images and thoughts to the surface and objectify them. However, this does not necessarily imply that they are in actual communication with the people whose images they visualize. Human aura. Each person constantly emits a vibration and is therefore always surrounded by a kind of mental atmosphere called an aura, which extends from a few centimeters to several meters around the body, sometimes even further. Its color and density vary according to different levels of consciousness. During moments of spiritual realization, the aura shines in bright yellow tones that merge into almost pure white. Conversely, during moments of anger, the aura takes on a dark and murky hue. There are as many colors in the aura as there are different levels of mental activity. What artists have depicted around the heads of saints as an aura has a real basis and is not merely an artistic invention. There is a more pronounced emanation around the head than around any other part of the body, because thought operates primarily through the brain compared to other parts of the human body. It has been said that the face of Jesus sometimes shone so brightly that his disciples could not look at him without being dazzled by his brilliance. Unpleasant atmospheres. In a clash of wills, the atmosphere sometimes seems to sparkle as if a battle is taking place in the subjective world of life. Unpleasant people always have an unpleasant atmosphere, while pessimistic people seem to always darken the mood. Conversely, someone who leads a normal and happy life, at peace with themselves, emits a radiant aura. Habits. Habits initially form through conscious thought and are then executed unconsciously. However, few people realize that when we think consciously, these thoughts have an impact. What we think today will become part of our memory, and since memory is active, what we consciously think today will sink into the subconscious and become an active thought. The next day, this process is how a habit develops. First, a desire is born. Then this desire is expressed, and then the desire becomes something subjective. The subconscious action of thought makes the habit manifest automatically. In summary, at first we control our thoughts, but over time our thoughts control us. First, a man takes a drink, then drinks take the man, and finally, the drink takes the man. Constant repetition gradually forms a thought force so powerful in the subjective side of life that this same force eventually controls the person who created it. We must be extremely cautious about what we allow into the deepest currents of our mind. All habits form in the same way. Initially conscious, they then become unconscious or subconscious. When a person creates a desire so strong that they are compelled to act on it, it is called a mania. Mania, literally speaking, is a desire so powerful that it becomes uncontrollable. When we talk about someone having a mania for certain things, we mean they have so subjectively invested their desire in a particular area that they end up being controlled by the very force they set in motion. People with morbid tendencies are more prone to this than those with a normal mentality. For example, if a sensitive person feels depressed, they might think about suicide. Initially, this thought might be dismissed as inappropriate, but if it keeps recurring, it can become so powerful that it becomes irresistible. Most homicides are committed from this mental perspective, and most murderers suffer from mental disorders. In the future, we will likely better understand this dynamic, and these individuals will be considered ill and treated from a mental health perspective. This underscores the importance of controlling our thoughts and never allowing our minds to conceive ideas that we do not want to manifest. After all, these are mental attitudes, and the best way to address them is through mental treatment. Obsession is another form of mental control and can be conscious or unconscious in its origin. People can become obsessed with desires, thoughts, ambitions, habits, suggestions, or other mental influences. If there are undeveloped spirits or entities in our environment, it is quite possible that people might become obsessed with them. Obsession with a desire can lead to a mania for expressing that desire, as thought seeks an outlet. Some are so obsessed with their ambitions that they constantly feel the need to pursue them. Others might be obsessed with the influence of their environment, as the mental atmosphere of certain places can often obsess people, driving them to act in certain ways without apparent reason. When studying a case of obsession, it is important to consider all the facts and reason from the result to the cause. Personal influence and obsession are often linked. People can sometimes become slightly obsessed with those around them, known as personal contagion. Many adopt the mood and attitude of their environment, which is a mild form of hypnotism. This occurs through the suggestive power of unconscious mental action, intentional or not. It is important to be aware of this and not to allow anything to control us other than what we have consciously accepted into our thoughts. If one feels influenced by something demanding our silent attention, it is crucial to assert immediately that there is no power, whether in physical reality or beyond, that can control us, except the one and perfect intelligence. The obsession of disembodied spirits, if it is true that we are surrounded by them, might also attempt to control us through suggestion, but only if we allow it. If these spirits have a strong desire and focus their thoughts on us, they might implant this desire into our subconscious mind in such a way that it emerges within us, pushing us to do things we would never consciously consider. This is considered a form of hypnotic influence, but all mental influence is ultimately hypnotic, varying only in degree. If it is true that disembodied spirits surround us, which seems possible, we must be cautious and protect ourselves against any negative mental influence, whether from living people or spirits. The affirmation that only the unique intelligence controls can serve as protection against any undesirable mental influence, whether it comes from people in physical life or beyond. The general theory of obsession and mental influence considers any form of obsession, regardless of its nature, as a form of mental influence and can be easily dissipated by using the affirmation mentioned earlier. We must not allow suggestions from other spirits to penetrate our own thoughts at any time in the future. People should be as attentive to choosing the thoughts they let into their minds as they are currently to choosing the food they consume. Staying in harmony with the thought of the one spirit is a strong protection against any undesirable mental influence. Madness occurs when the conscious mind is completely dominated by the unconscious or subconscious. This can happen after being overly focused on an idea for an extended period or as a result of a sudden shock. However, it can be easily cured by understanding that there is only one mind and that it cannot forget itself. There is one mind in God, and that mind is our mind at this moment. It is crucial to control psychic power. Psychic power must always be under the total control of the conscious mind. Otherwise, various influences may be picked up, often appearing as seemingly real individual entities capable of exerting control over those who accept them. When psychic power is under the total control of the conscious mind, it can provide a valuable reservoir of knowledge, serving as the seat of memory, both individually and racially, containing a considerable amount of information of which we are unaware in our normal daily mental state. Achieving a complete balance between objective and subjective mentalities is a desirable condition, allowing for broader access to human wisdom and eventually to higher states of consciousness. However, it is essential to maintain control over our own mind and not allow any external power to influence it. The subjective side of thought is the bridge between the relative and the absolute, and those who can fully control it can approach the absolute. Jesus is an example of someone who achieved this control and maintained his full state of conscious thought and personal will while on earth. It is important to remember that we should not allow any external power to take control of our mind, as this can be dangerous. Maintaining conscious control and connecting with our inner and higher self is fundamental on the path to enlightenment and increased wisdom. The goal of evolution is to enable the human being to reach a state where they can fully manifest the inner life of the mind. Even the mind does not claim to control us, but rather leaves us alone so we can discover our own individuality and grow. Individuality is one of the most valuable aspects of a human being, and it is what we truly possess. Allowing any external influence to enter or control this individuality constitutes a violation of our very essence. Ultimately, evolution leads us to a state where we are conscious and capable of expressing our individuality in a way that reflects the inner life of the mind. The state of trance, or any mental state in which one allows oneself to immerse, varies in intensity, ranging from simply allowing the mind to become receptive, which is harmless, to completely denying objective consciousness, that is, allowing all influences to penetrate. This is very dangerous. There are many ordinary psychics who, in a perfectly objective state, can read others' thoughts and accomplish many other mental wonders. This is normal and there is nothing wrong with it. In fact, it is one of the ways nature works and is extremely interesting. Normal psychic abilities, any psychic ability usable in a normal mental state, are harmless and beneficial, meaning any psychic ability that can be used while being fully conscious. Many people possess this ability and find it useful, in addition to being interesting. It can be developed by understanding that the inside and outside are, in reality, one. Abnormal psychic powers develop in a state of complete trance, where the medium is influenced by surrounding forces. In this state, some astonishing and hidden powers of the mind manifest. In certain psychic states, individuals may perceive, hear, and understand the thoughts of others, travel to distant places, and accomplish many seemingly impossible feats while awake. There will surely come a time when all these powers will be under the control of the conscious mind. At that point, human beings will be far less limited. Clairvoyance is a mental state in which the medium has the ability to perceive things that the objective eye cannot see under normal conditions. It is as if the physical eye manifests in the mental realm, but with significantly expanded vision. In this state, time, space, and barriers disappear, and the individual can see through a closed door as easily as if they were looking through a window in a normal situation. Psychometry is a state of clairvoyance where the operator has the ability to perform psychometry, that is, to read from the soul or the subjective side of things. As mentioned earlier, each object has its own mental atmosphere that results from the thoughts surrounding it. Performing psychometry on anything involves reading this mental atmosphere and describing what emanates from it. Sometimes the operator seems able to take a fragment of mineral or metal and offer a precise description of where it came from. This explains why some mediums prefer to hold an object that has been used by the person present. Through this method, the medium can access the internal thoughts of the present person. Clairaudience. Clairaudience can be called the ear of the soul. It is the ability to hear the inner voice and is a very remarkable mental attribute. Some perceive these voices silently, while others hear them as independent voices. It seems that human instinct tries to warn the outer individual about certain matters by providing warnings. Sometimes these warnings appear as visions, and sometimes in dreams. However, this power is uncertain and must be observed carefully, as it is not always easy to discern whether the impression is real or simply a suggestion from surrounding mental influences. An effective way to check this is to remember that all impressions should emanate from the one and perfect thought. Independent voices. Sometimes independent voices seem to speak from the air, and it is possible to engage in conversations with them for hours. I have had conversations with these voices, but so far I have not been able to determine whether they expressed anything other than the subjective knowledge of people present on Earth, or if they were caused by some form of spiritual entity. The reality is that such voices speak and are real. I have had animated and fascinating dialogues with these voices for hours, and it has been an incredible experience. However, so far it seems impossible to determine their exact nature. Only time and further research may provide definitive proof. Apparitions. Manifestations or apparitions of thought often occur during moments of mental tension. For example, it is common for people to see a friend shortly before their death. Sometimes the manifestation occurs before the event happens, and an explanation will be offered later in this chapter. This type of phenomenon is not at all rare. Almost everyone has a record of such experiences. When we are asleep, it is completely subjective, which explains why so many of the incidents mentioned earlier occur during sleep. However, the impressions received during sleep do not always come to the surface. Ghosts and apparitions of the dead are often seen by people, often representing figures of those who have left this world. Many have been frightened by observing these figures as if they represented some danger. However, whether one believes they are figures of the deceased or the living, they certainly cannot cause harm. Some argue that spirits are always the result of a violent death, and that those who die in peace never leave a spirit behind. I am not entirely sure of the truth of this claim, given that everyone must leave behind the figures they used while they were alive, and everyone must leave behind a form of thought about themselves. Ghosts can sometimes speak. It is widely known that spirits sometimes have the ability to communicate or convey a certain type of message to the living. It is also generally accepted by those who have studied these subjects that once a spirit has had the chance to speak, it is rarely seen again. If we consider a spirit to be a real entity, we can easily understand how it could speak or transmit a message, whether verbally or telepathically. On the other hand, if we assume that a spirit is merely a form of thought, we might imagine that it has the capacity to communicate a message and then gradually disappear, given that thought has a certain power of expression. I do not take a definitive stance on either case, as I have not been able to determine with certainty what a spirit truly is. In situations like these, it would be a mistake to assume anything concrete, except that these manifestations become evident to people under certain circumstances. The subject must remain at this stage until further research clarifies the true nature of spirits. Mental projection. Under certain mental states, it is possible to experience mental projection and out-of-body travel. It is difficult to precisely determine what is being projected, and we are not so much concerned with identifying what is projected as with the fact that the capacity to perform this projection exists in the mind. Given that there is only one spirit, it may not be necessary for something to be projected. Perhaps we are merely observing through this unique spirit, which must possess and contain everything that exists. Crystal gazing. Fixed gazing is a technique that allows the mind to focus in a way that brings the subjective to the surface. By intensely concentrating on a bright object, the practitioner gradually penetrates its essence and may thus be able to perceive others' thoughts. Black magic. Magic has been taught and practiced since ancient times. It involves directing thoughts towards someone with the aim of causing harm. Modern cursing has another name today, but as Shakespeare said, a rose by any other name would smell just as sweet. Today it is called the evil practice. Evil practice can take several forms: malevolent, ignorant, and unconscious. Malevolent evil practice involves focusing the mind on the belief that someone should not be what they are. In some cases, it is even assumed that their existence in the physical world is denied. If this belief persists and the affected person accepts it, they might start to feel unwell and, in extreme cases, even severely impact their health. I mention this not to incite fear, but as a topic discussed and believed by some people today. For our part, we believe in the existence of a unique spirit and know that it cannot divide against itself. This definitively resolves the issue of malevolent evil practice. We have heard of people living in constant fear of evil practice, and it seems true that some attempt to use this force to harm others. However, those who have a true understanding of the truth will not be affected by it nor attempt to use it, as it would be dangerous to play with such power, and we are the servants of that which we obey. If our thoughts operate at a level where such things are possible, it is important that we recognize it, correct our thoughts, and heal ourselves. For ultimately, evil practice is nothing more than a suggestion from erroneous thinking, and we do not believe in the suggestion of erroneous thoughts. Innocent and ignorant evil practice can cause many illnesses and discomforts due to sympathy with disease and fear for people's safety. It is important to sympathize with those who suffer, but never with the disease itself, as this could worsen the situation rather than improve it. Automatic writing. Automatic writing is an intriguing phenomenon of the mind involving mental control to make the arm and hand write messages automatically. There are several forms of automatic writing, one of which is the Ouija board, consisting of a small board with letters of the alphabet, on which is placed a small three-legged instrument in the shape of a pear that points to the letters and forms words. Another variant involves moving a pencil across the board, and an even more interesting one consists of holding a pen in the hand, which seems to be controlled by an unknown force, but is supposed to originate from the subjective thought of the operator or someone present. Some people believe that the arm is under the influence of a disembodied spirit. There have been many lengthy discussions on this topic, and I do not wish to delve into them. However, one thing is certain: the phenomenon occurs frequently, and surprising messages are often obtained in this manner through independent writing. The most intriguing form of automatic writing is known as independent writing, where the pencil simply lifts and writes without anyone touching it. I have witnessed this phenomenon and can attest to its reality. In this case, there is indeed a solid basis for speculation, and we are compelled to recognize that either a subconscious force from the present individuals controls the pencil or a spiritual force is involved in the process. I am familiar with Hudson's theory developed in this context, although I have not been able to explain everything from it. I fear that his theory may have been too complex. Hudson's idea was that we should not assume the presence of an unknown agency when a known one is present. In other words, he argued that the phenomenon is caused by a form of mental action he called subjective. According to his reasoning, we should not assume that a spirit is the cause when we know that there are people present on the physical plane. Given that both people on the physical plane and those outside of it have a mind, we should consider that phenomena are caused by those present on the physical plane. This same logic could apply to any other case. There is no doubt that psychic phenomena are the result of a form of mental power, and the student of mental processes will find satisfaction in understanding that mental power can operate independently of the physical instrument. Here is the fundamental lesson we need to learn. Where there is nothing to smell, a very particular and interesting phenomenon occurs in relation to the act of smelling, even when apparently there is nothing that could produce an odor. The mind, by synchronizing with the vibrations of a rose, can independently produce its fragrance without the flower being present. I have witnessed a case where the vibrations of a man in a state of inebriation manifested in a room in such a way that the smell of whiskey became so strong that it was requested that this influence be removed. This could be interpreted as a sort of hidden fragrance. This phenomenon illustrates the powerful influence that the mind and its vibrations can have on the perception of smells, even in the absence of a physical source of fragrance. The ability to grasp objects without hands is widely recognized by those who have invested time in these investigations. Objects can be grasped and held without any physical contact, as shown by automatic writing and telepathic energy, a telekinetic energy that acts without physical contact. This manifestation of energy is observed in these mental phenomena that cause objects to move without physical intervention, indicating that they are propelled by a form of mental energy or a non-physical agency. Table tilting or overturning is such a frequent event that it is rarely commented on, but it helps illustrate a principle of the mind where an object can be moved from one place to another without any physical contact. Marks on walls and floors, known as raps, are also so common that they are barely mentioned but should be considered as part of telekinetic energy. One researcher proposed the theory of ectoplasm, a shapeless substance that emanates from the medium's body. I do not doubt that this theory is correct to some extent, but I am not prepared to assert that it is sufficient to explain all phenomena. For example, according to this theory, if someone stands in front of the medium, the emanation is blocked and no results are obtained. I was in a room where a glass of water was brought to me from another room and held up to my lips as I drank. It was indeed a real glass and water, and I was in a perfectly normal mental state. I could not explain this incident by the theory of ectoplasm, but rather by the theory of mental power. Levitation is another phenomenon that the theory of ectoplasm certainly cannot explain. When the medium's body lifts from a chair and is moved to another place in the room, this can only be explained by the theory that there is a power beyond the most well-known physical laws. Experience has shown us that there are many things in life that can only be explained by a mental power acting independently of all physical influences. It is fascinating to realize that we possess such astonishing powers. And surely the time will come when we will use these powers routinely. These powers have a purpose, and since we live in a timeless universe, this purpose will reveal itself as soon as we are ready to understand it. Whether psychic phenomena are caused by the intervention of spirits or by an internal force of our own mind matters little. What is clear is that they are produced by the power of the mind, as they do not come from what we call physical force, but from a subtler force that we do not fully understand to this day. It is truly a surprising thought when we become aware of the existence of these internal powers, a power independent of the body that can perceive, hear, feel, smell, touch, and taste without the need for a physical instrument. There is an internal intelligence that can travel, communicate, project, recognize itself, and be recognized without depending on a physical instrument. It is undeniable that there is a reason for all this, and that reason is surely natural and normal, as nature always operates naturally. The fact that there are still unresolved mysteries serves as a reminder that there is much we do not fully understand. Time will reveal all, and with experience, the mysteries of the human mind, with all its multiple and diverse activities, will be uncovered. So far, we have only scratched the surface of its capabilities. Denying the existence of these internal attributes is not only intolerant, but also reflects pure ignorance. It is acceptable to say that we do not fully understand them, but to categorically deny them places us not among the unbelievers, but among those who are unaware of the facts. The spirit of prophecy or subjective thought can only deduce and lacks its own initiative or choice, and by its nature it is compelled to retain all the suggestions it receives. The best illustration of this is found in fertile soil where the gardener sows his seeds. The soil neither debates nor denies, but begins to work on the seed and starts to develop a plant that will represent the type of manifestation inherent in the idea contained within the seed. In other words, from a cucumber seed we get cucumbers, from a cabbage seed we get cabbages. The law always preserves the individuality of the seed in creating the plant and never contradicts the seed's right to be what it truly is. Both cause and effect are implicitly contained in the seed. However, we must first plant the seed in fertile soil if we want to obtain a plant. In the fertile soil, or even in the seed itself, there must exist the complete and perfect ideas of the plant as a whole, otherwise they will never manifest. The idea of the mature plant must exist somewhere within the seed and the soil in order for it to materialize. This teaches us a lesson about subjectivity. Thoughts that enter the subjective realm are like seeds. They are concepts of ideas, and by operating through the creative medium of the mind, they possess within themselves the power to develop and express themselves. However, how could they express themselves unless they are already known by the mind? They could not. That is why the mind must perceive the thought as if it were already complete in reality. Furthermore, the mind must also contain the path through which the idea will manifest. Each thought sets in motion within the mind the fulfillment of its purpose, and the mind visualizes the thing as if it were already accomplished. Mental inclinations activated project their shadows ahead of them, and often a clairvoyant observes the complete manifestation of an idea before it has time to materialize in the objective world. This is the heart of prophecy, for prophecy involves perceiving subjective trends and visualizing them as accomplished facts. Subjective thought can only deduce, but its ability to follow logic and sequence appears perfect. For example, suppose there is a window a mile away, and I throw a ball toward that window at a speed of 1 mile per minute. The ball is exactly halfway between me and the window. You arrive on the scene, measure the distance, and calculate the speed of the ball in the air, then conclude, the ball is halfway to the window and is traveling at a speed of 1 mile per minute. Therefore, in half a minute the ball will cross the window and break it. Suppose you are the only person to see the ball because others are observing the window. Indeed, in half a minute the window breaks. How did you predict that the window would break? You did so by applying logic and deduction from a previously established premise. This process is quite similar to what happens when a clairvoyant exercises the gift of prophecy. In general, they are unaware of why they do what they do, as they have their own subjective contact with the situation and simply interpret what happens to them. However, this subjective power is logical, deductive, and conclusive in its way of thinking, because they see a thing as completed by first observing a trend in motion and calculating the time needed to complete it. However, few possess a reliable gift of prophecy. Now let's extend this concept. Humanity as a whole also has its own subjectivity, from the individual to the nation, known as its karma, its subjective law in action. Each nation has its own subjective causality, and a prophet of a nation might read and understand its subjective trend. This is precisely what ancient prophets did, as they were psychic. From Moses onward, they were able to interpret the subjective causality of their people, and thus predict certain future events. However, there is an even higher level of prophecy, to which only a few have accessed, and those who have been illuminated within the subjective mirror of the mind, where the great divine and cosmic designs, the very thoughts of God, also reside. An enlightened person who also possesses psychic gifts might access these great cosmic designs. Some of the great prophets have read the destiny of humanity and revealed to us that the human destiny is divine, that we are immortal right now, that we do not need to die to be immortal, for we already are. For example, Moses received the 10 Commandments and the Mosaic Law through his contact with the great law emanating from subjectivity, which is the link between the mind and the human being, between the absolute and the intellect. All prophets have prophesied and all sages have been taught through this subjective path because it contains infinite wisdom, knowledge, and law. Subjective mentality is an inexhaustible source of inspiration as it contains all the thoughts humanity has created over time. Sometimes, people come into contact with these thoughts and are inspired by them. Furthermore, subjective mentality is also a source of revelation because it contains the great designs of God. If the soul turns toward the divine, it would surely reflect the light of the eternal in the external mind. In summary, we have demonstrated that the mind, independent of the body, can perform all and each of the functions we normally associate with the physical being. Although most people must enter a trance state to perform these actions, there are some who can achieve the same results while being in a perfectly normal state, that is, fully self-aware. I want to make this clear, as there is a belief that one must enter an abnormal state before these phenomena can occur. Not only do I question this assertion, but I reject it as entirely incorrect. I myself, in a completely normal state, have witnessed or experienced practically everything discussed on this subject. I am willing to admit that generally a trance state develops before the best results are achieved. However, to claim that this must develop goes against my own experience and contradicts my own observations. At no time have I ever been in a trance, and I would not consider it any more than I would consider jumping from a 10-story building. So, if I were to question my mental health during these experiences, on what basis could I consider myself sane? It is futile to deny the existence of those who know nothing about psychic phenomena. I can understand someone saying they do not understand them, but I cannot comprehend the position of a person who denies something of which they are completely ignorant. Let us therefore say that any action performed by the human instrument we call the body can be reproduced by means of an agency that is not of a physical nature, or by means of an agency that physics cannot explain. We will call this agency a kind of mental power with which we are not yet fully familiar. In the end, everything is quite simple, for our bodies could not move unless we were present to direct them, and thus every action is of a mental nature. Although we use the body as an instrument, I find no explanation for the facts presented unless we admit that we possess a mental body that operates in parallel to the physical one and can function independently of its physical counterpart. It does not matter whether we attribute the phenomena to spirits or claim that we produce them unconsciously. The fact remains that the phenomena are generated and can only be explained under the hypothesis that either we have a mental body acting independently of the physical, or that the power of thought alone, without any physical instrument, can influence matter. Personally, I tend to accept the theory that we possess a mental body, as it seems more logical and certainly more human. If we assume that spirits have the ability to move solid objects without physical contact, we consider that they have a mental body, or that they use their thoughts to generate phenomena. Once we admit that the phenomena are actually produced, it is evident that some form of explanation is needed. Currently, there are only two possible answers. Either they are the souls of the deceased or the spirits of those present in the flesh that generate the phenomena. This excludes any other possible agency, as the theory of ectoplasm cannot account for all the facts.